second that emotion.
Right.
But,
and I hate to even defend the state of Ohio, but all of these are great sports cities. And if you don't know if your teams are going to be supported in great sports cities, it says more about the product of your league than it does those sports cities. If you're not sure if stars want to go to those cities and draw fans, then maybe your product just isn't that appealing. It says more about you than it does about any of the cities that the WNBA is expanding to.
Right. And so I know yesterday when this first came out, everybody got butthurt because she said something bad about Detroit.
Detroit versus everybody, John.
Right, yeah. All right. Not everybody has to like Detroit. That's fine. And I'm not going to – I was a little bit more passionate about it yesterday. What I don't understand, and we talked about it yesterday with them expanding to Detroit. What are we going to name the team? Because this does have – I say this, Detroit does have a great history in the WNBA. I have no idea why the team was taken because they won 3 championships. And this is just, somebody needs to give Sophie Cunningham a little bit of a history lesson. Before there was a Caitlin Clark, before there was a Paige Beckers, before there were, and I'm talking about just in the first year or second year of their WNBA career, these are the biggest stars. Those are the names that people remember.
Yeah.
And they know Angel Reese because of the confrontation that it is, but it's marketable.
Sure.
And so a little history lesson will let you know that there's great history of the WNBA in Detroit. They had almost sold out the Palace. I know there were a couple of empty seats, but 22,000 plus people long ago showed up to watch the WNBA in Detroit. So yes, people will show up to watch this team, but this is a league right now that when Caitlin Clark came into the league, this is her second year now, she's a superstar for that league. And they, as players, voted her 9th in all-star voting.
Among guards, not all players. Guards.
Among guards. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know exactly, all of the guards in the WNBA and how she matches up with point production or assists or play. Like I don't think there's anybody would.
When fans vote her 1 and media votes her 3 and the players are petty and vote her 9.
That's a great word. It's petty. And then your conference is expanding.
Good thing.
3 new cities. I don't care where they are. Put one in Juneau, Alaska. And you have an opportunity to expand for a league that every franchise, the entire league loses money. The reason it is still operational is because it's subsidized by the NBA. I just don't understand why the players are fighting progress, why they are fighting. And then before the season even starts, Angel Reese says, well, I may hold out. I may sit out unless they pay us more money. Well, where's the money coming from? It's not ticket sales. There's one team that actually has ticket sales, and they're all benefiting from Paige Beckers and Caitlin Clark jersey sales, merch sales, ticket sales. In the WNBA, they share all of that money, and they do in the NFL. It's all part of the CBAs. But in the NFL, I think it's like, 90% goes to the player, 10% goes to the league, and it's spread around. You get the royalty checks.
Yeah.
In the WNBA, it's 50%. And she is selling a whole lot of jerseys. She's selling a whole lot of merch. So they're all benefiting from her sales. Yet they want to throw her under the bus. They want to attack her. I just don't understand this league.
It's bizarre to me because expansion's good for the players, first and foremost. It's more jobs, right? So even if you lose a step, more teams need to fill out rosters. There's more jobs. Teams have to pay money to join the league, expansion fees, which then infuse cash into the league. And if you go places where there are passionate sports fans, you have a better chance of selling tickets and further growing the league financially. So when you guys do get to a point where you want to renegotiate your CBA and get bigger paychecks, this is the stuff that gets you there.
Right.
The other thing you didn't bring up, John, Kelsey Plum. She was approached by an autograph seeker,
one.
and she called the guy weird. Like, why would you want my autograph? Well, I don't know. I mean,
well, she also made a young fan cover up her Caitlin Clark jersey before she would sign an autograph. Are you kidding me? Like, I just don't understand the pettiness. And I know that there is, I don't want to be stereotypical, but this is a giant cat fight between all of these athletes, I'll say. What the hell is going on?
There's a reason the B word exists, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh, okay.
They're playing what you just said, John. Playing to the stereotype.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't understand the animosity for, I understand paying your dues. All right, they gave Caitlin Clark a hard time in her rookie season.
Sure.
Because she came in with a lot of fanfare. A lot of people were watching because of her. And there have been players in that league that have been doing it for 10, 15 years. I get paying your dues. I get hazing. And we don't want to call it hazing, and it's not hazing, but it's paying your dues is probably the best way to put it. But now she's not a rookie anymore. She's paid her dues. How about a little respect for what she's doing?
MJ had to pay his dues.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't remember him barking at the time. He barked later after he backed it up.
Yeah. And again, hey, Detroit's not for everybody. And we don't want everybody here. Right. I don't think Sophie Cunningham is going to be welcomed, and if she's still playing, and it's kind of a big if.
Yeah.
If she's still playing in 3 years and she comes to the LCA with the fever, I don't think there'll be a good reception.
So did you?
But I also don't know in 3 years, is anyone really going to remember what she said?
I don't know, but I know Dan Skipper saw this video of Sophie Cunningham, and he said, "Have you ever been there? Pretty good place to play." Well, not for you now. Mm-hmm. You're right. The crowd, I think, will remember.
Skip.
Maybe the better Cunningham should respond to.
Oh, there you go. 248-539-9797. You saw the headline that Sophie Cunningham takes a shot at the city of Detroit as the WNBA is set to expand there. It's one, we're going to stick up for our city, but two, why is the league so self-destructive? People want your autograph. It's a good thing. People want your game in their city. That's a good thing. You want to go to Miami instead of Detroit? Tell me how those games get sold. Yeah. Because I'll tell you, they're not half the sports town that we are.
Yeah, and don't get your feelings hurt. I've had people come up to me all the time. They come up to me, "Hey, are you Jeff Backus?" No.
Do they actually?
Oh, yeah, sometimes. Jeff gets it all the time, too, right? Because we played together. We played together in Detroit. Like, we're big white offensive linemen, right? And and so every once in a while, they'll come up and be like, "Hey, are you Jeff Backus?" I'm like, "No, I'm the good-looking version." We kind of play into it. And there'll be times where, like, they don't believe me, so I'll sign as Jeff Backus. I don't care.
You've signed something as Jeff Backus?
Oh, hell yeah. Why not? But I'm not going to get my feelings hurt because you can't tell one white offensive lineman from another.
But that's not even what I think was happening with Kelsey Plum. It's just someone who legitimately wanted her autograph, and she was like, "This is weird." No, this is what happens when your league gets more popular. It's a good thing. It's a compliment. John, when someone wants your autograph, it should be flattering.
Yeah, and I've never told anybody, "Hey, if you come up and you've got a jersey of a rival, and you want my autograph," I'm not going to tell you to cover that up. I may make a couple of snide comments.
Of course, that's all in good banter.
Right, but it's all about sports.
Anyway, we got calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Sophie Cunningham takes a shot at Detroit. It's 97-1. All right, guys, look, if you're the city of Detroit, you should smile regardless of what Sophie Cunningham has to say. But if you want to get that smile bigger and brighter without breaking the bank, Brightside Dental is your spot. If you're looking for a reason to finally book that dentist appointment, summer is here. You want to make that appointment before you get too busy. Camp, sports, vacations, 4th's coming up here. So whether it's your first visit or your first in a long time, Brightside Dental is ready to take care of you. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. So make an appointment, get back in that routine before the summer really gets rolling here. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa in the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Phone calls, ticket text, Sophie Cunningham. Excuse me, get it right. Sophie Cunningham, WNBA Indiana Fever, taking a shot at Detroit yesterday. City in the headlines because we're adding a WNBA team. And she said, well, players would rather go to Miami. Who'd be excited to be in Detroit? Meanwhile, as Don on the ticket text points out, she plays in Indiana.
Right, yeah, she's in the Midwest.
Right. So
I love Indianapolis.
I got nothing against a fellow Midwest sports town. But we are good sports towns, whether it's, say this quietly, Cleveland.
Right.
But Philly and Detroit, Philly's getting an expansion team. Indianapolis has supported their teams. You don't have to take a shot at the city of Detroit because you'd rather be on the beach in Miami. Well, this is a city that has supported the WNBA. If it doesn't work here, it says more about the product than it does the city because this is one of the great sports cities in America.
And if you don't like Detroit in the winter, you know what? Yeah. You don't have to be here in the winter because your season is a summer season.
And then you brought up this resistance to growth by the players within the WNBA, and it's manifests itself in a number of ways. It's weird pushback on expansion from Sophie Cunningham. It's the players in the league who have resisted Caitlin Clark when she's been great for the popularity of their sport. It's Kelsey Plum calling autograph seekers weird, people who want to recognize their fame. Ticket texters are pointing out some of the stereotypes you did, John. Says nobody hates a popular woman more than another woman.
Heather?
It's true. It is true.
It's unbelievable.
This is from
I don't deny it.
A female athlete on Ticket Text says, I've competed at the highest level. This is why women's professional sports doesn't have the following because of the cattiness. Not just at the highest level, it's every level of women's sports, and it's sad to see and doesn't get better.
You know, some of it has to do with, and I don't know anything about the coaches or the leadership of the WNBA, and I know that this is something that people are texting and calling about. We've got some calls. We're going to get to you in just a minute. Tom asked me this question at the break. Have I noticed this more? Because my girls, starting with Lucy in tennis, Ruby in basketball, and Ellie in softball, have always been in sports since middle school on. Mm-hmm. And a lot of nearly every one of their coaches has nipped this in the bud at the beginning. Good. This is not how we're going to talk to each other. This is not how we're going to do it. And so I haven't witnessed that a lot because there is a lot of there's competition. That's what sports is all about. Ellie plays first base. And if they bring in another first baseman, I tell her, you just got to beat her out.
Yep. It's
not about her. It's about you. You're competing against yourself, your best version of yourself all the time. And the coach has hammered that home. And so if there's competition, it's with yourself. And so I know that this goes on, but it comes down to leadership and whether it's, who's the commissioner of the WNBA?
I couldn't.
No one knows. No one cares.
But she should be more involved in nipping this stuff in the bud.
Right. And it comes down to Caitlin Clark, and I don't really know or remember what the incident was. It just happened a couple of weeks ago where she takes a shot, and then after the play is over, she takes another shot and she gets knocked down. It happens all the time. Like the commissioner of the WNBA needs to step in, and whether it's suspension, it's fines, it's whatever it is. Like that's where you can nip this in the bud. And you also have the opportunity to say, hey, you may not like Caitlin Clark. I don't know her. I don't know her personality. Maybe she's very abrasive.
Right.
I don't know. I don't really care. And I don't care in the NFL.
No.
Who's got the bad personalities, who's a jerk off the field. But if you are marketable, Greg, why are you so disgusted?
It's what you just said.
What?
A what off the field? It was a play on words.
Oh. If you're a jerk
off the field,
outside of the field
of competition. He wasn't disgusted at what you said. He just goes, did he realize what he said? Let's knock out a couple phone calls. We'll get Heather's news in this hour. Let's go to Stu in West Bloomfield. Stu, good morning.
I'm losing my A game.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
I just want to say, one, as a fan of the WNBA, these women are so uneducated on how business works. They would rather the teams expand the rosters instead of expand the league, where adding 15 players to the team still you have girls who not getting opportunities because you're not expanding the game. They don't understand the normal concept of how the business works. The WNBA has lost money for 20-plus years. Expansion helps the league, which then expands your product. And like you said, it's the cattiness of women and the competitive. Like, women are competitive and catty at the same time. And not to sound like a sexist, because I know I'm about to probably get canceled. But, you know, when you mix testosterone with estrogen, this is what you get. Caitlin Clark's popular. Now we want to take her down because I was here first. I've been doing this for 8 years, but you wasn't selling 30,000 seats. Yes, the Shock are part of our history, and the Rockers from Cleveland, not Cincinnati,
right?
Was one of the good franchises as well, winning a couple of the first Eastern Conference divisions. But, you know, they're not educated on their own sport. All they think about is me first and, oh, I got a microphone in my face. Now I need to say something.
Stu, appreciate the phone call.
They're going to implode.
Well, it's not helping themselves, put it that way. Like Detroit, Cleveland, Philadelphia, these are cities that are great sports cities that will support teams, that have supported teams in a lot of cases. And sure, Miami would be more fun to live as a player if you love the beach and the sunshine and you're not thinking about the big picture and all of this. You want to go somewhere you're wanted. Yeah. Miami doesn't care about their sports teams the way that we do in the Midwest and the Northeast.
No, and if you're one that likes to go to the beach, if you want the nightlife of Miami, then so be it.
Do it on your own time.
Well, but again, just like Detroit's not for everybody, Miami's not for everybody. It would be miserable for me to be living in Miami at this time of the year. And I know they play inside.
I know, but I wouldn't want to be in Miami.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, but again, it's not for me. It's probably for a majority of people. A majority of people will be like, yeah, okay, I'd rather live in warm weather. It's just,
but that's
it doesn't
not
do
what
it for
this
me.
is about.
No, but for her, it's like, why would people want to go to Detroit? Why would people want to go to Cleveland? Well, there's a lot of different reasons, but the people that are already here, we're not trying to get people to move to this town because they're fans of the WNBA. We want people that are here that have already supported a team to be able to go and watch the WNBA.
Jim in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, good morning, guys. About the WNBA, it goes back to for decades. Women are their worst enemy. I mean, I'm married to a beautiful woman. She's tall, slender, and good-looking, but her personality far outweighs her beauty. And yet, anytime we go to a new place, she's automatically a B because of the fact. I mean, I've seen it in my whole life. So I mean, it goes back even with the female or the transsexual in the female sports. If those girls would have just refused to get in the swimming pool, then they wouldn't have had any. He couldn't have competed with them. But instead of banding together, none of them stuck together. And it's been like that for decades. And it's sorry, but that's the truth.
Yeah, well, Jim, I thought you were going a different way with your wife in that conversation there.
Well, I'm just using her as an example because I've seen it for 28 straight years. I mean, and it's not just her. You take any attractive woman and you put her in a room that's even Steven, and she's going to be an enemy to the females, and then that's just the way it's going to go until they get to know her. I've sseen it, so.
Yeah. I mean, it all comes down to competition, and if you can't handle competition, if you can't handle, I may have been here for 8 years, 10 years, and then somebody comes in who is just really good, or they're marketable, like Caitlin Clark is.
Sure.
Again, pay your dues for year one. This is not year one for her. I don't know what they're doing.
The way you should look at it is Caitlin Clark's going to put more eyeballs on the game,
yeah.
And if you're good at the game, more people are watching you.
And it's the same thing with expanding it. I don't care what city it is.
Yeah.
If you're expanding into cities where there are good sports fans and you have more eyeballs
They'll discover
on your sport,
you'll get more adoration, attention. You'll be, I would think, a greater satisfaction.
Yeah.
And knowing that people are recognizing the hard work you're putting in and the talents that you have, and it will be recognized in dollars. But anyway, why it has to be so self-destructive, I don't understand.
Caddy.
Caddy. Petty. All right, we're going to get into the news, and we're going to get into the Pistons news. We'll talk about that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch. Hey, maybe it's women's basketball. Could be guys basketball, football, baseball. Doesn't matter. It's Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Pistons are making some moves. We'll get to that in a second. First, Heather with the news.
Well, there was a bank robbery in Southfield on Tuesday that left one person hospitalized. This is a crazy story. It happened at a PNC bank near the intersection of 12 Mile and Franklin. Happened in the afternoon. Authorities say this man entered the bank with an axe.
Oh.
Demanded money, and after receiving the cash, he hit an employee in the head with the axe and then left. Yeah. So this woman, this teller, had to be taken to the hospital for treatment. She is expected to survive. Thankfully, police were able to track down this suspect and took him into custody. Oh my
That's wild.
Goodness. My gosh. For nearly 30 years, skeletal remains that were found near train tracks in Plymouth Township went unidentified. But thanks to advanced DNA testing, the remains have now been identified as Benjamin Harrison Fountain, who would have, if he was alive, been 99 today. So back in 1997, these bones of Fountain were found in a field off Haggerty Road by a person who was surveying the land to purchase it. And at the time, it was believed that his remains had been there for at least 3 years before they were discovered. And investigators did everything they could. I mean, there was a class ring even that this guy had, but they still weren't able to identify him. They were able to figure out some things. They knew it was an adult male. They ruled it a homicide due to a suspected head injury, but they could never figure out who this guy actually was. But thankfully, years and years and years later, they were able to do this advanced DNA testing. They developed new leads about possible family members. They were able to contact those family members and use DNA to determine his identity. And finally, he was just laid to rest in May. Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yes. Malik Beasley, we've been talking a lot about him, appears to be having some serious financial issues. So obviously we talked all about his investigation for the alleged gambling, but there's some new details about his finances that have been uncovered. And he reportedly owes money to a lot of people.
Yeah.
A landlord, a marketing firm, a barber, a celebrity barber, a dentist, a lender. I'm sure the
Is a
list.
celebrity barber a famous barber or just one that cuts hair for celebrities?
I think the second one.
Yes.
Okay.
However, I don't know who it is, so maybe he is a celebrity in his own right. But I think he is a barber of celebrities.
Did I read that his dentist had to get his wages garnished?
Yes.
He owed so much money to his dentist
Yes.
that his Pistons' wages were being garnished by his dentist.
I believe there was another, it was not only the dentist, I believe somebody else was doing that too, whether it was the marketing firm or, so I read that somewhere, but yeah, you're right with that. The barber won $26,000 in a judgment against him. The dentist did win $34,000. He's being sued by a high-rise apartment building in Detroit. It doesn't sound good. Things don't sound good for
No,
sure.
things are not going well for Malik Beasley. That's
No.
an
No.
understatement.
Maybe he should contact this woman in Oakland County because she's got some good things going for her. She's about to let her family in on a huge secret. After buying a scratch-off lottery ticket, she won $4 million.
Oh, wow.
77-year-old woman says she plays scratch-off tickets all the time. She likes the $30 tickets, and she bought one, went to her car, scratched off in the parking lot. Couldn't believe her eyes when she won $4 million. She hasn't told her family yet, but she's about to let him in on this big secret. And unlike most people, she chose to have yearly payments. Normally, people choose the one-time lump sum payout. She's going to be,
especially at 77.
she's getting yearly payouts of $133,000 for the next 30 years. They plan, the couple, her and her husband, plan to do some home repairs, donate some money, and then obviously share it with her family.
John, you look as puzzled as I am. She's going to
Yeah.
get paid up till she's
107?
107.
Yeah, I think
if she
that
lives
might be a
that long.
situation where you need should take the one lump sum.
I think you always should take the one-time lump sum payout, but
So there's
I mean-
conflicting theories. Like if you think you're financially irresponsible, the yearly payouts protect you.
yeah,
But
if you're like 20 maybe.
Yeah.
Do the payments get paid out to her family whether
I don't
she's
know.
alive
There might be
or
some
not?
more
Would.
Yeah.
detail. But
I would-
either
I would
way,
hope
it's very,
so.
you never
Yeah.
really see that. So she's got some extra cash. If he needs it, maybe
Hey,
he should
Malik,
contact her.
hit her up.
Yeah.
Although if I'm her, stay far away.
Yes, run. Do not answer that call. There's a new study that looked at what makes people cool. And it comes down apparently to 6 traits. All right. Being extroverted,
Okay,
makes
yeah,
you cool.
outgoing, yeah.
adventurous,
Sure.
That kind of
Cool.
goes along with it, yeah.
you're open, which I guess to me is kind of the same as extroverted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these
Right,
are
they
all
go together.
connected, yeah.
Redundant.
And
yeah.
then there's things that are a little different. Autonomous.
You're willing to do things on your own?
Yeah, it says it
makes you
means you're
cool.
independent. You
Yeah.
don't try to fit in. It's just a weird way to.
Yeah.
I would never describe myself as, hey, I'm autonomous.
Yeah,
It's nice to meet you. Like it's strange.
like you're a machine.
Hello,
that-
Autumn.
Yeah, come on.
Hedonistic, which I never heard of. I don't even know if I'm saying it right.
No, hedonistic. I
that
saw
right?
this
Okay.
article. Yeah, so it's like basically prioritizing like your own pleasure and happiness.
Yes, and not feeling guilty about that.
Yes.
Not feeling guilty that you're prioritizing yourself first before others. And then powerful means obviously you're confident and you don't let people push you around.
So if you have a lot of confidence
Yeah.
and you're outgoing,
Yes.
you have a chance to be popular.
You also have to.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was there a commissioned study for this? Like, did people spend money on this?
Yeah, apparently so, because they surveyed a lot of people all over the world, basically, and they basically found the same thing. Like, it doesn't matter where you live; these are the traits that everyone thinks are cool all over the planet.
Yes. If
So are you guys cool?
If you can't leave your house,
Do you fall into the cool category?
I think I'm outgoing. I don't necessarily know that I'm hedonistic.
I never heard that word before.
And I don't think that's necessarily a trait that parents thrive on. because
No.
you're always doing things for other people.
But I definitely think I've become more that way as I've gotten older. I always was a people pleaser. Like, I'm going to do this for you, even if I don't, it doesn't benefit. Like, I've always just been like that. But now lately I've been more like, you know what? No,
Yeah.
this doesn't fit my lifestyle for me. I'm going to pass on that.
Hedonistic. It's an adjective.
Selfish.
Engaged in the pursuit.
Kind of is.
Engaged in the pursuit of pleasure. Sensually.
Oh.
Self-indulgent.
Whoa,
Okay.
Hey.
The last part. I mean, not the pleasure, I guess. But wow.
Heather
Anyway.
with the news. That's what the cool kids are doing anyway.
I guess so.
All right.
That's why all those Gen Zers must be very cool, asking for their own
Spaces.
self-pleasure rooms at work. Sir, I'm hedonistic. I need to have this room.
Yes.
All right. A few thoughts on the Pistons, John. Malik Beasley out, clearly. Pistons having to move on. They made the move for Duncan Robinson yesterday, traded away Simone Fontecchio. They give Duncan Robinson, caught me off guard, a 3-year deal. Now, really only the first year is guaranteed, but a 3-year deal, $48 million. Karis LeVert is in as well. I look at the offseason like this. They wanted to upgrade on the margins. I feel like they're just, at best, holding serve on the margins. Like LeVert replaces Schroeder, Robinson replaces Beasley. I'd argue Schroeder was a better distributor of the basketball than LeVert. I would argue Beasley is a better player, shooter than Duncan Robinson. But fine, we'll call it a push. They're not getting better on the margins. I feel like they're just holding ground, and it's why my take on all of it is all roads lead to Jaden Ivey. If you need to get a little better in your secondary scoring, Jaden Ivey.
Yeah.
If you need one more quality shooter in crunch time to space the floor with all these slashers, Jaden Ivey. If you need someone who's going to break down a defense and find his teammates, Jaden Ivey. It feels like all roads are going to lead to Jaden Ivey if this team's going to take a step forward next season.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if that's been Trajan Langdon's theory all along, right? If even before the Beasley information,
Yeah.
we're going to add on the margins, we're not really in a position to, jump in line. We're gonna run this back and allow our young players to continue to develop. That's what he said he was going to do.
Yeah.
Now the whole the whole Malik Beasley thing did throw a wrench in the engine, but they've been able to, as you mentioned, hold serve.
I think at best. I mean, again, I think Dennis Schroeder was better at breaking down defenses and finding his teammates than Karis LeVert.
Well, I think it offered a break for Cade. He didn't have to be the ball handler the entire time.
Yeah.
And if he needed a breather, you had Dennis Schroeder to put in there.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think you're looking at, you're not looking at anybody else bringing the ball up other than maybe Jaden Ivey, like you talked about.
All roads lead to Jaden Ivey. Yeah, I think we can say this plainly. They were dealt a bad hand with the Beasley news, and because of it, they're not going to be able to get significantly better on the margins. It's not their fault, but we can plainly say what it is. They're not getting better on the margins. They're going to rely on the development of their young people.
Let me ask this question.
Yeah.
With the news that came out about Malik Beasley. Now, the
which
feds
one?
investigating, that's a completely different level. But having his paycheck docked for some of these, do we think that maybe there should have been a red flag that went up? Maybe they should have seen some of this coming?
Yeah, I can't imagine it's common.
It's not.
That professional athletes are getting their wages garnished by multiple entities and being sued for large sums of cash by multiple entities.
I'm not going to say it doesn't happen.
I can't tell you it hasn't happened.
But there seems to be some red flags, and maybe they should have been a little bit more ready for this moment.
Yeah.
You could argue it with the draft pick, though. It's
right, yeah, maybe
the
they saw it
draft
coming.
pick
Yeah.
squarely addresses what Malik Beasley provided to them.
Yeah.
Probably one of the easier things. I know I'm making an assumption here, but you step into the NBA, if you can shoot, you can shoot.
Right.
Yeah, that should translate. 248-539-9797. Dear John, coming up at 7:35 today. John, a little heads up on that. We need your advice on paying off a bet,
Okay.
fireworks,
Oh, I love fireworks.
honeymoons,
Oh, I like those too.
and help at the office. So we'll get to all of that as the show rolls on. Coming up next, Heather, you have something going on in your life.
Yeah, I did. I guess I do almost on a daily basis have something going on.
Okay.
This will be good. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
that are looking for maybe some of the same answers I'm looking for, and the Iserbots. I know they're there.
We will welcome everybody to this gala event as we discuss the Iser plan later in the show. Dear John at 7:35. Heather, what is going on with you?
Well, I've got something that happens to me, not to me personally exactly, almost every single day. Now, I got to start by saying I do love my dogs.
Oh, boy. Not great when you have to start that way.
And my husband. I do love.
Also not great.
Oh, wow.
Yikes.
However,
Colin put on notice.
almost every single day, every time we leave the house, and it's got to be some sort of like separation anxiety that the dogs have a little bit, they get into something. They just like, it's like they have to destroy something. Not major things per se. They're not destroying furniture or pillows or rugs or anything like that. But the other day, I walked in the house and, the dogs greet you and I'm like, oh, hi, what'd you get into today? And I take a little look around the corner. Oh, I don't see anything. And then I walk a little further and I get towards the dining room and Brooks is with me and he goes, uh-oh. And there is, the dogs got into the pantry, which I'm guessing wasn't fully shut. The door probably was open or who knows.
Well, we'll get into that detail in a minute.
And they got a whole bag of unopened flour.
Oh, boy.
Baking flour. Because, you know what? No, this is it. When they got to the door, I'm remembering more. When they got to the door, Josie was so excited, my dog, but she had like white foam in her mouth. And I'm thinking, what did you get into? And it's the flour. Massive pile of flour, but also scattered. And then the white foam was from her licking it. So then it does kind of get into the carpet. Like she was like eating the flour. So then
she
it's
made
like
herself a little slurry. Dug it into the carpet.
And it's like our dining room. The dining room is the place they go when they get things. Like if they were to catch a rat, Jim, like your cat, it would go to the dining room. Like everything goes to the dining room. I don't know why, but that's the room it goes to. And I love them. I love having pets, but it's almost a daily basis they get into. I swear they've gotten into the diaper genie in Brooks's room. I don't know. Ooh. And they get diapers and they'll just like shred them apart. They'll get into, all of our bathrooms have to have the garbage cans with the lids, that you can like step on.
So they like leftovers. But
they can still get into, we have to turn them all backwards, which then makes it a hassle for humans to use, but they can use their nose and they lift up so they can get they'll get garbage out of the garbage. If you leave anything on the counter, they get it.
You have 2 dogs?
We have 2 dogs.
And they both do it.
I don't know. I think one is the instigator and then the other is just like, okay, that looks cool. I'll go
along with it.
Yeah. So my question is, what is the worst thing your dog, your pet, your cat, whatever it is, has ruined? Because we've had a lot of things ruined in our dog ownership lifetime.
So a couple questions. Why do you let them roam free?
Well, for a while, I guess that's a good question. We never crate trained them. So that was something, they're not.
You could lock them in a room.
Oh, we could, but they'll scratch the door. They will scratch at the door until they are out. So for a while, and I don't know why we're not doing it anymore. For a while, we had put them in the basement. And what we had done at the basement is used a baby. So we've got stairs that go down. Yeah, clearly.
It's a basement.
And then, but the door is up at the top of the stairs, not at the bottom of the stairs.
Right.
But we could use a baby gate.
Right, to keep them
from going up to the door and scratching at the door. We had done that for a long time and just kept them in the basement when we left. That's a great question. Why we don't lock them up, or whoever asked it. We don't. We just don't. We don't. But you know why, according to my husband, is that it's all my fault.
Oh, that's convenient.
When I'm away, he says, the dogs get into nothing.
I don't want to, I don't want to place blame just yet. But what are the proof? What are the facts? When you are gone,
he says they get into nothing. They don't find anything to get into. But when I'm
he does
home,
such a good job locking it down.
Exactly.
But when
he takes care. But when I'm there,
so
I leave all the doors open and leave access to everything.
So did he blame you for the flour?
He did. The flour was my fault because I apparently left the pantry door open. But also, each one of my children knows how to open the pantry door. That's where all the snacks are, right? So they learned how to open that door very quickly.
So it's Emily's fault.
Or Brooks. I mean, he's actually...
Brooks was with you said.
Well, when we walked in, but I don't know if he was the one that tried to get an applesauce before we left or something. It's always my fault.
But it wouldn't happen if Colin was standing on watch.
Not according to him.
On his soapbox. So I am curious to hear some other people's stories. What has your dog, your cat, your pet? There's a lot of people have different pets.
What's your parrot done to your home?
Right, your ferret.
Pooped all over it?
So we used to have a Newfoundland.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Which beautiful dogs.
Yeah.
Big dogs. Like big dogs. But they have the long hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this dog, for whatever reason, I've always done the crate training. And when we leave, I usually lock them up, whether it's in a crate of appropriate size for the dog size, or a room that is basically the dog's room so that they can't destroy anything. This dog, every time we would leave, even if we'd let it out, come back in, we'd leave, this dog would crap everywhere.
Oh, no.
Everywhere. And the problem with a Newfoundland is it would get in its hair.
Oh, no. I thought you were going to say big dog, big poop. But okay,
Yes, big dog, lots of poop. But it would get in its hair. And so then not only would you have to clean up the crap, you'd have to give the dog a bath. Yeah, hose it down. And it was just unbelievable. Every time you walk in the room, you walk in, and sometimes in the winter, like I would have it in the garage. And the garage is insulated. It would literally hit you in the face. The smell.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always no fun.
Yes, no fun.
Ticket texters are actually just blaming you, Heather. They said it's on the dog owner when dogs misbehave like this.
That's what my husband says.
Sounds like Heather doesn't know how to raise a dog. Brad in Chesterfield.
Mm-hmm.
Open up the phone lines. Take your shots at Heather.
I was prepared. That's what I got as soon as I walked in and saw flour. He's like, well, if you hadn't have left the pantry door open, they wouldn't have gotten to the flour.
Things your dogs or pets have ruined. And take your shots at Heather. So. We got this event coming up now that we're in the month of July. Wednesday, July 16th, 97 won the ticket, and Detroit Pal have the middle school combine at the corner ballpark, the site of the old Tiger Stadium. Registration is free at DetroitPal.org/events. Go to 97onetheticket.com. This is open to all boys and girls, 1st through 8th grade. Have a chance to compete and participate in speed and agility tests, 40-yard dash, vertical jump, broad jump, push-ups, and more. Again, register today for free. DetroitPal.org/events or 97onetheticket.com.
Brought to you by Maran Buick GMC. Red Wings legend Alex Delvecchio passed away at the age of 93 yesterday. Delvecchio's number 10 was retired on November 10th, 1991. NHL free agency began yesterday, and most of the premier reported Wings targets just re-signed with their current teams. Their biggest get was forward James Van Riemsdyk, who last played with the Blue Jackets, scoring 16 goals and 20 assists. The Pistons lost another player to free agency as Tim Hardaway Jr. inked a deal with the Nuggets, but they gained one of the best three-point shooters in the league, acquiring the Heat's Duncan Robinson in a sign-and-trade. Robinson has shot nearly 40% from three in his 7-year career, all with Miami. Fontecchio goes the other way, who played sparingly for Detroit last year in that sign-and-trade. The Detroit News took a deeper dive into Malik Beasley's situation yesterday outside of his alleged gambling. They uncovered that he has, quote, $8 million worth of financial problems that include being sued twice by his Detroit landlord and having part of his Pistons paycheck seized, public records show, end quote. The Tigers made a roster move ahead of their rain-washed Game 1 against the Nationals. Gary Carpenter was placed on the 10-day IR with a hamstring injury. Trey Sweeney was recalled after just spending a few days in Toledo. The WNBA announced that Detroit would become a WNBA expansion city in 2029, but current Indiana Fever player Sophie Cunningham isn't having it. She did mean to say Cleveland there. The city of Detroit chirped back on Twitter, mentioning how well-attended Shock games were when they played here. And, quote, additionally, more than 775,000 people were excited to come to Detroit for the 2024 NFL Draft. Detroit is a sports town. We're sure we'll see the same excitement for the WNBA returning, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, we'll be responding to Sophie Cunningham this morning. We can bark back, come for the city of Detroit. Make sure your house is in order. We'll do that later. Speaking of barking, dogs, the messes they make in your home. Heather, you deal with it almost daily?
Yes, not like, it's not always something crazy has been destroyed, but it's, there's a toilet paper roll. They got into the garbage and it's like they have to get something. They've got to get something. It doesn't need to be anything crazy, but they've got to get, or you'll find like a Kleenex on the ground, or they get like the dryer sheets. They just find something and they
will they eat the dryer sheet or eat a sock?
Oh, no, they won't eat. They're not into socks. They will. Not normally. They don't eat it, but they'll just shred it.
And that's always fun. We used to have a dog that would eat socks.
That's tough because
then it
can get stuck and
clogged up.
Yeah.
So you got
to take them. You're not supposed to pull. You're not.
I know you're not.
Because it could take their intestines out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pull slow.
So if you don't crate them, you have to shut the doors to everything.
Yeah.
And
I know.
And the fact that they're scratching, I think that comes with maybe a training thing. It's not going to happen now.
Well, no.
It's when you do it. Yeah. But
old dog, new tricks.
We've got three that stand out. You guys know about the one with the chocolate Easter bunny, Anna.
Oh, gosh.
Guess what? She didn't shut her bedroom door. She learned her lesson. It's like when things are left out and you don't keep them from getting to them, they're going to get to them if they want them. The smells, the attraction. Yeah. I mean, Sadie doesn't know that the chocolate's going to cause problems later. Sadie just wants the chocolate.
Right.
You know? It's like me and
jalapenos. I guess my
you leave chocolate out, I'm going to get into it.
John Jansen's going to find it.
This one happened. I didn't tell you guys about it. About 2 months ago, Jersey got into the raw bacon because I went out in the garage for a second. I come back in and like half a slab of raw bacon's on the ground. Attacking it. Now she's young and had to get to the, she's not trustable in that quick of a situation.
Right.
Yeah.
But that was bacon, so I knew it'd be personal.
Oh,
for
yeah.
John. Do you want to know the gross one? I found this disturbing. Do you want it?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? You've already teased
We're
it.
here.
Okay. Getting into the garbage. And because we didn't shut bathroom doors, and now we do. Female hygiene.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
Anything you're using in the bathroom disposable, whether you're...
Sure.
Yeah, that's... Wow.
They get into everything. You want to know a real gross one? That was gross later. I think I've shared this.
What's grosser than gross? Here we go.
They got into like a canister or whatever it is of Vaseline. Did I tell you about this?
I think you did tell me about this.
The entire jar, and it comes out the same way it goes in, like this liquid, like jelly, right?
Uh-huh. Yes. But they warm it up a little bit on the way.
It's more liquid on the way out.
Right, yeah, because it gets warmed up while it's in there.
But it
probably
still
helps with the
has
constipation issues. Probably just
Sure,
flows right out.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But it flows out
Clean the pipes.
at any time. Like it's not just coming out when they
go
gotta
to the
go.
bathroom.
So the word you're looking for is seepage.
Yes.
That is grosser than gross. Well done. 248-539-9797. Multiple people saying your dogs have separation anxiety. It's a real thing, and this is when they start getting into stuff. One texter says we have to lock everything in our house when we leave.
Okay, my problem is that I'm not the only one that lives in that house.
Yeah.
So why is it all on me?
Well,
to shut
if it
every single
doesn't
door?
happen when you're not there,
John, stop talking. No,
I'm just analyzing the facts.
But to me, it's kind of like, okay, all right, fine. Help me out, I guess. I'm not the only one that lives here. Let's work together, make sure the doors are shut.
That sounds like a good marriage.
Texter says this is one of the many.
Let's work together.
This is one of the many reasons cats are better. When you leave them home alone, they just sleep. They don't really get in anything.
Yeah,
make
they
too many
puke,
messes.
though.
Yeah.
Does your cat puke?
Yes.
Or they bring in
cat
rats.
puke. Or they bring in rats.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to go back that far. When you leave, the Cats will play.
Let's get to Nate in Sterling Heights. Nate, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
What's up?
So my dog's actually in the car with me right now because I'm moving from Detroit to Baltimore, so hopefully he doesn't get too offended by this. I used to, when he was potty training, I used to live in an apartment with people that I did not like, and when I would leave, he used to potty train and poop right in front of all their doors. So towards the end of it, they didn't really like me too much, and but I didn't really care. So then he started pooping in front of the doors, and I ended up kind of rubbing it into the carpet. By the time I left, it smelled a little bad, but
A little?
I didn't like them that much either.
Oh,
Yeah, it smelled pretty bad.
is that why you're moving? You ran out of roommates?
No, this was about 3 years ago, back in college.
Okay. What's taking you to Baltimore?
I got a new job. I just got out of grad school.
All right. Hey,
cool.
congratulations.
Congrats, yeah.
Enjoy the Inner Harbor. It's a great city.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Will you be at the Lions game when they play out there?
That's what I'm trying to do.
There you go. One more
Yeah.
Lions fan out there on the road. Perfect.
Yep. Try harder.
Thanks, Nate.
Thanks so much, guys.
Yep.
You going to front him the cost of these seats, John? What do you mean try harder? The guy's just starting work.
Yeah. He's going to be gainfully employed.
Yeah, well, might need an advance right now.
Hey, that game's not for a while. He'll give a couple of paychecks.
It's early in the season. 248-539-9797. Chris and Taylor, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
How you doing?
So good. I actually used to cage train my dog. I had an American Pit Terrier, and so I come home. I let my brother move in with me, and it was his first night that he was staying with me. And me and my son went to dinner. We come back. My brother had left. Well, he wasn't thinking. He let the dog out, but did not cage him back up. And my son walked in the door. He said, "Dad, you don't want to go in the door." And I said, "Why?" So I walk in the door. My couch is destroyed, and I just got the couch.
Oh.
Pieces everywhere, cushions everywhere. And, so that was a terrible incident. So,
Had you
also,
told your brother that, hey,
Yeah.
if you leave, you need to lock the dog up?
Yeah, but I just don't think he was thinking. He was so apologetic and felt so bad, and what do I do? Hey, buy me a new couch. No. So, but there was a quick incident. You were talking about socks and the dogs eating stuff, and I used to clean, yards for a living after dogs.
Oh, you were
for a company.
You were picking up poop.
I was a pooper scooper. So when I would go to yards, clean the yard, no big deal. Well, for one particular yard, I used to find socks in the yard. Mm-hmm. And so I'd go to the neighbor or the customer's door and say, "You are missing socks? It's not in the dryer. They're all out here." And they're like, "Yeah, he loves socks." Mm. So, the dog would eat the socks.
Yeah, well, at least it was passing them.
Right.
Much better than the alternative.
There are some dogs that like other pieces of clothing.
Oh, my dogs do.
What would those pieces be?
Oh, our dogs eat underwear all of the time.
Oof.
You know who doesn't eat any of my boxers? Roomba. Texter says feather pillows. I had feather pillows at a home with dogs. 4 inches of feathers all across the house. Now I take them for more walks and less things and chewed up.
Yeah, more walks is always a good thing. We have a huge yard, so they get a lot of
outdoor
time running around. The heat, they haven't been wanting to be outdoors that much. Like they go out and they're like, "Get me back in. It's too hot out here." But
all the food's inside.
And the flour and
and the underwear. So.
Yeah, underwear. Diaper genie.
Yes.
The good stuff. Dave and Troy, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
We had a Cocker Spaniel who we adopted as a rescue pet, and he had some issues growing up. But he had this nasty habit of wanting to take a dump on my stepson's bed.
Oh, no!
And then rolling in it.
No!
Covered head to toe. And he would Yeah, and he would do this every day.
Oh
So
my
we
gosh.
talked to the vet. The vet said, put him in a crate. They won't do their business where they have to sleep. It didn't matter. He did it there anyways.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if we couldn't, we had to get a new mattress for my stepson, new bedding, and he reluctantly agreed. We called the person we got the dog from. They agreed to take it back because they said he was unfortunately terribly abused.
Oh.
See, that's
too bad, man. Some dogs have issues.
too bad, Dave.
We've had 2 crate incidents trying to get it clean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The nooks and crannies that you don't realize are in those things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And you got to be on hands and knees trying to clean it out. Mm-hmm. No, thank you.
Better to go out back with the hose.
Yeah, power washer.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Spray it down.
And it's going flying everywhere.
Oh.
Okay, we got some feedback and calls. 248-539-9797. Horror stories with your pets. Doesn't have to be your dogs. If you want to share any of the other stories you have, we'll take those. It's 97.1. If you find yourself in a car accident and you're looking around and you need someone who can help you out, you need a law firm that cares about you, and I'd recommend KG Law. Lawrence KG, he's a Detroiter. He built his team here, a loyal team, many of whom have been there from the start. They're good people. They're not your slimy, stuffy lawyer types. They're down-to-earth, approachable dudes, men and women who are going to help you get the biggest, best return possible. 98% success rate. They win. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now, kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Tigers undefeated since I declared the division over.
Oh, you're a genius.
I know they haven't played, but John, they have made up more ground. 12 games up in the division. Play a doubleheader today against the Nationals. Catch both games right here, 97.1 The Ticket.
More is better. And I know you're gonna keep pounding the table, patting yourself on the back.
Every day.
For it.
I don't have the magic number update, but I know Stoney's in later this week, so I'm sure he'll have
it. Yeah, it's got to be, 66, 7-ish?
Sure.
Yeah.
Chipping away at it. We're talking about dogs, pets, and the messes they make in our homes. Heather, something every day. It was flour the other day.
Yeah, a whole bag of unopened flour. And it's just, and then if they try to eat the flour and it gets, you know what happens to flour.
Sure,
if you
yeah,
bake, what
they
happens
eat a
to
little
flour?
bit, yeah, and then
gets,
they got to drink water because their mouth is now filled with flour, and then you get that mixture.
And then they go back and they lick more of the flour and it gets into the carpet.
Just trying to make you some cookies. Oh. Dog cookies.
Awesome.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Phone calls as well. Let's get to Max in Ann Arbor. Max, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing?
Good.
So me and the wife had just got married, and you get all the gifts, and we got a brand new Roomba robot, the real nice one with the GPS stuff on the top.
Ooh.
So we replaced the carpet in the house. We were getting ready to list it the next week, and me and my father-in-law left after they replaced the carpet to run to the store, and we came back, and our dog decided to poop twice in the hallway and once in every room, and that new GPS-guided robot left perfectly GPS-guided 12-inch lines across the entire upstairs brand-new carpet, with it being an hour old.
Oh, my gosh.
Like the perfect storm.
It was.
It's not one room, it's every room. And, of course, right when you put the robot in
the
there.
hallway.
Yep.
What did you do?
So the new robot, the damage was irreversible. It was completely impacted, so she was gone.
Impacted.
Then we went to the local big box store and allegedly rented one of the carpet cleaning units.
Oh, yeah?
And
Did it
used
ruin it
that
more?
and returned it.
Okay. And the carpet came clean?
Good enough to
I
sell?
probably would have replaced it if I would have stayed there, but the new owner, I don't know, ever knew.
It's forever
Okay.
unclean.
Yeah.
You can't undo that. You know. They don't know.
No, but I'm saying, can you still see the streaks that are going across? Oh, man, that's bad.
Yeah, no, you couldn't see him anymore, but
Okay.
it was like a work of art.
Yep.
It was impressive.
Wow.
Work of art. Couple ticket texts. Wait, Heather keeps the applesauce in the pantry and not the refrigerator? Wes in Nashville.
Heck yeah, applesauce pouches. I don't keep those in the
Well,
refrigerator.
yeah, the pouches, yes, but
If
not
I
a
open,
jar that
we don't
opens.
use jars.
Yeah.
We use those little pouches.
The squeezy
Yeah.
ones, yeah.
I love the little details people pick up on in the stories. They're like, well, hold on.
Yep.
I know this is about dogs, but Texter says Heather needs to put out the flour out of reach for the dogs, the kids, and Colin.
Well, you don't have to put it too high for any of them.
Top shelf.
Kids can't get it. Neither can Colin.
My dogs have eaten an home.
Uh-oh.
My dogs have eaten an entire family of baby bunnies.
Oh, no.
Blood everywhere.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that would not be fun.
The baby ones are smaller.
Mm.
When my dog does this stuff, my wife cleans it up. That's Mike in West Bloomfield.
Yeah.
I would say this topic is gross, but it's more appealing than the Iser plan. Brandon and Romeo. Yeah, that's what happens when your hockey team doesn't make any moves. We're talking about dog poop on your bed and your carpet.
Yeah.
Well,
you got a lot of cap space. You decide to get a geriatric and a couple of guys that have been in the minor leagues.
the Iser plan. We'll get to it. It's part of the show today. Forgive us for taking a break from that conversation. Let's get to Brendan and Flint. Brendan, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Good.
So yesterday, start off, we had rescued a pit bull a couple months back. It's pit bull Great Dane mix.
Oh,
so we
boy.
had to go out and buy a heavy-duty cage for this thing. So we left him in a room once without a cage. He completely ripped up the door frame, went through the drywall, went out the door.
Ooh.
So we got the cage, put him in the cage yesterday. Well, he ripped through the metal cage, went all the way upstairs, went through the screen, jumped out the second-floor window.
What?
Absolutely. He jumped into the bush, and then when I came home from work yesterday, he was walking around in the road.
Oh my
boy.
gosh.
That's
I'm speechless.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you do with that one at that point if it's ripped through a metal cage.
Yeah, we just kind of reinforced it, screwed it to the ground, and hoping for the best.
Wow.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Wow. Jumped out the second story window.
And lived to tell the tale.
Yeah.
Just hanging out.
I wonder if it landed on its feet. That's what cats are supposed to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking of cats, we keep getting some of those ticket texters. I don't know how anyone can hear this many horror stories and think dogs are a better pet than cats. Cats don't do any of this.
It's so true. But dogs, they still provide a different form of comfort than a cat. And you love them anyway, despite the fact that they're destroying your property. I don't know. John, not so much. John is not on the same level of pet ownership as I am.
The cats are great.
No.
They give you companionship without you have to walk around with the pooper scooper and pick up after them. They're not going to tear your house to
you
pieces.
still got to clean their litter box. You're still
You have one
scooping their poop.
designated little area.
Yeah, a lot of dogs do find areas they poop in. At least ours do. Like there's that one area in our yard that's where they poop. They don't poop everywhere.
Oh, well, I beg to differ based on the last hour conversation. They poop everywhere. Places you don't want them to poop.
On the bed, in the bedrooms.
Mike in Clinton Township, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
What's up?
I'm 23 years old, and my family's a big Rottweiler family. And about 7-8 years ago, when I was like 15, 16, my mom left me a $100 bill on the counter, and we just got this new Rottweiler. And I woke up, and she was like, "Yeah, I left the $100 bill on the counter for you. Have a good day." And I went out there, and I was like, "Where is it? It's not in there. It's not in the room." And my mom always gets these big boy beds for the Rottweiler so they can sleep in it and sit in it and whatever. And so I look over there, and he's sitting on the couch sleeping, and I look, and there's a piece of the $100 bill on the big boy bed that he tore apart and ate.
Uh-oh.
And I texted my mom, I was like, "Are you sure you left it?" She was like, "Yeah, right on the counter." And he jumped up there. He always jumps up and grabs stuff on the counter, so we got to push it back.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
It is.
Talk about pets cost you money. It's as direct as it can get.
Yes. Cost you $100.
I don't feel so bad about the flower anymore, so this was good.
Oh, good. Makes you feel better. Cathartic for other people.
Uh-huh.
Look, sometimes it's just good to tell your story and vent, and that's going to lead us into a Red Wing conversation later in the show. Top of the hour, we'll get to Sophie Cunningham. Who is that? She took a shot at the city of Detroit. We got Dear John coming up at 7:35, and a heads up on that. John, we need advice on fireworks.
Okay.
'Tis the season. Honeymoon.
Okay.
Could be fireworks on the honeymoon.
Oh. Okay.
Paying off a bet and help at work. All that coming up. But first, Heather with the news.
So Travis Kelce became a whole new level of famous when he started dating Taylor Swift, and he wasn't really ready for it. So he recently opened up on a podcast about what it's like to date basically the most famous singer on the planet. And he said that it's gotten so bad that he can't even enjoy a game of golf the way he used to. He can't pee when he needs to pee when he's golfing anymore.
That's a shame.
Level of fame.
Yeah.
Too much. A scary situation in Southfield unfolded Tuesday afternoon. A bank robbery took place at the PNC Bank near the intersection of 12 Mile and Franklin. This man entered the bank with an axe.
Oh.
Went up to the teller and said, "Give me the money." The teller handed over the cash, but before this guy left, he hit the employee over the head with the axe.
Ooh.
I mean,
that's a little gruesome.
it's very gruesome. He fled the scene. The teller, was taken to the hospital for treatment, is expected to survive, which is great. And police were able to track down this guy, the suspect, and take him into custody. Further details have not been revealed, but
Wow,
oh my
that's
gosh. It could have been a whole lot worse when you
Yes.
think about that. An axe attack? Jeez. Malik Beasley, he's in some serious financial trouble, according to these new reports.
sure seems like
I
it.
mean, not only is he now being investigated for allegedly gambling on games, but there's new details about his finances that have just been uncovered. And he owes a lot of money to a lot of people, landlords, marketing firms, barbers, dentists, lenders. Seems like the list goes on and on and on.
It was so bad that his NBA salary was being garnished by some of them.
Facing other lawsuits. I know the barber won a big chunk of money, $26,000.
That's a lot of haircuts.
It's a ton of haircuts.
That
dentist.
barber was in Milwaukee, I believe.
Yeah, most of these were. There is
Milwaukee.
a high-rise apartment building in Detroit.
Yep.
I believe that's suing him. The dentist was in Minnesota. He won $34,000. But I think that it's all ongoing. I mean, it seems
He really needed
crazy.
that $42 million contract from the Pistons.
Yeah.
This couldn't be happening at a worse time for him.
Yeah, exactly. Detroit Red Wings legend Alex Del Vecchio passed away on Tuesday at the age of 93.
Wow.
What a long life. The team did issue a statement from his family, which said Alex was more than a hockey icon. He was a devoted husband, loving father, grandfather, great-grandfather, cherished friend, and respected teammate to so many. And it says that while the world knew him as an incredible hockey player with numerous accomplishments on the ice, we knew him as somebody whose humility, strength, competitiveness, kindness, and heart were even greater than his professional achievements. Yeah.
It's always sad. That's a good run, though. 93.
Very good run.
Yeah, very.
Katy Perry had a mishap at her show in Australia. She got trapped inside of a metal sphere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kind of reminiscent of what happened to Beyonce.
Right, yeah.
So it all went down Sunday night. This was during her Lifetime's tour stop in Australia when this giant metal sphere that was meant to lift her above the ground suddenly tilted, and she was basically left clutching to the frame of this sphere for dear life without having to topple out of it. Thankfully, she was ushered to safety and she's okay, but it was kind of frightening for people at the concert because the music cut out, the lights dimmed. You see her basically hanging on for dear life and nobody knew what was happening, especially after Beyonce's incident as well. But it sounds like she is doing just fine.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, John Jansen with the life advice everybody needs. 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line and unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
All right, John, your chance to set the people straight and help them out.
Okay, we'll see what I can do.
DearJohnJansen@gmail.com if you want to send in your questions for John. We do this once a week. Your categories are paying off a bet, fireworks, honeymoon, and help at work. The first is paying off a bet. Dear John, I made a friendly bet with a coworker at the beginning of last year's Tiger season. $1 for every game over or under 500.
Okay.
My friend took the under. I had the over. Needless to say, up until the All-Star break, I was being pummeled. But then the tides turned. Tigers went crazy, finished the season 10 games over by the time after the playoffs were done. Says somehow he decides the $10 payoff would be made by getting me an order of fresh wings, buy one, get one. I know the $10 doesn't mean a thing, but am I being petty that was the payoff? Of course, at the end, I get the last laugh. The Tigers made a great run, but should I have said something about how the payoff was made?
It's $10.
Right.
No. Like, just enjoy the moment. As long as he got you the flavor you like, the wings were good. Like,
it's a chance to hang out with your buddy on his dime.
Yeah. And it's... I don't know.
If it was $100, yeah, maybe I'm more of give me the cash.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and I don't know what the cutoff is but for me, like if somebody's going to do something like that.
Thanks, Tom.
I don't think there's a huge issue here. And if you're going to be spiteful over $10, that seems to me to be very petty.
How else would he have wanted this bet to be paid off? Like
Well,
literally
$10.
hand him
A $10
literally
bill.
hand him $10?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's silly.
Yeah. I mean, I get you wanted the cash, but it's $10.
Well, how many? And again,
and I don't know how much the wings cost. Did you get both? Did buy one get one free? Did you get both dozens?
So is he mad that basically this cost the guy nothing? But you got a dozen wings, let's say, for $10. You didn't have to pay the tip or anything.
Well, here's what I would do. I would bust his chops for the rest of time. Anytime he wants to make a bet, and I'd make him write it out and sign it. I'm going to pay in cash, and I think I've told this story before. Lost a bet to a teammate of mine, Corey Raymer, who was a Wisconsin Badger, and it was on when Wisconsin would play Michigan. Mm-hmm. He paid it in pennies.
Oh, yeah, I've heard this.
And so it took a number of years before Wisconsin actually beat Michigan. Then when it did, I did the same thing, Heather, that you talked about with the dogs, where I gave him back his 5-gallon bucket of pennies, but I had tipped over a jar of Vaseline in the hot sun, let it soak in there, and then paid it off of that as well. So there's you can do a little gotcha back at some point.
Oh, boy. All right, the next one, fireworks. Dear John, I'm 22 years old, just finishing up college, and I've never bought fireworks before. I want to impress this girl I've been seeing, so I'm inviting her over this weekend to my apartment for food, drinks, and hopefully fireworks. More than one kind, if you know what I mean. What kind should I get, and what do I need to know so I don't look stupid?
So get all of the ones that, what do they call them, cakes?
I have no idea.
And so it's one wick that you light, and then they can have a number of different things. Don't go, if it's the first time you've ever done it, don't go with anything that you've got to light, drop in a tube, and it explodes, or it shoots out. Do something easy. Go with there's a bunch of fun names. Just get a bunch of the cakes, and again, it's one wick, and you get 30 seconds worth of enjoyment.
I mean, you just asked the guy at the fireworks stand what to get. To me, the only way you're going to look stupid is if you do something stupid. Like, watch this, I'm going to light it off my head or my hand, or like...
Yeah, don't do that.
No, then you look really dumb, and you're probably highly injured or dead. Otherwise, just talk to the guy at the stand, right?
Yeah.
Like, they'll tell you what to buy.
You don't have to go wild and crazy. It's going to be fun no matter what. And
get some sparklers, though. I love...
If it's just the two of you?
Yeah. I love trying to write my name with them, or make the shapes.
Yeah.
He's trying to impress this girl, John.
Yeah, but I don't think you impress her with sparklers.
Yeah. I mean, bring out the sparklers and make the heart.
I'm telling you right now that if I didn't have a sparkler to light, I would be...
So you're saying for her.
Yeah, get a bunch of fireworks, but also make sure you buy a pack of sparklers. That's all I'm saying is my advice, because I like I like sparklers.
Okay.
Fine. It is advice from John, so
Well,
disregard mine.
maybe the question is ask her. Ask her what type of fireworks.
No, but
does
you want to
she
seem
like.
confident, right?
Right? Yeah. Well, I've already got mine, but
Oh, okay. What kind of pickup for you?
Maybe she would say.
That's a weird. No,
Maybe
don't
she would
do
say
that.
I like a sparkler. I don't know.
No, that's weird. Just get sparklers are what, a buck?
Sure.
Get a pack
I
of
get what you're
sparklers.
saying.
Is all
In
I'm saying.
addition to
Yes.
John's recommendation.
Not only like, sweetie, look what I got. Woohoo! Like you.
I got you. What's the next one?
The next one, honeymoon. Dear John, my wife and I are getting married this year. We originally wanted to do a smaller wedding and a weekend in Florida to celebrate. My mom and dad are hoping for a bigger ceremony and gave us $30,000 as a gift to do something special. Yeah, right? We used 15 on a backyard wedding and then 15 on a honeymoon to Hawaii. My mom is upset that we aren't using all of it on the wedding and feels that we took advantage of their generosity. Are we in the right?
Well, if it was, so I'm not a big fan of gifts with stipulations. So if I'm going to give you a gift, if I was going to do this for my kids, then I would have to accept how they wanted to spend it. If I wanted to control how it was spent, then I would say, okay, here are the things here's the money I'm willing to spend. You plan your wedding and I'll pay the bill. That's how you don't have to worry about somebody else making a decision on that. And if they were able to have, I mean, you can have a hell of a nice wedding with $15,000.
Sure.
And I would, as a parent, if I gave that $30,000 to them and they used $15,000 on the honeymoon, then I would, okay, I don't get to be a part of it, nor do I want to be, but it's an opportunity for me to know that you're having a great time. And instead of going to Florida, you're going to an even better destination in regards to Hawaii.
Getting money involved from other people, specifically for a wedding, is a strange thing because once that money is exchanged, people do expect to have a bigger say in things, whether it's like, well, I'm giving you $5,000 for whatever it may be, for your flowers, for your dress, for your this. Well, they expect to have a say in said flowers, said dress, said
And menu. I understand wanting to just give the money so that, hey, I don't have to worry about anything. Just go ahead and spend the money how you want it. But if you want to have say in it, say, I have $30,000 budget for your wedding.
Well, that's where I
Let
think...
me book the venue. Let me buy the dress. Unless you're doing that, you can't do the strings attached routine after the fact.
Right.
No, if you give them a gift of a massive amount of money like this, it is a gift. But that's where the communication comes down to, because mom then really needs to say, hey, I'd love to contribute to the wedding, give you $30,000, but I'd really like, with that money, I'd like to have a say in venue or location or whatever.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if it's a gift and you want them to be happy, you should be happy they're doing something that they want. If they don't want the big extravagant wedding and they really want to do a great honeymoon, your kids are happy.
Not a big fan of gifts with strings attached.
Also, backyard weddings are the bomb. They never end. They can go all night.
Yeah, well,
don't get kicked out of a venue. It's great.
Well,
unless your neighbors call.
That's true, I guess, but...
You have to be pretty belligerent to get kicked out of a backyard wedding.
Sure.
But it happens. Last one. Help at work. Dear John, I've been at the same company for 7 years in a leadership role. Lately, things have stalled out, and I'm having a hard time making deals to fix it. People are on my ass, but I know what I'm doing. I've given so much to this place, and I, quite frankly, put it on the map. I have a long leash because I deserve it. I don't care what other people think. Do I stay the course, or do I need to be open-minded and try new things to break out of this rut? Signed, the captain.
There's nothing wrong with trying new things and trying to break out of a rut. I mean, yeah, you got a longer leash, so if you try some new things and they don't work, I would think that you'd get a couple of mulligans. But and again, there's nothing wrong with trying new things, but there's also nothing wrong with, this is the course I have set. This is what has worked, and trust the process.
But in business and in life, like, things are always changing, and
right.
And you have
if you're
to be
not willing
to take risks,
and if you're not willing to change with the times, I don't know what the business is, and that's kind of the hard part. If you're not willing to make changes, then maybe the business has passed you by.
And that is Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app make everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, and as I mentioned, build that relationship so they can give you some sound advice and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, so obviously, that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
You got an athlete taking shots at the city of Detroit. We'll get to that at 8:02. Response to Dear John.
Mm-hmm.
Is that last one signed Iserman?
Yeah, I should have picked up on the captain. I was in a different headspace. I did not pick up on that.
Well, it was not signed Iserman. It was signed the captain.
Right, which, yeah.
Cookies, I don't think John picked up on it. Signed captain, come on. Clearly an Iserman reference. Guys, we're going to talk about it as the show rolls on. I think this fan base is a powder keg right now. And John, I actually want you to lead that discussion later.
Mm-hmm.
We can welcome Iserbots to the forefront. They can explain hockey to us because I don't understand what's going on. And if you're someone who wants to vent about this hockey team, yes, we'll welcome them to the table. And if you're frustrated, of course, you always have a space to vent. That's what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
Some more ticket text. Guys, $15K might get you food at a wedding these days. Almost 10 years ago, my wedding was $30,000. It was great, but it was 150 people at a nice venue with food. That wasn't even anything wild.
It's true. After you said that, I was like, oh, of course, yeah. And then I thought, oh, it's different. But it depends what type of wedding you have.
Right. And if they said they wanted to have a small wedding to begin with, again, I think it's really up to the couple who's getting married. Yeah, mom, dad, grandpa's brothers, sisters, they probably all want to have a say in it, but it's ultimately their day, and it's their choices.
I mean, yeah. But, I mean, food and drink.
Table rental. Even if you do backyard, you still need to get tables. You're renting linens, chairs, tent, DJ, or a music source, whether you're just playing songs.
I mean, what's the average wedding dress cost? I mean, it's got to be a 4-digit number on average.
But again, if you have a budget, then you know what you're operating in and with.
Yeah.
You got to make appropriate decisions.
I think just the big thing going back to, we were even talking off air, like, if you're going to give someone a gift,
it's theirs.
They get to do with what they want.
Now theirs.
And you don't want to start off a new relationship. Like, if you're the parents, you don't want to start that off on the wrong foot.
No, because
now you're holding something over their head, or you're not happy with how they spent your money, and now there's resentment. You want this to be a great relationship for your son or daughter.
Yeah, because it's always there.
And yes, they are now part of your family. Mm-hmm. So don't get off on the wrong foot. If you're not comfortable giving that amount of money, then just don't. But if you're going to give it and be generous, then be generous. To the fireworks topic. Yes, get sparklers. They make giant ones that change color. They were a huge hit when I was trying to impress women.
Oh, okay. All right. That's something I didn't know about.
Yes, to Heather's point on the sparklers. Extra long ones. They're wrapped. They're pretty.
Yes, they are.
2 grown men talking over a woman, disagreeing about what will impress a woman is why I listen to the show. Keep it up, fellas.
That's why I tried to pivot a little bit and say, well, all right, why don't you ask? Maybe there's something that she wants. A little communication.
Hey, guys, I'm happy this is Dear John and not Dear JMO.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out he did not blow off his fingers.
No. He kept going. He didn't go full JPP.
No.
But he could have.
But what if he did? Did John say light one wick and get 30 seconds of enjoyment? It's not lost on them. Why are you taking Dear John letters for $10 bets? It's 2025. $10 buys you half of one movie ticket.
That is very true. And a lot of good movies coming out this week.
But I don't want to shame these dudes who might just be doing a low-stakes bet just to give each other a hard time. They bet $1 for every win over or under the win total. It wasn't that deep. But then if it's not that deep, take the wings. It's just a chance to hang out with your buddy. You shouldn't be petty over it.
Well, but you can be petty over it. All right, not about the wings, but for the rest of life.
Remember when you didn't pay
every
up?
time, remember when you didn't pay up or you...
I did. I gave you wings. Yeah, but they were buy one, get one. You didn't have to spend any money on it, you cheapskate.
It's a story that you can live with and continue to give a guy a hard time with.
And that we are all about.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Texter says, mortars and blowtorch all day. Hold them on your shoulders for improved accuracy. Light in your hands.
I do like the blowtorch to light the wick. I know it seems like it might be overkill, but it's so much fun.
For a first-timer, probably.
Well, for a first-timer, no. I'm not even sure they'd be able to know how to light the blowtorch.
The other thing he said in that story, we kind of glossed over. He said their apartment. What are the rules that are apartments?
Well, you're not doing it from the balcony,
right?
Or at least not lighting the fireworks off.
Maybe from like the common space. Like there's most apartments have like or like a fielded, not a field, but like the space in between the.
Yeah, sure. The dried out grass. Go ahead and blow it up there.
You know.
Yeah. No, the parking lot, and hopefully there's not a lot of cars around. I know you're not supposed to do it in the middle of the street,
You're
but
not. Or the sidewalk. Illegal.
yeah.
It says women love pyromaniacs, just don't blow your hands off.
Yep.
Is that true, Heather? Do women love pyromaniacs?
Like things that go boom?
Danger, fire.
I mean, every woman loves something, and maybe some do. I wouldn't say all women do.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to speak for women, but I think things that explode, things that go boom are always kind of cool.
Last couple. We spent $35K on our wedding and honeymoon 11 years ago. Nice venue, sit-down dinner, honeymoon in Jamaica.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think it goes that far anymore.
It does not.
Again, it's all about the budget and the decisions you make.
Right, because you can tailor it to be like, I think they said Hawaii, though, and if you're going to Hawaii, you have to be there for so many days to be worth it because of the time travel. The time, not time travel.
Time travel would be awesome. It would make it
awesome,
even better.
The time difference.
How much does having a graduation party cost?
To throw?
Yes, you're hosting your child's graduation. Like now is graduation season. You're doing your backyard, tent, tables, catered food.
Well, my wife has been amazed at graduation parties because growing up in California, it wasn't a thing.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And the fact that everyone has a graduation party here, every high school senior is going to have a graduation, or at least a majority of them do. And then it's the amount of times that you're traveling around to these graduation parties, you're putting one on. We did a joint one this year, so we shared the expense. Yeah, and Lucy's last year was at our house, but we did a lot of our own. Like we made a lot of the food.
Okay,
we ordered sandwiches.
Just saying, a backyard wedding. I'm trying to get the equivalent of.
It's not even close to a backyard wedding.
It's not.
No.
Okay, so then.
But you're not going to do like a lot of booze for a graduation.
Right.
And you will
Just
for a wedding. Because
curious,
that's where
rentals.
it adds up. Oh, you're saying like tents and chairs.
The tent rental, the chair rental, the table rentals, the linen rentals.
Even like, so John, you made some food, but if you do like even just basic catering from places, like even if you just picked a chain restaurant and had it catered, I mean, you're going to have to start adding cost.
Yeah, because a lot of people come to graduation parties.
Yeah.
I mean, they're open houses, so they can come and go, but
low end probably
just curious.
Probably a couple $1,000.
Yeah, but like
I would say way more than that.
Low end.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, I don't know, what's the average grad party? Average, not what you
I
paid,
have
John.
no
I don't need to
idea.
know what you paid. If we said 5,
I don't know.
it couldn't be 10, could it?
No.
I don't know, everything's more expensive now.
No. That's way too much. You can
so 2 to
for
5
tables, chairs, linens, a couple $100, especially if like I went and picked them up and I returned them as well.
So it could be possible to do a backyard wedding on a budget.
Yes.
That's where I was getting at.
There is a wedding tax. If you just called it something
gosh.
else and tried to save, I'm sure you could.
You say wedding and they're like, ching,
Ka-ching,
ching,
ka-ching.
ching,
Well, yeah,
ching.
but like, so, okay, I picked up the table and chairs for a graduation party. I set them up. If you have somebody deliver them, it adds to the cost. If you have them set them up, it adds to the cost. It's all a matter of how much effort you're willing to put in versus you just want somebody else to do it. You're going to have to pay for somebody else to do it.
All right, 8 o'clock hour, we're going to get into what's going on the ice, the Iser plan check-in, inviting everybody into the mix. Someone taking a shot at the city of Detroit. We're going to do that coming up right after the update. We've got this event coming up this month. We're now in the month of July. It's the middle school combine at the Corner Ballpark. 97 won the ticket, and Detroit PAL are partnering 1st through 8th graders on Wednesday, July 16th. Young athletes can compete, showcase their talent, develop skills, get some top-tier coaching. If this sounds interesting, you can register for free. DetroitPal.org/events, 97onetheticket.com.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. The Pistons have signed sharpshooter Duncan Robinson. He shot just shy of 40% from beyond the arc throughout his 7-year NBA career. Up until this point, he spent his whole career with Miami as well. Tim Hardaway Jr. departs as he signed a 1-year pact with the Nuggets. We have further context on Malik Beasley's off-the-court struggles, including $8 million of financial hardships. The Detroit News reported he served a lawsuit by a New York-based marketing firm on the same day of Game 2 against the Knicks, April 21st. which he's yet to respond to. Beasley owes them $650,000, which he got as an advance for future marketing revenue and NIL. The company is claiming he breached contract and would like a minimum of $2.25 million in return. For context, he made $6 million last year with Detroit. The Red Wings signed forward James Van Riemsdyk yesterday. He was one of the Blue Jackets' top 10 scorers last season. They also added 2 defensemen and an additional forward. Wings legend Alex Delvecchio left us yesterday at the age of 93. He, of course, has his number 10 retired in the rafters at LCA. He spent all 24 years of his NHL career in the wing wheel, playing until he was 41 years old. Michigan basketball is set to play an NCAA tournament rematch versus Auburn on Tuesday, November 25th, as a part of the Players Era Championship in Vegas. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
There's a saying, John, you may have heard it. Detroit versus everybody.
Yeah.
We stick up for our city. And, got a chance to do that right now. Sophie Cunningham. Who? She is a WNBA player. She's Caitlin Clark's teammate. Got a little bit of attention when she came in as an enforcer to defend Caitlin Clark a couple weeks back.
Yeah, now she's a social media influencer.
Okay. Well, she spoke into a microphone yesterday talking about WNBA expansion. And we discussed it a little bit yesterday because we're getting a team. We've had a team. We supported that team. That team won here. Well, Sophie Cunningham doesn't quite see it that way. I don't know how excited people are to be going to Detroit and Cincinnati. She means Cleveland, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Don't know how excited people will be to play in Detroit and saying, go to Detroit and grow fans in Detroit.
Well, the fans are already here.
Yeah. So Detroit's a great sports city. And I hate even saying this, but so is Cleveland and Philly, who's in the expansion round. Your sport's growing. You shouldn't be fighting this.
Yeah, but the WNBA fights everything. They are literally fighting with their best star. Every single, other than her teammates, who you mentioned, Sophie Cunningham came to Caitlin Clark's defense. They are literally biting the hand that feeds them, because jersey sales, merch, ticket sales, all go up. And that's all shared by the players. They're getting a check, each individual, on the jersey sales of Caitlin Clark and now Paige Beckers. And I don't understand why they are so bent on putting Caitlin Clark in her place.
Yeah, so this is part of the bigger conversation. Caitlin Clark was voted number 1 into the All-Star game by the fans. Mm-hmm. I think she was top 3 by the media, 9th among guards by her fellow players. The pettiness. Yeah. She's good for your pockets. Eyeballs watching you play. Money that then gets put into your contracts. Expansion teams. They have to buy into the league. That puts more cash into a league that's never generated a profit. These are good things. Oh, but it'd be better to be in Miami or Nashville. Cities that don't support their teams the way Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia. You're playing in Indiana, so be very careful throwing stones at Midwest cities. I'm not taking any shots at Indianapolis. They're a fellow Midwest sports city. Mm-hmm. I didn't appreciate the shots at Detroit as a bad expansion destination. I don't understand why the players fight Caitlin Clark, who has been good for them. And then there's Kelsey Plum, who's calling autograph seekers weird. People who want to support you.
She called them weird, and she also made one of the autograph seekers cover up her Caitlin Clark jersey before she would sign an autograph. Are you serious?
Why? Why has it got to be this petty?
I see eyes on me.
Well, because the stereotype is going to be, well, this is women. But, I mean, we've had women say this is how women can be.
It can be. I've obviously never played professional sports, but I have worked in an industry that is all females.
Yeah.
And I have seen it even there. The pettiness, the cattiness.
Is it all about competition? Or, I mean, like what is it that drives that?
I don't know. I honestly, because I don't feel like I am like that per se. I mean, there's times, sure, I guess I probably am, but I don't feel like I am. But it could just be jealousy.
Yeah, and we're not asking you to speak for all women.
No. But if we have a woman on the show, we should at least turn to her before we make the derogatory comments.
We've had a lot of people say, women are women's worst enemy.
Yeah.
I get it. I do get it because I've seen it happen.
So with the whole Caitlin Clark thing, I get as a rookie, like somebody comes in and they have all of this grand fanfare and it's their entrance into the WNBA. Everybody is celebrating it. And whether it's women's sports or men's sports, there's a matter of, well, we're going to make them pay their dues, earn their right to be here. I've been here for 8 years, 10 years, 12 years. And you're now the superstar of the league. You're the face of the league. I get the animosity there. So for a year, hey, you're a rookie. You do rookie things. We're going to treat you like a rookie.
Yeah, that's fine.
But when you are no longer a rookie, you shouldn't have to face all of those rookie situations. And they continue to put her through this. And that's what I don't understand, because there has never been a point in my life where a women's sport, a professional women's sport, has been as popular as it is. And I'm not sitting there, I'm not telling you that their franchises are making money. Maybe Indiana is. Mm-hmm. But it would be one of the, I don't even know how many franchises there are. What, 16? 12? I don't know how many franchises there are. But I don't understand when more eyeballs are on your sport because of an individual. That's a good thing. When you're expanding to other cities, and maybe they're not cities that you want to go to. Detroit's not for everyone. And so I'm not going to sit there and say, well, Sophie Cunningham should be playing in Detroit. If she doesn't want to play here, she doesn't want to be here,
fine.
That's fine. But it is 15 more roster spots that weren't there.
Jobs.
15 more jobs in Cleveland and roster spots. And the jobs that the franchises will bring are way more than just those that are on the floor.
They're adding 3 teams that each have to pay $250 million. So these 3 teams are going to bring in $750 million into the sphere of the WNBA. But it's not Miami or Nashville. Who would want to play in Detroit?
And I know that there's this underlying, like CBA that they're dealing with there, and the players feel like they need, to be treated better. They need to be making more. And Angel Reese at the beginning of the season had made the comment, and I'm paraphrasing, I may not play this year. I may hold out until we get better pay.
Well, the best way to get better pay is to embrace your stars, get into bigger markets that support and sell out and support your team. That the Shock had crowds. We had people calling in yesterday saying, I remember going to those games. Tapping into that is a good thing. Like, John, I think it really comes down to this. If you feel like Detroit, a strong sports city, is a bad fit for your product, that says more about your product than it does us here in Detroit. If you don't think it's a good fit, look in the mirror. This is a good fit for every other league.
Well, and at this time of the year, when the WNBA is going on, what do we have here in Detroit? We've got a really good baseball team.
Yep.
But there's no live hockey, there's no live football, there's no live basketball. And this would fill a void for a lot of people at this time of year.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
And it's a city, along with Cleveland and along with Philly, that even if the teams aren't winning, the fans still show up. Now, they show up in greater numbers when you are winning, but arenas and stadiums are still selling tickets. We support our teams because they're our teams.
248-539-9797. John, there will be 18 WNBA teams after the latest round of expansion in 2030. Detroit makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Sophie Cunningham doesn't see it that way. Robin Brighton, you're on 97.1.
I was hoping, and good morning, guys. I was hoping when I saw this video yesterday that you would talk about it, Jim, because I can hear the smarm in your voice. And she did not say that. I have no idea how you take away.
What?
Did you watch the entire clip?
Yeah, the whole clip. Not just the 10 or 12 seconds we played. Listeners? Yeah, like the 40 or so seconds. Yes.
Did you watch the entire clip?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me, what did she say that was wrong?
She talked about not wanting to go to Detroit because players are going to go there where they can't draw fans.
She said that there's cities like Miami, like Nashville, like Kansas City, that might be more of a draw, that might be more of, do you want to go to Michigan or do you want to go to Florida and play in Miami?
She talked specifically about fans. Specifically, where are they going to draw fans? Quote, directly from Sophie Cunningham. I'm not putting those words in her mouth.
And even before, the WNBA has this year and last year had a surge in fans. Where did the fans show up? They showed up to the Shock because, and it was at the Palace.
The Shock was 20 years ago.
And fans were there before this was even popular.
Rob, fans in Miami are some of the most fickle in all of sports. They had the Miami Heat in the NBA Finals, and fans are pouring out of the arena before Ray Allen hit the shot. They are some of the worst transient sports fans. They didn't grow up there. It's a city of transient people on the coast. It's not as passionate as it is here or Philly or other places.
Jim, can I make a point?
Of course.
Okay. What I'm saying, guys, is if your listeners heard the entire clip of when the reporter asked the question, and it was like a 1.5-minute clip, Jim. It wasn't a 40-second clip. And there's 13 teams in the WNBA, John.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, guys, is if you hear the whole clip and you play that, she wasn't coming across as like Detroit's a dump and nobody wants to play there, because that's how everybody's portraying what she said. If you hear her explanation, it's actually very well thought out. And I don't agree with her. I think it's going to be great in the WNBA here. But I just think her being portrayed as, oh, she's just another person that can't stand Detroit, and Detroit's a hellhole, and it's dangerous, and blah, 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 and it's, it's the Midwest and snow and all. I've lived here my whole life. I love it. You guys have too. It's great. What I'm just saying is give context to when you're making your point of I thought it was a very well thought out thing that she said, and I feel like she's getting killed, and I have no idea why I'm defending a blonde white girl who plays for the Indiana Fever. I just feel like you need to provide more context, because she did not say that, and she didn't come across that way. She was I thought she handled herself very well.
I disagree that she handles herself well. If the critique is play more of the audio, we can certainly do that for people, but I don't feel like we're misrepresenting her.
No. This was how everyone had taken her clip. We're not the only ones that have listened to this and thought it was a shot at Detroit.
Yes.
Now, if she doesn't like Detroit, that's fine. Okay, I mean, we don't all need to like Detroit, but it's
good for the league. And I think that's so you want to talk about the real context? She's talking about a team in Detroit is not a good fit for the league. That is what I took out of that.
Yeah.
And her reasons, maybe the players don't want to play in Detroit. They won't be able to grow fans in Detroit. I would bristle at both of those notions. I'd bristle at the overall point that Detroit's a bad fit for the WNBA. It's 97-1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. And the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femminineo steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. And that someone is David Femminineo. He uses the slogan, "Get David, get paid." You hear me talk about it all the time. It's not just a slogan to him. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femminineo at 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We will play the full audio for people, but just so we're on the same page, Sophie Cunningham, player for the Indiana Fever, took a shot at Detroit. Quote, you want to listen to your players too. Like, where do they want to play? Where are they going to get excited to play and draw fans? I think Miami would have been a great one. Everyone loves Florida. Nashville's an amazing city. Kansas City, amazing opportunity. There's a huge area downtown that no one's using. I'm not sure what the thought process is there. At the end of the day, you don't want to expand the league too fast. We don't want teams to totally dominate and some that aren't. It's a hard situation, but man, I don't know how excited people are going to be. How excited people are going to Detroit or Cleveland. Specifically calling out Detroit. You can grow fans here. Mm-hmm. It's a great sports city. If you don't think it's the right fit for you, I would say that calls into question your league. Every other league can thrive in the city of Detroit. 248-539-9797.
I agree with caller Rob. What he was saying that Sophie Cunningham is coming to the idea of Detroit being a destination city, which I believe everybody is said that it's not. No, it's not Miami, New York, Los Angeles, etc. And that is something that she is not the first athlete to have said something like this.
This is a good fit for the WNBA. Is it? She would challenge that point. No, she challenged that point and says it's not. That Nashville would be better, that Miami would be better, that Kansas City would be better. That was the point of her comments, was it not? What was she trying to say?
Well, I mean, she's stumping for Kansas City because she grew up near Kansas City. She's from Missouri. She went to University of Missouri.
Those are also fine cities, I'm going to say.
Sure, I love Kansas City.
Are they as passionate sports cities? No. And I'm not just saying that because we're in Detroit. I'd say Cleveland more passionate than Miami. I'd say Philadelphia more passionate than Nashville. You want to go where there are passionate sports fans if you're a professional sports team.
Yeah.
Not where the sun shines more often.
This is a topic in Detroit sports radio because she said it about Detroit.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. I don't think they're necessarily
But I'm saying I would hold this
in
opinion.
Miami.
Whether you put this microphone in front of me or not, I'd have this opinion. You should want to be where there are passionate sports fans. Not where the sun shines more often. That's a selfish take by the player. The idea that you can't draw fans in Detroit. You'd have an easier time drawing fans in Detroit than Miami, which is what should matter for the players in the league because that's how you get the money that you all want.
Right, and this is one aspect of a lot of different things that we have brought up in regards to Kelsey Plum not signing an autograph until somebody covers up their Caitlin Clark jersey.
You're weird.
Or saying that they're weird for wanting an autograph. It's how they treat the face of the WNBA. There's just a lot of things that they do where you're like, why are you not embracing Caitlin Clark, who is making you all a lot of money, who is selling a lot of tickets? Why are you not embracing all of these different things? And for a league that can constantly loses money.
Let's get to Joe in Milford. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just read last night regarding the WNBA and the two largest attended games ever happened in Detroit when the Shock was around. So it's just kind of hilarious to me that you make comments like this. And she's young, and she probably doesn't remember the Shock, whatever. But I think the bigger problem with the WNBA is their marketing with their players. They need to get out of the way and embrace what they've got. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, you should use a player like Caitlin Clark, who's getting a ton of attention, as a tool to spotlight matchups. It's Caitlin Clark against Asia Wilson, right? Like, use her as a marketing tool, not this detriment that the league has viewed her as. Like this, she's stealing our spotlight. She's providing the spotlight.
Right. Yeah, it's. I've been here for 10 years.
You weren't in the frame.
How dare you? Yeah.
There was no light on you. Now there is. So
it just all seems very petty.
Yeah, anyway. Let's get to Maddie in Plymouth. Maddie, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
I've been agreeing with everything you guys are saying about the WNBA. I feel like this league is shooting itself in the foot between Caitlin Clark, Sophie Cunningham. You got stuff going on with Caitlin Shen all the time. It's like they're fighting their own league.
Yeah, and I don't understand why there's such a big pushback from the players on whether it's expansion, no matter where it is. Why is there pushback, and why do they continue to treat the star of their league the way that they do?
No, it doesn't make sense to me, and I think it's so tone deaf when Sophie Cunningham starts talking about this, and she doesn't even know if it's in Cleveland or Cincy. At least get your city straight. Show me you've read anything.
Just random city in Ohio.
List in city that starts with the C in Ohio, and you'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I think you're right on it, Maddie. I think this league has an opportunity in front of it. Like, that's maybe what's getting lost in all this is they're expanding. There is buzz. There is interest, more than there was the first time they were in Detroit in terms of league-wide interest. This should be looked at as a chance for Detroit and the league to, like, tap into that. And instead, a player who's got a little notoriety right now decides to take a pot shot.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, we talk about all of the sports teams that we have right now. And we've had some times where they haven't been very good. I'm not sure that's breaking news. But fans still show up. More of them show up when you win, but fans still show up to support their teams. And if it's an expansion team, we've all seen expansion teams in different cities, and they don't always come in like Vegas did in hockey and win championships. So if they're in Miami and they have 2 or 3 years as they're building a franchise where they don't win any games, you think fans are showing up there for losers? No, fans will show up here to support their team, and then eventually, hopefully, they become winners, and then even more fans show up.
Some of it's psychology. So some of the cities on the coasts, like the warmer weather cities, are destinations for people to move, but they didn't grow up there. So they don't have the same roots with their teams that a lot of people here do, right? On top of it, when your team's bad, you just go out and sit on the beach and it doesn't bother you.
Yeah.
Here, we stew on it. It bothers us. We care. I wouldn't be putting down Midwest sports cities as a player who's playing in a Midwest sports city herself in Sophie Cunningham.
And when she's done playing, she goes on the beach. It's a destination city. It's a destination city to live. I think that's what her point is.
Then take your vacation there.
Yeah. I mean, use the money that you're making in your sport from the fans that are supporting.
You know what? I think Hawaii's beautiful. I don't think the WNBA should be putting a team there right now. The players would love to play there. Should they put a team in Hawaii? No. You should put it where you can make business sense.
They just put the whole league down in the Caribbean. No, in terms of the pettiness of this, the only thing I can think of in my life that's been this petty is when Jordan entered the NBA. They froze him out of the All-Star game. I mean, that's a little extreme. They would not let him have the ball. That was led by Isaiah Thomas, which later fueled MJ leading the charge on keeping Isaiah off the Dream Team. I will say this. If sports radio is as big as it is now, or just the opinion business was in general, social media, all that, back then that would have been a bigger stain for the NBA. The NBA got away with one then because it was bad PR.
Yeah.
For the league. They all wanted, they were all jealous of Jordan.
Dudes can be petty too.
But they knew Jordan was coming. I mean, Larry Bird admitted it during some of those what was it, The Last Shot or The Last Dance?
But you know what was great for the NBA was the rise of Michael Jordan.
Yes, exactly. And that's what they should all learn from it. That's my point.
Yes. Let's get to Chris in Brighton. Chris, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, Cookies? Fire up chips, baby.
Fire up.
John?
Good morning.
Guys, I think I got a different perspective on this. I think that caller, man, I think it's one of those scenarios where she said something and he heard something else. It sounds like his perspective is that it's almost as if he's taking it where she's saying that fans aren't going to travel to games in some of these cities. And I agree 100% with Cookies. No matter any way you unpack this, she's putting Detroit down. I was up at CMU when they had 102 points a game on the women's side. We got to experience a fun brand of basketball up there. And I feel like when you get to see that, you support it and you'll be there for it, regardless of what city it is. Detroit's definitely shown, proven they'll do it. But I think he heard one thing and she said it's something completely different.
So I want to go back to something you said originally, Chris. You said that people will travel to, let's just say they put a team in Miami. People will travel to Miami to see the WNBA team play?
That's what I think he's heard. Is her saying, hey, we're not going to get people to travel to our games when, the reality is, like, she's a little disconnected in her thought, I think, if that's how she meant it.
Right. But
Like,
my only
or if
pushback
she's
on
saying
that
she
would
doesn't want to be
be
in the city, she's putting us down too.
who's buying a plane ticket and who's getting hotel rooms to go see a WNBA team?
Maybe Gov.
Well, okay, because
It's not me, and I've experienced really fun women's basketball, but I'm not there yet. Like, I'm not going to travel to that. But I would
the
love
home
it to be
base
back in Detroit.
Yeah, the home base is what
I would love it to be here.
Yeah, that's where you foster and grow a fan base, and you already have some roots here in Detroit. Detroit made a ton of sense. I think the point she was making was, I as a player wouldn't be drawn to want to play in Detroit. Therefore, we shouldn't put an entire franchise there, which is ass backwards. We don't give cities teams because the players want a vacation there or live there. We put them there because they make good economic sense. And when the WNBA makes business decisions that make economic sense, they'll grow and be profitable. For a player to not see that represents an issue within the league right now, which is why we bring up Caitlin Clark's another example of it. Kelsey Plum's another example of it. We got phone calls to take on this, 248-539-9797. The Iser plan discussion later in the hour. It's 97.1.
All right, guys, it's time to step up to the plate against hair loss. Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of turning back time for thousands of men across Southeast Michigan, helping them regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate during the month of July, you can get up to 30% off all hair transplants and medical hair rejuvenation packages. But of course, there is a catch. It's limited to just 30 clients, so don't wait. Dr. B, you got to meet him. He's a true pioneer, one of the first in the world to use your own hair to fortify new growth. This medical therapy, once seemed like science fiction, now it's reality right here at Michigan Hair Restoration. Forget those old school hair procedures. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing linear scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that get better and better every year. And he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Don't wait till you're out of innings. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com to book now, mention 97.1, and take advantage of these exclusive July offers before they're gone.
Okay, couple ticket texts. We'll get back to the phones. We got Heather's news and an Iser plan check-in. And John, I want you to kind of MC the gala because
I'll do my best.
I think you're the person for it. I think I get a little too emotional with it, and I don't really have any answers for what the hell Steve Yzerman's doing. So you can help guide that conversation.
Well, we are going to be looking for answers. And so at 8:50, put your hockey hats on and be ready to contribute.
They're the ones that know hockey. They'll explain it to us. On this WNBA deal, we should embrace these comments and we could be the Detroit Dilapidates. She really thinks towns like Miami and Nashville would show up. It's not a bachelorette trip. Can a rookie in the WNBA even afford to live in Miami? She sounds clueless and ignorant. Another one says she comes across as omnipotent.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, honestly,
Texter says they're delusional. It's not about the players. It's the fans. If you want more money, you go where the fans are, not where you prefer to live.
Right. And that's the whole thing. This really just comes across as the next comment that WNBA players have made. You're expanding. That's a good thing. Whether you like the city or not, the comment should be, I'm really excited that our league is expanding.
And
we're going to be more players, more fans, more opportunity. And instead, it's, well, I don't know why they're going to Detroit versus Miami. I don't know why they're going to Cleveland, or as she said, Cincinnati, versus Kansas City.
Texter says this makes me happy OKC won the NBA championship. F Indiana, Allen and Belle Isle. Smarm on smarm crime. I would hope you guys like it when I'm on your side at least. Let's get to Sean in Detroit. Sean, what's up?
What's going on?
How you feeling?
All right, so I'm doing great, living the dream. So two things. One, I agree with you guys on the Caitlin Clark front. They're shooting themselves in the foot. However, as somebody who was born and raised in Detroit, I kind of get where she's coming from. I'm not mad at it. I understand it. We are not a destination team. It just is what it is. Now, when we talk about the shock, when we talk about the economics, part of the reason people showed up to those games is because they were giving away free tickets. We were going to the finals. Me, my brother, and my sister were going to the finals games for free both years. As a matter of fact, the last year they won, they got bumped out of the Palace because there was a concert going on, and they were going to make more money off that concert than the Shock. And the Shock had to play at Cobo Hall to win their last championship. So it wasn't like people were paying tickets to go see the Shock. They were going there because they were giving away free tickets.
It's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what you're hoping now is there are some people who did go free or not, watched it, and now the product is better. There's more buzz, and it could be even more successful this time to where it can generate a little more money, because that is the challenge for the league right now.
Right. And we're not sitting here saying that Detroit is a destination city more than Miami is.
No.
That's not what we're saying. But you're not putting a team in a city because it's a destination. I don't know anybody that is booking tickets and hotel rooms to go anywhere to see the WNBA play.
Right, that's what this texter says. What sick freak is traveling to road WNBA games? Now, people are for Caitlin Clark, but outside of Caitlin Clark, they're not. Texter says people won't travel to Miami to watch the Heat.
Right.
Look, I'm not even telling you that they're going to sell out LCA every night.
Right.
When we do have a WNBA team. I'm just telling you, I think you got a better chance here than in Miami. And you need to make decisions that benefit your league's bottom line, especially if you want to have your players get pay raises, and we know that conversation's coming. Jason in Westland, good morning.
Hello. So I guess my point being, my point's going to be here is, yes, I agree with the Caitlin Clark front, but why is the conversation is every rookie's getting better? Because the rookie in Dallas, Paige Beckers, or I can never say her name. Yes. She's, I think, every bit as good, if not putting up better numbers as a rookie in Dallas this year.
Well, people who are into this would know that she was actually a better recruit than Caitlin Clark. They were in the same class, and if not for some injuries, she may have been taken ahead of Caitlin Clark. They would have been in the same draft.
Yeah, and you got people or girls in college, just like the NBA, right? Every rookie there's going to be a better girl. So, the Detroit Shock get a better girl, and then that leads to matchups, highlights, all that
right
conversation.
Yeah, you're right. If the talent level is growing, and you get one of these stars, and you can go toe to toe with a Caitlin Clark and a Paige Beckers, and that's what draws people in more than specific sets.
Being able to go to South Beach after the game.
I mean, I don't think the WNBA is ever going to be this big product or anything, but they can be better off with themselves by embracing being pioneers. Like, I don't get why they don't get that.
What do you mean by pioneers?
We blazed the trail so that the future can be better and have it better. I mean, that's sort of the way it works in America a little bit to a degree.
That's the way you want it to work, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you want your kids to have a better life than you did.
I mean, my gosh, I know John wishes he played today.
Oh, I do. Yes,
because of the bank.
The contracts, the guaranteed money. But
she's taking our money is the way they're embracing it instead.
Right.
Just like Jordan took their money back then when he got Nike.
Mm-hmm.
Zoom out, big picture.
Yeah.
This is good.
This is the beginning. We need to grow it. It sucks. It's not fair. Life's not fair.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this is a crazy story. A domestic assault that was taking place inside of a vehicle that was traveling on I-94 resulted in an 8-year-old girl being run over.
Oh, no.
Okay, so according to officials, there was the driver, a 51-year-old driver, a 36-year-old passenger, and they started to argue. The passenger began to punch the driver, okay? So this driver was able to pull over onto the shoulder where the passenger got out of the vehicle. That passenger's 8-year-old daughter also tried to get out of the vehicle while the driver was pulling away. That's where the downfall happened. Police say the child ended up falling out of the car and her arm was run over by the SUV. Oh my gosh. So officials said the suspect, that passenger, and the child ended up leaving the scene, and the driver was found walking with a serious injury to his eye. It's like a I'm guessing from being punched by the Michigan State Police arrested the suspect, the passenger, and the 8-year-old was turned over to the grandmother and also taken to the children's hospital for treatment. I mean, it's a crazy story with lots going on. Detroit residents were stunned when they saw a human-sized robot just strolling down 7 Mile. You might have seen videos of this because this robot named Zion captured viral attention online, stopped pedestrians in their tracks. Turns out Zion is all part of a promotion for an upcoming robot battle event going on in the city. Who knew? Yeah. There was one guy, Eddie Abro, who works on 7 Mile, couldn't believe what he was seeing. It is kind of beautiful when you see the video because it's just strolling around. Other people said that they had to pull over because they couldn't believe their eyes, right? Like, what is this robot?
It reminded him of RoboCop.
Yeah, that's what this woman said. Now, the robot's owner, Art Cartwright, kind of explained that this robot is harmless. It's part of his mission to bring robot technology to Detroit. There you have it.
Okay.
Well, the goal was to get attention.
He's getting attention. Yeah.
When is the competition?
I don't know, John. I can Google it
for you. Are they
going
to fight to the robo death?
Probably. In maybe one form or another. I don't think they're actually. I don't think they're like. It's not like a bot battle. Well, that's not how I took it as. Like a actual
I'm
fighting
sure that's
battle,
not what it is.
But they're fighting for
a prize.
Yes. Now the first Golden Bachelor, Gary Turner, is sharing his thoughts on the next Golden Bachelor, Mel Owens.
Look what you started.
Yeah, I know, seriously. And is offering his advice because you know what? He's been there.
Sure.
He's done the show. He's competed in it, or if you want to say competed, he's
appeared
in it. He found love for a moment, and that all fizzled out. Anyway, he says that it's fair game to call out this new guy for wanting to ditch women over a certain age. So Gary made it really clear that Mel's 60-year-old age limit and his intention to basically immediately axe anyone who is older than that is a bad look. And he's urging Mel to kind of be more open-minded about age and all the possibilities that come with it. He reflected on his own time on the show and says having an age cutoff would have been a huge mistake, saying that he would have missed out on amazing connections and friendships with incredible women. And Gary also clapped back at Mel for requesting women who don't have fake hips and fake hair, right? Gary is saying that that stuff shouldn't matter. He says he plays pickleball with someone rocking a fake hip and they still smoke him on the court. So he says that should be also...
Sounds like his problem.
It shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't be ruling out love because of these things. So basically at the end of the day, Gary's message was simple. He said age shouldn't be a deal breaker, right? Mel Owens is 66 years old himself. And he said if there's real chemistry... numbers is just a number.
If someone was
61,
matter. They'd be 5 years younger than him and could be in great shape.
He's just saying,
disqualified.
Yeah, don't miss out on something that could be the real deal just because this woman is 61 years old.
Right.
So he should just lie and say, I'm open to everyone.
He should just not be shallow.
John, are you supporting Mel Owens? Because
that's a dumb take.
Saying, I'm going to cut you. I'm going to get rid of you if you're over 61 years old.
I think he should have an open mind.
That's
but
ridiculous.
I also think if you're asked the question, which it sounds like this was a great interview.
Who asked all these questions?
If you're asked the question, I appreciate those who will answer honestly.
Of course.
I get it. This is going viral.
It's
Your
everywhere,
interview
dude.
This one was from TMZ. Didn't give you credit. Your name wasn't in the article.
Come on, TMZ.
But it did say the M Go Blue podcast, so you did get that. But your name wasn't in there.
I am trying to get him to agree to, and it's somewhat ABC, that after the shows that he would do a breakdown.
You guys, you have no idea how excited I am because it's taken... How many years of The Bachelor? 25 seasons? Who knows? And now we get to talk about it because Mel Owens is on it?
Because John Jansen has a personal in?
Good God.
Hey,
I'm excited.
See where it takes us.
You are part of Bachelor Nation now, John.
You are. You've
My kids think it's
integrated
hilarious.
yourself right into it.
Stirred the pot. All right, coming up next, the Iser Plan, the check-in. It's 97.1. John, tell him.
Hey, summer is... here. Don't wait. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They will take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Call for details. And here's one of the best parts. First, you get a free in-home estimate. They also offer same-day service. All you have to do is call before noon, so you don't have to worry about having a hot night. You could be nice and cool in your bed with some new AC. Find out more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
can help you, especially Van Riemsdyk. He can fill the void of Tarasenko and not be a DB in the locker room.
Sure.
All right, so it could be a positive. But you still got money. Maybe a trade's still coming. The Matthew Tkachuk trade didn't happen until July 22nd. Nobody saw it coming. Man, but I'm reaching, right?
He'd have to know. It'd have to be so quiet, and he'd have to know.
Maybe something, the dust settles in Dallas, and Robertson is the guy.
Or Kyle Connor begs to come back to the state of Michigan with 1 year left on his deal.
I think the most troubling thing for me right now is that they got money locked up in guys that I'm not sure they should be paying that much.
What do you mean?
Like Larkin.
Oh, he's a steal with this cap.
We just differ.
Okay.
We just differ in opinion on him, and he's the centerpiece.
Yeah, he's gonna make half of what like elite centers make in 2 years.
Okay. That's 2 years more. We're gonna go. I mean, I think
my point is, as the cap goes up, having Raymond and Sider and Larkin and DeBrincat and these guys locked into what are going to look like good deals is not a detriment. The issue is, what have you done around them? Because it's Kopp and Comfer, and it's not making wise decisions in free agency.
I think the biggest punch Yzerman's taken that he didn't think was coming is I think this roster has stalled out. And I don't think he anticipated that. They have hit a wall in terms of what they can produce with points when he probably thought, we'll go from 2 years ago, what John said, hey.
Was it 91?
Maybe it was Lalonde that screwed this thing. I don't know.
A guy he hired.
Right.
It's always, all roads lead back to Steve Yzerman because every player who's on a good or a bad contract, he signed. Every player that's here is because he wants them here. So when the team falls short, he's responsible.
Well, and we hear a lot about the core, right? And the core is good, but the core isn't getting you to the playoffs. You've got to be able to complement that core, and I don't think it's with JVR, John Leonard, Bernard Docker, Ian Mitchell. I just don't think those are the steps, especially when you've created this cap space. Or you're just going to go into the season with the rainy day fund? I asked you that yesterday. How much do they need for the rainy day fund? You said, well, maybe $1 million, maybe a couple $1 million.
But no more than that. So what are they going to do with this now $15 million they're sitting on?
And the only other, I'm not even going to say it because, maybe you're putting together a war chest for McJesus.
Look, like I said, I don't have any answers. Their blue line right now is a problem. Who is there? Is Justin Hall getting promoted to the second pair?
These are answers I don't have.
I know. And we talked about how important it is to put a good defense in front of Gibson because we've seen what can happen in Anaheim when you don't. He's very good, but he's not going to make up for a terrible defense. Right now, you got to bite down and take a risk. Like the Gavrikov deal, would you have given him more money? Would he have taken more money?
Well,
the Keandre Miller trade, would you have paid
risk.
him? Well, there is risk. If you're going to hand out 7 and 8 year deals at some of the highest
calculated risks.
I know. But he doesn't want to screw it up. How much of that is this? That he's gone this far down the road that he doesn't want to screw it up by making a rash decision. But where they're at, they need some level of bold action to shake up where they're at.
Okay, so then let's go to next year. All right, and the risks are going to be the same. All right, you're trying, you calculate a risk, and you're trying to bet on, all right, this is going to pay off for us for, if it's a 7-year deal, for at least 5 of the 7.
Yeah.
All right, so you have 5 years of good hockey, of trying to figure out a way to get over not just being in the playoffs or being a wild card, but being one of the top 3 or being a team that contends for a Stanley Cup. But if you're not willing to take a calculated risk this year or last year or the year before, when's the time right?
Because it feels like he's got like a roadmap in front of him, and on one side it's Stanley Cup destination, and on the other side is where they are now.
There's no bridge.
How do we connect the dots?
Yeah.
How do we get closer to that? And the answer is wait for Carter Bear to become an NHL player, which will be more than 10 years of Steve Yzerman's tenure by the time we get to that
by the time that happens, yes.
Texter says, what do you mean? You guys wanted a couple defensemen and a couple forwards.
Yeah, we wanted 2 guys. They gave us 4.
There you go. Derek in Garden City. Derek, where are you at on this?
So I think the thing with the whole Yzer plan, it's double-edged sword, right? We want to see quick results, but I think his deal is long-term, right? He's trying to build for a complete future. And the big issue with that is now he's taking these depth free agent signings, and they're turning out to be trash year after year. When we have younger players to promote within, I think that's what slows us down in the terms of rebuilding.
Derek, I would push back that we want it quick. I think Red Wing fans have been incredibly
everyone
patient.
Wants it quick, right? And I think I sit here and watch every single game during the season. And you get disappointed towards the end of the year. But I think in the terms of the long run, would you rather see a 3 or 4 year contender run or a 1 year run and done? So
I've already waited 7. As far as I see it, I should be getting the 3-year run already.
I agree. I don't disagree
That's kind of
there.
where I'm at. If this was Steve's first, second, third year, hell, even his 4th year, you go, hey, took 2 or 3 to clear out the clutter. Hockey players don't get promoted for a couple years. We're beyond that point, guys. We've been patient. I don't think anybody should be accused of being impatient in a Red Wing fan capacity.
No, and I just don't understand. Again, maybe there's something big yet to happen today, tomorrow, or before the season starts, but you cleared the cap moments before free agency and a lot of the big trades were going to happen. And then there was nothing.
Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, would you consider yourself an Yzer bot?
No. It was kind of funny. My buddy, the first half hour into free agency, it was starting yesterday. He goes, Yzerman's got to go, and I was like, all right, give him a little bit of time. But yeah, yesterday was a very underwhelming start to free agency, like you said. I mean, he still has moves to make. He still can make moves, but I think I agree with John. I think we just sold out a couple of years ago, and our roster got worse last offseason. If you remember, he had all his chips in the basket with Stamkos last year. Hence why he lost Perron. Hence why he lost Gostisbehere. I mean, if you bring those guys back, I think the roster is a lot better than what it was this year, in my mind. But he just doesn't want to give term guys. He's not wanting to give those 5, 6, 7, 8 year terms. I think that's his whole issue. I don't know if that's him or if Chris Ilitch is, kind of stalling them out in these contracts. But they got to start opening up these checkbooks with these guys. But as far as I'm concerned, if he doesn't make any more moves, I think this opens the door for Pellikka and Danielson to make the team right out of training camp.
Potentially. We've seen the hesitancy to do that, though. Even Casper didn't make the club out of camp. I mean, shortly thereafter, they got him on the roster, but there was a hesitancy to put him up.
So is that the answer then? Is that what's going to take this team from, missing the playoffs by 5 points to in the playoffs this coming year? Young players, unproven in the NHL.
They'll take their lumps. It probably doesn't get you in. So then we're going to do the whole year 8. I don't think he's ever going to get fired. I don't. So it's sad because I don't think he's operating with any urgency to deliver for this fan base that loves him so much. And I feel like on that level, you're taking advantage of the fact that the fan base loves you so much because you are not. And I don't even say in a hurry. There's no timeline.
Well, that's the question then, because we all work under a timeline. And if there's no timeline, what is the expectation? What type of expectation does Steve Yzerman have for his team? I know he's not going to say it to us.
Right, but we don't even see it.
Right, but so that's why there's frustration is when we ask about, hey, do you expect to make the playoffs? And there's this him and haw, and it's a word soup, and then they don't make the playoffs. We ask the same thing. At what point is he going to say, this coming year, I'm going to make moves that I expect us to be in the playoffs?
Yeah, what year? What decade? And I like what Adam said. He goes, he doesn't want to hand out term. That's an honest read of where Steve's at. He said it last year when some of those guys got signed for longer term deals, and to see Keandre Miller get an 8-year deal on the trade, to see Gavrikov get a 7-year deal. These are blue liners that made sense for the Red Wings. It's that Steve doesn't want to pay what the market says they're worth. Mm-hmm. So I know there's going to be people, what's he supposed to do? Steve Yzerman is not a victim. Steve Yzerman is a highly compensated, smart, sharp hockey mind. He is not a victim. If the prices are too high, he needs to adjust to what the market is. He can't be stuck in the Stone Age. You either pay what the price is or you don't. And if you don't get better. We'll call the Iserbots to the table. Frustrated Wings fans, 248-539-9797. Where are you at with the Iser plan? It's 97.1.
Hey guys, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation to active military members and veterans, like rolling out the red carpet, providing a personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. Well, at Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military discounts. That's why they're giving military and veteran families mobile plans with the military discount starting at just $25 per line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee excluding taxes and fees. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. $30 per line per month for 4 lines, less $20 account discount. Autopay and paper-free billing required. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
John, I like looking to you at this because you zoom out. You're not a hockey elite guy.
No.
And you just have questions like what's going on with the Red Wings and how they're approaching this offseason. We are now in the 7th offseason of Steve Yzerman. They cleared the cap space. Yesterday was a dud. And you have questions, and I wish I could give you answers. I can't make sense of what's going on right now.
And I am also of the realization, because I like to say it, let it play out. Like, what is the next steps? Because every day that you go, other guys get signed, other guys get traded, and your options become less and less, or your options become more expensive.
Right, and for a guy who's been hesitant to pay market prices, I don't have confidence they're going to have some epic offseason here at a time where they quite frankly critically need one. This isn't year 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 of the rebuild. They've gotten close to the postseason and have stalled out. And what is their general manager going to do to push this forward? And it can't just be cross my fingers and wait for the kids.
But I don't want to sound like an Yzerbot. I want to give him enough time, grace, this offseason. And maybe it's today, maybe it's later. Maybe they have something in the works because we're trying to read tea leaves. All signs pointed to, and Doug Karsh even said it, felt like something big was going to happen.
Yeah, but he said at the deadline too.
You created this cap space. I felt like you had to create it for a reason. And I don't know. All of these guys, the 4 that they signed yesterday, 2 forwards, 2 defensemen. I don't want to say that they're not going to contribute. I just don't think they're going to contribute enough for us to go from a team out of the playoffs into the playoffs.
The thing I'd like to stress to people is Steve Yzerman is not a victim. I've seen a lot of comments. What do you want him to do? Who do you want him to get? He's in his 7th year.
Okay, I take issue with that because
he's not a victim.
Right. And the thing is like, who would have thought Pudge Rodriguez would have triggered the Tigers rebuild? They overpaid him. They gave him term. Something had to change. That kick-started everything. And I think Yzerman is so stubborn, he only thinks there's one way to do this. I do. It's like Doctor Strange when he said one way. But there are other ways to do this. That's my point with the Tigers thing with Pudge.
But the result is we're in hockey purgatory. We're not in the McKenna sweepstakes. We're not at the start of a rebuild where you get all the time in the world to gut this and do it right. And we're not a contender, nor do we see moves that push us towards being a contender. No one's saying it's got to be done overnight. He's been given plenty of time. He is not a victim in all of this. And in fact, I think he is victimizing the fans of Hockeytown who have given him ample time to do something. Like, you are preying on your name at that point because no one else would be given this latitude. You are taking advantage of your status. And that's sad. That's sad because this fan base is going to give you another year and another year and another year. And I wonder when we get fed up. And I know we is a loaded word because some already are. And we've put the number out. 248-539-9797. We want you to make sense of this. If you're the Yzerbot and you can make sense of it and you know hockey, let us know. If you feel like you follow this, you feel like you know hockey and it's not adding up and you're mad and you're upset, let us know. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Patrick. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, guys. I just want to talk 2 things. First off, I think 2 of the defensemen we signed yesterday, I think they're just AHL depth, so don't expect much out of them. I think the moves yesterday were simply to try to raise the floor of the team. When you look at last year, the bottom 6, there's no scoring whatsoever. So hopefully James Van Riemsdyk can give us a couple goals here and there, more than Tarasenko at least. And then the second thing, it's been 7 years since Steve took over, but you look at first 2 years, we had to bottom out before he could really start taking off. And honestly, if you look at, the last couple of years of Holland, what are we missing right now? We're missing, 1 top 4D and 1 top 6 winger. If we took Bouchard or Hughes in Holland's draft instead of Zadina, I mean, that's one hole right there, and then you're even closer. So I don't think we're far off as people think, but it almost feels like an Al Avila situation where the pieces are there for the future, but until somebody comes in and really pushes over the hump, that's when things are really going to turn well, kind of like the Tigers are doing right now.
So the James Van Riemsdyk, people pointed out he may be a better fit for this roster, and he's cheaper than Tarasenko. And I see the vision. Third line, 1 year, third line, and a little power play too. Fine.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's significantly better. They're both 30-point players from a year ago, but why are you shedding the Tarasenko space if you're not really going to use it? I mean, do we need to save more money on the cap? For what purpose?
No, I agree. He needs to use it. I 100% agree. But I just the problem I see is look at the Keandre Miller deal. What did Carolina pay? It was a first, a second,
and a young player,
potential top 4 defenseman, right?
Yeah.
The problem is we don't have the assets to give up in terms of ready now players that these teams trying to shed good players want. It's like you said, we're kind of in purgatory, and it's kind of hard to say where we need to go from here. But if you fill one of the holes of top 4 defenseman or top 6 winger, well, next season you fill the other hole, and then you have the kids in the pipeline to support it going forward.
Right.
So,
appreciate the phone call, Patrick. We got to get to Nick and Macomb. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. So if you look at everything that happened yesterday, and Gavrikov is the one that I really wanted. Outside of that, it's a giant crapshoot out there on the free agent market. Keandre Miller is a bench rod if you look at his defensive metrics, and I don't want that for 8 years at $8 million. It's time for the youth movement. If we need to throw a bag at Nikolai Ehlers, if not, you need to bring up Danielson. You need to give ASP a shot at some point this season. Brandon Nygaard looks like he has an NHL-ready game. This has been a 7 to 10 year rebuild, and that's, Mickey Redmond said that at the beginning, and we're in year 7. So it's time to let the kids come up. I think guys like Comfer and Kopp have kind of been blocking some of these kids from getting that development. And I see the vision behind it. You were hoping that those guys could get you into, a 7 or 8 seed, and then you're bringing kids into a winning organization so they don't have to learn how to be NHL players also while learning how to win. If you look at the Buffalo Sabres, how many guys have they ruined doing that? But we've got the cap space. Go get a Rasmus Anderson. Go get a Bowen Byram. Make them an offer they can't refuse. And it's time to fill that, left D spot on the top line. And I think that solves a lot of problems. Danielson comes up, start him on third line center, move him to left wing on the front line. And then, him and Kane have already had some great rapport. So the options are there, but it's, you get McClellan for a full season and you should be there. If not, we got to have a different conversation next offseason.
Look, they should be better with McClellan. They should be better with Gibson. Their defense doesn't look any meaner or tougher. And Eiserman's thing all along is I don't want to just get in. I want to do damage. Well, we need to start seeing those defensemen populate this roster. And maybe Keandre Miller's not your dude. Maybe Gavrikov's not your dude. Someone has to be, man. 7 years in, if you can't find a way to make the move, someone else should be doing the job.
Yeah.
I mean, that's as bluntly as I could put it. I mean, someone else should be doing the job if you don't feel you're capable of doing it. If the prices are too high and everyone's asking for too much via trade and it's just unfair. Maybe you're not fit for the gig then at that point. I don't want it to get to that point, but John, we're 7 years in. It's no longer Ken Holland excuses. Take 2-3 years to bitch and moan about Ken Holland. You're still 4 or 5 years into this then.
Got to find a way to manufacture a way for your team to get better.
Yeah. We got Dear John coming up next. It's 97.1. Guys, if that last year John was Steve Yzerman, he should stay the course. He put this place on the map. Sign the captain. Get it right. John, the captain was Steve Yzerman. Duh.
Yeah, I was in a different headspace. Went way over my head.
7 years.
Anytime you say one is signed, it should be a light bulb that would go on, but
I love when you give
it's a very dim light bulb I have.
When you give like real practical advice to him, just like, really?
Yeah, and you're sitting there going, how did he not pick up on this? He must be a moron.
My input on this is that it is better when John does not get it.
Yeah, you're right.
Like he just gives that honest response to it.
He's just trying to help people. He just gets in this mindset of listening to their concerns.
I just want to be a good person, help people.
John, let's see how much money you spend on your daughters when they get married. It says $15,000 is half of that is a wedding dress.
Ooh,
okay, well,
that's a hefty wedding dress.
So they're saying half
Oh,
that.
half
so
of that.
$7,000 for a
To
wedding
me,
dress.
that's still a hefty wedding dress.
Yeah, I know. And
That's
they'll have a
expensive.
budget, and if they want to go above that budget, then they can pay for it.
There is a wedding tax on all these events.
Sure, you mentioned wedding, and they're like, ooh, okay, we're going to upcharge you a little bit.
Like if you want to rent the venue out to do like a company party, you probably get a better rate than if you tell them, oh, we're going to use this for a wedding, even though I just want the space for the same amount of time. There is a wedding tax. You want a cake? Oh, but it's a wedding cake.
Just
ka-ching,
skip the
ka-ching,
cake.
ka-ching.
That's it. It's what companies do. That's fine. It's their right to do it.
Yeah. Can you lie to them and just go, no, we're just throwing a big
Capitalism.
party.
Yeah.
Throwing a big old party with family. Someone may or may not be wearing a wedding dress.
Sure. Try and do it however you want.
Says, guys, geez, what are these gifts meant for? What are these gifts meant for? Them to have the power? No. Let's make a gift and say you have to do what we want you to do. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Right. That's why I don't like strings attached. If you're going to give that amount of money to your daughter to throw her wedding, then you have to be okay with the decisions that she makes. And again, I'll go back to my answer. If you want all of that money to go to the wedding, then you hold on to that money. Say, this is your budget. Anything above that is on you. Like I just mentioned for my kids, anything above that is on you.
Does it go the other way, though? If you don't want to spend up to it, you can pocket the rest of it?
That's a really good question. It's a good follow-up there, Jim.
Because I feel like most parents would say, no, don't pocket it, use it. Now,
I would probably say, yeah, whatever you don't use,
return it.
No, no, because it's still mine. I'm not giving it to you, but this is the budget that I have, and if you go below it, then the rest is yours.
Did Jim, quote unquote, use $30,000 for his wedding?
Did I? No.
No, it was
Yes.
JLP, right?
You didn't really even have a wedding.
Yeah, it was just kind of a small little ceremony, and then we took a big honeymoon to Hawaii.
My point being that you can be gifted $30,000 and as Jim did, just to the piece.
Well, I want to be clarified. We didn't get gifted $30,000.
No. But I also don't want them to sit there and say, well, okay, we have to spend this money.
Right. That's another good point.
Right.
So do what you want. Ultimately, that's what it is. It's a gift from your new family to the new couple.
I agree with you. Weddings, though, are crazy. Like people think like I'm going for in-laws or your parents, like, oh, we've got to invite this person, this person, this person. But it's expensive. And then it's like, okay, well, you want to invite second Aunt Cheryl. Are you going to pay for her place setting? I don't know how much money.
Because that's what happens is the per person cost is huge. People
get involved in the wedding that are not in the wedding and they think they have a big say. And usually when they provide money, they think they have a bigger say. I've seen it happen.
What do you mean you're not going to invite my coworker? Well, I don't really know her.
Right.
But I want her there.
Right. So, okay, are you
and
going
I'm paying for the venue, so I want her there.
Right.
Yes. But you got to be careful
it's
doing
interesting.
that. But do you want to set this relationship up with resentment on either side? So if you're going to give, and then let them do with what they're going to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of the invite list, there's always a cut line. Like, I've always realized that. Like, some people, you can't invite everybody to a wedding, okay?
No.
Yeah.
Potential guests need to realize that the fiance, that they are allowed to do whatever they want to budget-wise.
Yeah, if they can't have a 200-person wedding and they do something that's 100 people and you don't make the cut.
Somebody's number 201.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ever been 201?
Sure, I would
Wasn't
like to
that-
be 201. That's
I was
not
gonna say,
a
some
lot I
people
want to
don't
go
mind.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't make the cut. So
Just
be
don't
it.
get them a gift then.
Right.
Right.
I get my Saturday afternoon to do whatever the hell I want with it at any time of year. Plus, I don't have to get you a gift.
I'll take John's spot. I'll go to your wedding. I love weddings.
Have you ever crashed a wedding?
Kind of, sort of, but not. Like just going from one wedding to another wedding. Like going from a reception to a reception. But no, never just crashed a wedding.
So I had a few friends that did it once, and I was with them one night when they did it, and so I actually did go in there, and I'm like, I'm getting out of here. This is just not right.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be weird to crash a wedding.
It was. It was so weird not knowing anybody.
You feel like you're going to get caught?
I was probably in there like 5 minutes, and I'm like, I am so uncomfortable. I'm going and sitting in the car. They went in, and they had some food. They didn't stay long, though.
Went in and ate and left.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Had a drink.
Compare cocktails.
On the fireworks topic, get a fountain firework that throws sparkles. She might like the golden sparkle.
Yeah. I mean, if you want sparklers, then go for sparklers. I don't really care.
You can't start a fire without a sparkler. Okay.
Well, I mean, any of the fireworks could start a fire.
Any of them could. I don't know the point he's making there. We did have someone point out, guys, Heather's giving you the woman's perspective, and here you are telling her what the women are going to like.
Yeah, but then if I'm not supposed to ask the question beforehand, sparklers wouldn't be on my radar.
You're supposed to read their mind, John.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I've come up short on that one many times.
I wouldn't waste my money on fireworks to impress her. If your goal is to get in her bed, I usually just buy alcohol. LOL.
Yes. Heather?
She doesn't have to address that.
Yikes.
Stoney?
Stoney's got a couple daughters who weddings came up on Dear John.
Oh,
and the question was, hey, if you give money, how much say do you have in that wedding? Like if you give money towards your daughter's wedding, how much say do you get in how they use it?
Well, him, no. Cindy, probably a lot.
Yeah. You have a lot of say, especially if it's a big affair.
Told you.
You know, you got to pay for the band and all that. Yeah. You have
What if they don't want a band and they want a DJ?
Well, then that's fine. That's good for us.
You
It's
save
less
money.
you have to
Yeah.
spend. Yeah. It's like my guess is
It's got to be a Springsteen cover band.
no, but they have to at least allow me to sing one song, like I did at my nephew's.
Sure.
You know.
Well, I think your kids would want that anyway.
Yes, exactly. You have to, acquiesce to the kids too, because the wedding is for them. It's not really for you and your friends. I mean, I was at my niece's wedding this past weekend, and they had a lot of people there, and it was great. But most of the people there were friends and family of the participants more than the kids' own friends.
Yeah.
So,
Of the participants, who were the participants?
the participants would be the bride and the groom.
Okay, yeah.
You just said it weird.
Yeah.
just to clarify.
Yeah, you do have some say, obviously. It's like my kids, I think one of them will probably want a smaller wedding and probably one would want a bigger wedding.
So in this story,
Are you going to give both of the girls the same amount of money?
Probably. That would only be the fair thing to do. And I would
Even if they don't use it both on the wedding.
Right. Well, it's like what Cindy goes, why don't you elope? We could take the money, put it towards down payment of a house.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did.
Yeah.
That's the move. Mm-hmm. That's the move. Now, this story, someone said their family gave them $30,000.
Okay.
They used 15 on a wedding, 15 on the honeymoon, but the parents were upset they didn't use it all on the wedding.
Why would they be upset?
Well, they wanted a big shindig.
They wanted a big-
They wanted a bumping shindig. Yes.
But if you get the wedding that you want, the size that you want,
Right.
and you still get to take a crazy honeymoon, that's awesome.
Yes, absolutely.
And if you have money to put down payment on a house, even better.
Yeah.
Where'd you go on your honeymoon?
Hawaii.
Is that-
Maui. We did Maui
Yeah.
for...
That was the cabana outfit.
Yes, that was the cabana outfit.
Uh-huh.
Where'd you guys go?
That was a few years after.
No.
We went to Hawaii.
The
Oh, you
cabana
did?
outfit
Yeah.
was the cruise. Hawaii was different.
The cruise, the
Hawaii
swingers
wasn't-
cruise.
That was like a few years after you were married, though, right? No?
So we got married in late 2020,
Oh, okay.
but that's COVID. You can't really do what you want. So then, yes, shortly thereafter, we did the honeymoon in Hawaii.
Okay. Yeah, I did Hawaii for our honeymoon, too.
Maui?
We-
Multiple islands?
We did, I wanted to see Pearl Harbor.
Okay.
So we did that. We did Honolulu for a day. We did Maui. We did Kauai.
Oh, so you had four islands then.
Yeah. Three.
Three.
Yeah, you were an island hopper.
Yes. exactly.
Where'd you guys go honeymoon-wise?
We went to Hawaii.
See, popular. Heather?
Costa Rica.
Not Hawaii.
Great marlin fishing down there.
I believe
Great
it.
zip lining. Even I did that.
The zip lining, yeah, would be great. We didn't do that, but it was great. Costa Rica's awesome. We did lots of hiking.
Stoney, you're in for who today?
I'm in for Doug.
So you got to be Doug today.
I got to be Doug today, which means I got to my bike's parked out there.
Where'd you put your helmet at your desk?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And got my kale drink here.
Kale water?
Yeah.
Kale water.
The day I drink kale water, the hell freezes over.
What are you guys going to talk about today?
We're going to talk about kale water.
Okay.
Me drinking kale is that'll happen when the Red Wings get a really good player in free agency.
Hey, today's a new day.
Yes, it is.
You never
They'll be
know.
out there in free agency, so hopefully they'll figure out a way to make a trade to get better.
How disappointed were you yesterday with the 4 players that they added in the context of the $17 million cap space that they had generated moments before?
I kind of was not. I'm disappointed, but I wasn't surprised because there really wasn't anything great free agent wise out there. There's a few guys. I wish they would have figured out a way to do the Keandre Miller thing that Carolina did.
It was a big price they paid. Not in terms of how much they pay the guy, but to get what they gave up to get him.
A 1 or 2 and a young defenseman.
Yeah. I don't know. They got to do something, and hopefully maybe Jason Robertson. And that's our only wish. You look at free agent like Mantha just signed today with Pittsburgh. I saw.
Just gives you an idea of how quickly it dries up.
And like some of the guys, the defensemen, look, we wanted the guy the Rangers got.
Gavrikov.
Yeah, that would have been great. But you saw, and there were some other defensemen. I said, DeMillan would have been good, and somebody else. Ken Holland is getting crucified for overpaying him and the other defensemen they signed. So
Yeah, but the only 2 choices aren't overpay bad players or do
I
nothing.
I understand. There weren't that many good players out there. I would have liked to see them to get like the guy that Washington just signed, right? Or no, from Washington, Edmonton just signed, Maggie Payne.
Yeah.
He's a decent player.
He's got some grit to him.
Yeah, I know. That's what they need. I mean,
Giappani.
JVR's a good player 10 years ago. He's a good locker room guy.
He was in the Kane draft.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. They're like really good friends.
Are they?
Yeah.
What about a veteran guy like Brett Burns?
I wouldn't.
Sure.
object
As a
to that
Band-Aid
at
on
all.
that second pair
I mean,
right now.
I get he's 40, and that sounds awful, but the guy played 22 minutes a game.
Yeah.
Right?
On a good team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd take that.
I think he'd be a welcome addition on a 1-year contract for a couple $1 million and, helps certainly Edvinson along and helps if William Wallander comes up or Sandy Pellica, if one of those guys comes up, they can learn from this gritty, grizzled veteran who literally looks like a grizzly bear back there.
Yeah.
Hell of a beard.
Yeah.
He'd probably get stuck in that.
So he might, yeah. But I mean, for 1 year, I don't mind it if they did
that's a good
something
call.
like that. And I mean, those are the moves left in free agency, unless you're in on Nikolai Ehlers. But outside of that,
Right. I'd rather have Burns than like Eric Carlson.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have Burns than Justin Hall, right?
Yeah.
So
Please.
it's they'll make a trade of some kind.
Gator guarantee?
No,
Shoot the boot?
I can't shoot the boot on it because but I have a strong feeling that yes, they will make a trade. You can't clear up this much cap space and not add somebody of substance.
All right. Carson Anderson next. Stoney in for Doug. It's 97-1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Karsh and Anderson Dugout today. Stoney's in.
What up?
Hello, Michael.
How are you, Scott?
I'm doing just fine.
Good. This is like the Office show, Michael Scott.
In a way, yeah. Yeah, hopefully with a little more intellect, but yeah.
Well, similar success would be nice.
I'll take it. Yeah, The Office was entertaining for sure. I suppose that's all we need to aim for. Be entertaining.
Yes,
that's it.
exactly.
That's it. That's it. That's all I'm looking for.
Right.
All right, I'm going to let you rant a little bit, okay? Because I know that this is probably something that's pent up in you. I've known you for a million years here, and I know that you're not happy with what's happening in the offseason here with the Red Wings.
Correct.
And free agency started yesterday at noon, and there was a flurry of free agent signings, but there wasn't a ton of players of real substance that went in free agency because all those players are re-signed by their own teams. That happened during the course of the weekend, and then also yesterday you learned that some more decided to return back to their homes, so to speak. So the free agent pool has gotten shallower and shallower going into free agency. And then after one day of free agency, it's very shallow. There's not much left of when you talk about players of substance. The Red Wings are looking for a top 4 defenseman. It's kind of hard to find in free agency, though I did mention Brett Burns, who I think would be a welcomed addition, even though he's 40. The guy plays a ton of ice time on the blue line. He's awesome. And I think on a one-year contract, it would make a lot of sense. But I don't know if he'd want to come here on a one-year contract. But who knows? We'll find out. And as far as forwards go, impact forwards, Nikolai Ehlers is like the last one that seems to be available in free agency. The route is going to have to be a trade if they're going to do something of significance. But to this point, the moves they have made, at least the moves that were made yesterday, I don't know if it gets to lukewarm. I mean, they made several acquisitions, a couple of defensemen nobody heard of, the aforementioned James Van Riemsdyk.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you speak first on this.
Look, I didn't expect much, and I think anything that was going to happen is going to happen afterwards is what I felt. I liked what they did with the goaltending situation. I think John Gibson is definitely an upgrade. But there are a few players that I thought they should have at least. Now, we don't know, Gagarkov or whatever you pronounce his name, the Kings guy who went to the Rangers.
Gavrikov.
Right? Gavrikov, okay? We can sit there and criticize, well, how come they didn't get him? Well, I would assume, you know what happens when you assume, that they did, reach out, and he said, you know what, I'd rather play with the Rangers, which, I don't blame him per se. The Red Wings are so far away from being a Stanley Cup contender, so it's tough if the money's going to be the same pretty much, and a lot of teams had a decent amount of cap room. There wasn't much out there. So, but there's some little ones that I thought it would have been nice if they could have, like Vegas, they got Vancouver. They re-signed Brock Besser, which surprised me. I thought that was somebody, oh boy.
He was one of the top free agents out there in the market, and again goes back home.
He'd be pretty good. But you look at a lot of the ones that were signed yesterday, and it's like, really? Yeah, great. Corey Perry. Is he going to come here? Do we need him? No, the Red Wings are so far away from being a Stanley Cup contender. My first reaction to Boston getting, Tanner Jeannot, really good, but 5 years for, even though it's only 3.4, he's not that good. So that, I'll give Yzerman a little slack for that, but it's the overall picture. He's drafted well. There's gotta be a time where he actually goes and makes a good off-season acquisition of a proven player. We've got nothing to show for it. Nothing. DeBrincat was the best trade he's made. And that was only facilitated because DeBrincat, A, wanted to get the hell out of Ottawa, and B, he grew up here and he wanted to be here. And because he was here, that's probably the reason why they got Kane, and although they gave him a chance with the injury. There's not that many people who want to come here. That's number one. But he's got to be able to do this. And, and I know it wasn't huge term, but by his standards it was. I mean, the Cop and the Comfer, they're decent players. I mean, Cop actually played pretty well before he got hurt last year. Where are these acquisitions that other teams are making? It's get to the point where, you love Steve Yzerman. He's drafted well, like I said. But if he cannot do enough to improve this team where they can at least maybe make the playoffs, there's something crazy going on here. And I'm not per se calling for his head now, but if they regress this year, which would not stun me, then you have to look at it. Because the only way this team, without another trade, that they're going to actually be a contender is what we seem to believe around here with a lot of our teams, but that's okay. The younger players have to just get better and be better than other teams' younger players who are also in the same vein. I listen to Spittin' Chicklets a lot, and they talk about the triangle of Detroit, Buffalo, and Ottawa. And now Montreal's in there. So you have 4 teams that are basically 2 years ago, are all the same. The Red Wings and Sabres are pretty much equal. I think the Red Wings are a little bit ahead of that, but if you're a Buffalo fan, you're saying, wow, maybe finally our young guys will develop and become good, and we can get into that. In this division, it's going to be really, really tough. And, it's not all Steve's fault, okay? But I am certainly no Steve bot, as they say in the afternoon. He and I even asked him at that press conference at the end of the season about the pro scouting department. It's a joke. It's ridiculous. You cannot get better players in here. And that's the frustration that I think I have and a lot of Red Wing fans have. I mean, even guys like, Tanev, who signed, with Utah. The Utah Mammoth are getting now they have more cap room. They're getting, pun intended, mammoth players as opposed to what the Red Wings are doing.
I don't know if they're getting mammoth players, but and you already said that they have more money to spend, so they went and got their guys. I understand the frustration of every Red Wing fan out there. I'm a Red Wing fan. I am frustrated, but I can't sit here and think that they're sitting on whatever it is, $17 million of cap space or whatever the number is. I mean, they're going to sign Elmer Soderblom at some point. He's a restricted free agent. They want to take care of him, make sure he's here because he's a quality player. I can't believe
is he though? Is he really a quality? I mean, yeah, it's like Berggren. Well, I mean,
no, I'm not sold on Berggren. I'm talking about Soderblom. But I'm sold on Soderblom. I think his size and his hands. Towards the end of the season, you started to see a different type of player, and he wasn't healthy the entire year. I like Elmer Soderblom. I think there's something there, and I'm not saying he's going to be an all-star, but for a third or fourth line guy, for a back six forward, I'm fine with it. But they have too much cap space here to work with to not make something happen. And I said this to Jim Costa outside that, they're understanding the frustration. I'm trying to sift through all the stuff as well and trying to find a silver lining. And it's the only silver lining left for the team right now. It has to be trade.
Yes.
And there are maybe as many as 500 players in the NHL that could be traded. Nobody knows who they are. You don't know what the circumstances are of every player. You don't know unless you do this incredibly deep dive, which is what the organizations do, and this is why they target players they target. But there are players, good players, that are probably on some bad teams that have a contract that those teams would like to get rid of before they become free agents and lose them for nothing. That can still happen. I get the ideal time to move those guys would have been before free agency. Mm-hmm. But if you're a bad team, you're unable to unload guys sometimes, right? So even if you're a good team and you got a contract of a guy who's going to be a free agent after next year, you might be inclined to move said player because it's still a fluid off season. Players get traded all the time up to training camp and even into training camp.
I know. That's why I said I'm hoping there's a trade.
I'm hoping there's a trade. Now, there's one other silver lining that I will get to coming up at 10:19, I think, but I'm not sure it's huge, but I'm going to put it out there because it's something that we want to discuss about the future of this team. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us if you'd like to go that route. We will read some of those texts as well right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you've got a garage door that's making some really strange sounds, or maybe it's just working slowly, the garage door is not moving up and down the way it used to, do the right thing. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service because they know what they're doing. They are experts in the field. They'll come out to your house, diagnose the problem, and better yet, they'll fix the problem right there on the spot. They've got trucks that have all the equipment they need to get the job done. I know this firsthand. They came out to my house years ago when my garage doors were running slow. They found the problem, they fixed the problem, and then many years later, I had to get new garage doors. You betcha. I called Precision Garage Door Service because they're the team to call. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule the appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. So we're talking about yesterday and what happened with the world of the NHL and free agency, which goes in today because it was just the beginning of free agency. Red Wings made, a couple of really kind of minor signings, if you will, very minor. Picked up a couple of blue liners and James Van Riemsdyk as well.
Which, by the way, I don't hate that signing just because it's 1 year. You need a veteran presence. He's got a little bite to him. He's not going to score goals like he did a decade ago. But he did have, 16 goals last year? He's not horrible. I mean, I was actually thinking they'd get somebody like Pacioretty, who also has some bite to him that this team needs. So,
all right. So if you
that's
like
not horrible for a fourth line guy.
And it's $1 million. I don't,
Yes,
but Ian Mitchell, Jacob Bernard, Docker. I mean, I don't know if these guys even make the roster or if they'll start at Grand Rapids, whatever the case is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I ask, here's where I'm trying to grab at some kind of form, some sort of silver lining here. You like Van Riemsdyk.
Well, I mean.
Well, I'm just saying, you don't love it, but it's fine because it had bite, as you say. And 16 goals is better than the 11 they got out of Tarasenko. Tarasenko ended up with 33 points last year. I think Van Riemsdyk was around the same. So offensively, it might be a wash, even though you might be getting a better player in Van Riemsdyk, and I'll grant you that.
And a better teammate, I think.
All right, so if that's what you get, and you take away Tarasenko, what else did the Red Wings lose from last season? They've upgraded in goaltender.
Yes.
Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
If they upgraded on goaltender, because not only they have Gibson, but because Cam Talbot can now go back into a backup role or playing less, which probably makes him more effective, that can help out. So if they got better in the goaltending, if they got better in their forward lines because Van Riemsdyk is better than Tarasenko, the blue line is where things need to improve. And yet, what have they lost from last year on the blue line?
Well, they lost Petrie, big deal.
Okay, so nobody's crying about that.
Right.
So now what you're adding to the blue line, I'm not even going to count the guys yesterday because I think it's inconsequential.
It's Pekala, hopefully. Right?
Well, Sandy Pekala would certainly help. Pelika, not Pekala. Pekala was one of my old neighbors growing up in the mean streets of West Bloomfield. But yes, Axel Sandin Pelika is a potential guy who could make the team this year. William Wallander is another guy who could potentially make the team this year. But those are going to be rookies. They're going to have the growing pains, but maybe by the second half of the season, you feel pretty good at what you have. If you're taking steps forward, Albert Johansson is even better this year. Simon Edvinsson is even better this year, which you would expect going from one year to the next. Is it possible the defense might be better, even if it's slightly better? Or do you think the defense will be worse than what they were last year?
Well, I think it'll be a little better.
Okay, so now I'm just working here.
Okay.
I'm just working here.
Yeah.
Defense is a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Your goaltending is definitely better.
Right.
And then you're talking about the forwards, and if you like Van Riemsdyk better than Tarasenko, you got that going for you. Now you got a full season of Marco Kasper as well, and perhaps others, that the younger players that can take another step forward. Now, there are guys that might take a step back.
Yeah, Kane's getting older.
Kane is getting older, but Kane looks pretty good with the Red Wings. He seems to be happy with what his role is and everything there. But I grant you, it could be. I mean, he had 59 points in 72 games last year, which I think is a step maybe slightly worse than what he did the previous year. But Patrick Kane is still a gifted passer, one of the most amazing passers I've ever seen. But if he takes a little bit of a step back, comp for comp is what it is, right? But strangely, Andrew Kopp was very good for the Red Wings last year, and then he got hurt. And was it coincidental that that's when the Red Wings went down, started to falter, along with the Four Nations Cup, and then you had Dylan Larkin had an injury.
When's Rasmussen getting better? That's what I want.
Well, that's fair enough, but I'm just saying if the defense is slightly better, if the goaltending is definitely better, and then your forward lines look like they could be better, is this team not better? I want this understood. I am not happy with where they're at right now.
They could be
but
better.
There still is a potential move out there.
Yes, they could be getting better, but the teams that they're going to be battling for that playoff spot, if you're of their fan base, you're saying, well, we got better too. If they're using the Scott Anderson silver lining.
Sure.
Like Buffalo, eventually all these really good young defensemen, eventually you think it's going to gel for them. And now they got a good goalie in Alex Lyon.
Mm-hmm. So you can't even say it was straight face.
I
But the
know.
big thing for the Red Wings is probably the goaltender. It's having Gibson, but you have to play better in front of him to get the most out of him. And I get that. So there's still obviously there's still work to do, and I hope that they go out and make a trade of substance for this team, or perhaps go ahead and do what I said. Go out and if you can sign Brent Burns on defense, that'd be great. I think it'd be a welcome addition to this team. It's nothing that hurts you for the future because it'd be like a 1-year deal for a guy who's 40, but a guy who can play his ass off and does every night. I got some ticket text coming in.
By the way, if I'm reading this correctly, Diddy has been acquitted on pretty much everything. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm thinking about the Red Wings right now.
I know. Sorry, I just
so
figured I'd give you some breaking news.
Okay. So here's this ticket text comes in.
Oh, hold on. I just want to read this. Just the headline. He was
All right.
acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, convicted of prostitution offense. Whatever. So, just for those of you, a lot of people care about that.
Okay. Back to hockey. So here's this ticket text that comes in. Eichel, Panarin, Tuck, Kaprizov, Robertson, Makar, Connor McDavid, Connor, Kempe, Anderson, Gudas are all unrestricted free agents next year. Do not, I repeat, do not spend money this summer. Wait until the deadline or next summer. That's from unnamed texter. Now, to that, I would say, if I had shown you the list of potential free agents at this time last year, would you have said the same thing? They all re-signed with their same teams. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen
was
again.
traded like Marner.
Right. Or you had some trade that there may have been tampering or not.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. But here's the thing. Out of all those names there, now, most of those guys I'm doubting are going to be moved before the season begins. But if they're unrestricted free agents for next year, are those teams looking to unload those players before they become unrestricted free agents so they can get something in return? Quite possible, because they're not all playing on great teams. The positive is Yzerman isn't handcuffing us by giving out Franz Nielsen-type contracts. Look at the unrestricted free agents next year, and the cap is going up. Got to think we have a big deadline and July 1st coming up. I don't blame fans for being mad, but do you really want us to give Ehlers $11 million a year to lose to Florida? No, I don't want to give him $11 million a year, nor do I think he's going to get $11 million a year.
But if you sign him, let's say to 9, let's say, okay, by the time the contract starts to go, maybe Florida won't be great. I don't know. They're so good because all their good players are
Well, they all
signed
came
for
back.
like 6-7 years too.
They
it's
signed
ridiculous.
for not pennies on the dollar, but they gave a big time hometown.
By the way,
discount.
speaking of, here's somebody that the Red Wings should have gone after yesterday. You might think I'm crazy because you were worried about your defense. Nate Schmidt. I mean, why not? He went to Utah, right?
Another guy. Yeah. That's real. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. So the first day is in the books. How do you folks out there feel about what's happening here? I can understand that you're not thrilled with it. I know that there are lots of people that still back Steve Yzerman. And love to hear from you as well. And where you think what do you think this team is doing? Are they waiting are they stockpiling for next year? Which is, I don't know if that's a great plan or not. Or do you think there's a trade looming for this team? Is this team better now than what they were a year ago going in to training camp?
There's one other reason where they might be better. And I'll tell you that coming up.
All right. 97.1, the ticket. All right, Stoney, you said you had another potential silver lining here with the Red Wings.
Well, you were talking about ways that you think the Red Wings might be better. If you're going to, in the totality of it all, they're going to have Todd McClellan for the entire season.
That is something. That's not nothing. That's not nothing.
Okay.
That's something.
I'm grasping.
I don't think that's a grasp, though, because you think of how
No,
bad the
I'm
team
looking
was
for
through the
things.
first 30 games or whatever
I'm
it was
just looking
last
for
year.
stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. The other thing is the competition, I imagine, in training camp is going to be fierce. When you look at the players that like Lombardi, Mazur, Danielson, Branzig Nygaard, Sandin Pellikka, Wallander, and others all vying for spots. You know, guys want to make this roster. They don't want to toil in the minors and just sit there in Grand Rapids for another couple of years for seasoning. They want to make the team now.
Right.
Someone there is going to make a move and make the roster on opening night. I don't know who it's going to be, but with that competition, will that, I imagine it makes the team a little bit better because competition usually does. Now, your point is valid. Every other team in the NHL is probably thinking, hey, we just improved ourselves.
Yes.
Maybe not every team in the NHL is thinking that. But I do believe that the Red Wings are probably slightly better than what they were, and I do like the McCullen part. You're cheering me up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You're turning this frown upside down. Now it's just, Now it's just a meh look.
Yeah.
But we'll see, because they can still obviously make trades. I think they need to make a trade. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that, and we'll see if they do, in fact, get on.
You know what the biggest problem is, though? Even if things go really well, which is fine that they could maybe sneak in and make the playoffs, Florida, Carolina, Toronto, Tampa, they're so far behind these teams when it comes to competing for something meaningful besides just a early exit in the playoffs. That's what's distressing, and who knows how long that's going to take to change.
Well, I mean, Florida is in the midst of a dynasty. They're a dynastic team at this point. So, I mean, I'm not going to hold the Red Wings to that standard.
No.
They need to take steps to get to there. And, if you look at this team, like 3 years from now, are we going to be talking about Lucas Raymond as a superstar in the league?
I don't think so. I think he's going to be a really good player, superstar.
I mean, he's a point-a-game guy now.
I know.
Are we going to be talking about Mo Seider being a candidate for the Norris Trophy as the top defenseman in the NHL?
No. I think he'll be really, really good.
Watch out, Kenny.
I mean, but I don't think he's a Norris Trophy guy.
I'm saying 3 years from now. Are we going to be saying that?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to look at other steps here, and then someone from this group of young players, and we'll see. And then, of course, there's always movement. If
Correct.
you could sign a player, or
Yes.
if you could
trade for a player.
Yes,
absolutely.
Stoney, I so agree, and I said, and it's sad, but yes, good players just don't want to come here, and I don't blame them. But that says a lot about Stevie, too. He did not create a winning organization. To me, it's zero drive, zero urgency, and I'm out. All right, well, he's agreeing with you on that, so I'll try to put up some sort of defense on this.
Well, first of all, the organization was starting to crumble before he got here. So
absolutely. Now, hanging on to certain coaches for too long, has that hurt this team? Yes. I think it's hurt this team, each of the last two coaches prior to Todd McCullen. It hurt to hang on to those guys for too long. Players not wanting to come here. I mean, if the evidence of that, if you're using because they haven't signed anybody free agent wise, I don't know if that's necessary. It's not that players don't want to come to Detroit. Players want to stay where they're at.
Right.
That's really kind of what's happened in free agency.
Most of them, yes.
But there are some guys that, sure, they could. Did they have a chance at Stamkos last year and he chose to go elsewhere? It wasn't a money factor. Did he get more money where else? I mean, Steve Yzerman has not made the greatest signings.
No, that's his downfall.
That's without question. When bringing more talent to this team, he had taken some strides with that, and then it gets wiped out because, hey, let's go and try to find Tarasenko, or you gave Cop and Comfort too much term on the contract. There are mistakes there, but it was also he's drafted well. That's the balance. Steve Yzerman built the team in Tampa Bay, left, and then Tampa won Stanley Cups. We're all hoping that same kind of magic can come here, but it's been, 7 years? And we haven't seen it yet, but are there foundational pieces on this team? I think there are. There are definitely foundational pieces, but are there enough? That's the question. And I think the answer right now says no, there aren't. And they're not certainly not to compete right now for a Stanley Cup. Is it good enough to be incrementally better? Where can we not have a total collapse in March again? Can we not see that for the fourth straight year?
I know,
because that's just devastating to this team and to the fan base. Is that it's been 3 years in a row. You get to March with all this optimism, and then boom, it's like take a wide stance and wait for the kick right to the schnutz. It's brutal. It's been brutal for 3 straight years. Can they find themselves? Can they dig themselves out of this? And is that really the problem? I mean, is the problem the lack of talent, or is the problem that they just run out of gas, or whatever the hell it is? Last season, Kopp gets hurt for whatever reason. That's a huge blow to the team for a guy who, was okay offensively, and 23 points in 56 games isn't like he's outstanding, but he's a good Kalu guy, I guess.
Yeah.
Dylan Larkin getting hurt during the Four Nations Cup doesn't help things out. But this is it's just another year, and if you look at things like that, some people just say, well, those are excuses. Well, I don't know if they're excuses. I think they're facts. And if those guys are healthy, is it different? Does a team win a couple more games and find themselves into the playoffs?
Yeah, maybe. But, I mean, look, here's what Yzerman needs to do, okay? He needs to find his Dylan Strome, okay? Washington got him from Chicago, and just the guy was okay for Chicago, double-digit seasons in goals. And he goes to the Capitals, 23, 27, 29. Now, granted, Ovechkin's on the team, but the guys like that, they need to find players like that, and they haven't done that. He doesn't have the foresight to find good young players who are on other teams and have them become really good players. He's tried, Robbie Fabry, but he was a guy. They don't have guys that he acquired that have become really good players.
And unfortunately, Robbie Fabry had the knees of a 90-year-old.
I understand that. That's the biggest problem. The guys he's acquired have been guys,
Well, the other part of it is restricted free agency. And are there any restricted free agents out there that they can make an offer sheet to? Well,
we don't know if they... Look, he indicated that wasn't going to happen, if you believe what he said. I mean, look, I was all on the Nyes bandwagon. He obviously re-signed with Toronto, but, you could have come up with a poison pill. Now, maybe Nyes wouldn't have signed it. Who knows? But that's what they need. They need to do something like that.
One last ticket text here. Stevie needs to be humbled. He is not correcting mistakes and not even admitting mistakes. The whole no comment he made to Rieger was unacceptable and showed his arrogance. I think Rieger was asking about
Jake
Wallman.
Yeah.
Well,
some of
whatever
that stuff,
issue there was with Jake Wallman, he doesn't want to be brought out in public.
Correct.
So I don't have any issue with him not commenting on Jake Wallman in that regard. Although it's not going to stop questions from being asked.
No.
Well, what the hell happened there? And you gave him away for nothing, and another team trades him and gets a first round pick or whatever. I get it. It's it does bring about questions, but if there's something behind the scenes that they didn't like with Jake Wallman, they're going to keep it in-house.
Right.
So it is what it is. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'll continue to mine what's going on in the NHL, if there are moves to be made, if there are any rumors out there. Look, Pistons, free agency for the NBA started on Monday as well. The Pistons have made some moves. Interesting to look at this roster and see where it's going, and you kind of compare and contrast that with what the Red Wings are doing. And we do want to take the temperature of Piston fans and Red Wing fans out there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon. Last night's game rained out. Means a 105 first pitch starts. We'll get our broadcast coverage underway around 12:40 or so, and we'll see if the Tigers can continue on with their winning ways. They've been amazing so far. Today Today, Stoney, Phase 2 comes to a close. Phase 2 is over at noon. The voting stops at noon. So if you haven't voted for your favorite Tigers to make the All-Star team, and there are only 3 that you can vote for right now, Gleyber Torres, Riley Green, and yes, Javi Baez is an outfielder. If you vote for those 3 players, you'll feel good about it, and maybe those 3 guys get to start the All-Star.
The All-Star voting is a joke. It's a joke.
Stoney rains on your parade next year. 97 won the ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program today. Gator and Stoney with you. Doug will be back next week. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. We're talking a lot about the Red Wings and free agency, and it's underway. And we got the Pistons and free agency that began on Monday. Pistons, I don't know if they're set with their lineup or not, but they did make a couple additions to free agency. We'll get to that in a little bit here. The Red Wings, it seems like the only moves left to make really are to make a trade of some kind. And there aren't a whole lot of rumors about trades. But that doesn't mean that they're not happening. It just means that people aren't keen to what's happening. And Steve Yzerman has always kept things very close to the vest.
Mm-hmm.
So let's hope that there's something there. Just running it back with what they have and these minor additions they've made to the team.
It's not good enough.
You want to see the big splash. We all want a big splash. I want a big splash. I make a big splash. I'm a big guy. I'd like to see something. And yet I can't help but think that the team is slightly better than what they were last year based on the fact that they've got an improvement in the net. They've jettisoned Vladimir Tarasenko from this team. Add Van Riemsdyk, who's better than Tarasenko, but I don't know if it's a ton better, but he's a different type of player, which hopefully suits the style of this team. And I think that the young players getting more than their feet wet last year, like Kasper and Edvinsson, I think these guys are poised to take a big jump their second year in the league, effectively what would be their second year in the league. So I'm encouraged by that, but that's not enough.
No.
We want to see someone of substance added to this team. Want to see a top 4 defenseman. Want to see a top 6 forward. Because if all they're doing is Van Riemsdyk and then competition in training camp, I'm not jazzed about that. I'd be more jazzed if this team were in worse shape and they had like 4 spots open and then they, with the forward lines, and let the young guys fight for those spots.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of fun, getting in on the ground level, sort of what the Tigers have done over the last couple of years. And the Tigers obviously have different kind of success, different sports. But in the NHL, this is a team that has found themselves in NHL purgatory. They're good enough to compete for a playoff spot, but they're not good enough to clinch the playoff spot. That's been 3 years in a row they've done that. They've teased us all with being better than we thought they would be come March, and then this epic collapse happens in March and carries on into April, and it's too much to overcome. And the next thing you know, you're missing the playoffs by a point or a couple of points.
The last 9 whatever years it's been, they were like basically what the Washington Wizards in the NBA has been for like 3 decades, where sometimes they're good enough to get in and then they do nothing. Some years they're like the worst team in the league, like the Red Wings were a couple years ago, and they haven't been able to get out of that. And it's tough because they're not horrific. And the one year that they were horrific, they didn't even get the number 1 pick in the draft, which actually ended up being a benefit because there would have been Lafreniere, and he really
right. He hasn't exactly been great either. Yeah, and I mean, one of the painful things about this is the waiting. It's just being patient, told to be patient, and having to be patient, waiting to see. I mean, the quickest way you can change your fortunes in the NHL, the quickest way, is goaltending.
Yeah,
and by all accounts, the Red Wings have some pretty good stockpiled goaltenders in their system, but Kosa hasn't broken through yet. Got his, dipped a toe in the water last year for a half a game, and then for whatever reason they didn't give him a start, which was beyond me.
And supposedly he did not play well for Grand Rapids in the playoffs. Augustine has looked pretty good for Michigan State, but
Augustine's been pretty great at Michigan State.
Right, he's going back. So he's obviously, he doesn't think he's ready yet. They signed a goalie from, I believe, the Czech Republic a few weeks ago, and then they drafted one too. So maybe Sebastian Kosa is not all that we or the Red Wings have hoped he'd be.
Yeah, they also have somebody else in their system who was like ridiculously good last year at the lower levels of minor hockey, that was undefeated for a while, had like a crazy save percentage. I don't know if they think that that's a prospect, but he just had a crazy year nonetheless. To the phones we go, 248-539-9797. John is in Farmington Hills. John, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
All right,
John, how are you?
Pretty good. I'll admit I am not a hockey fan. However, I I happened to catch that news conference that Yzerman did, I don't know, a month ago, whenever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest with you, I found him to be unenthusiastic, vague, arrogant, directionless. If I owned that team, he would be the first one that I'd get rid of. He should have been gone. I would have given him 4 years, and I would have got rid of him after that if he didn't start producing something. Just because you're a good player does not translate in any sport, does not translate to being a good coach or general manager.
Well, that has nothing to do with anything. It's that he did a good job.
Well, he did a great
his
job
previous
with Tampa.
job at Tampa. That's the thing. It's not that it just made him a general manager because he played here.
Did they win in Tampa? Did he win in Tampa?
He set the team up,
built
and
some of the team that won. Not all of them. Some of their players were there before he got there, but he drafted a lot of the players that they won that are still really good there.
I don't know. If I spent that kind of money on somebody like you, look at the enthusiasm of a Dan Campbell, and then look at the enthusiasm of this guy, night and day.
Well, one's a head coach and the other's a GM. But I understand your point. But I think people make way too much out of press conferences, out of what happens in front of cameras and microphones.
I agree. I learned the hard way when Bobby Ross, told people guys were going to get bus tickets out of town. And I said, oh, this is the kind of coach we need. Boy, how'd that work out?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was blown away by Jim Caldwell at his press conference. Jim Caldwell was a pretty good coach Monday through Saturday, and then Sunday could come around and something else would happen. I like Jim Caldwell a lot. Great leader of men, I thought, but Sunday's just left something lacking despite the fact he did have some wins there. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to general managers, you don't see, great general managers aren't very demonstrative.
No.
But to his point, Steve Yzerman, in the last couple press conferences you've seen him at, he has been a little combative. Just a little combative in his own way, and I feel like he catches himself and tries to, he'll say, "Well, I'm open to it. You've got any ideas?" And then he'll be like, I'm serious about that," and tries to soften it a little bit. But I think you can tell that he's getting a little frustrated too. We'll see what he ends up doing here. But I always talk about the seat warmer. Is he on the hot seat or not? Well, when you step into your car and it's January, and the first thing you do is you put the seat warmer on. Is it on level 1? Level 2 or level 3? As the season went on and this team failed again in March to make that move, I said the seat warmer is on level 3. How long is it going to stay on level 3, keeping your buns warm before you say, all right, I got to get out? Because now we're getting into the summer months. Got to make something happen. And if this team starts off and they're in bad shape for the first couple months next season, We'll see what they decide to do, but I think that seat is awfully hot for Steve Yzerman, even though he doesn't recognize that, or he doesn't recognize it in public. Anyway.
Well,
he's very confident in what he's doing, and it's his plan. He's going to stick by it. And hey, I'm here. That's fine, but this is what I believe in.
The question is, who determines the hot seat? Okay, if you're determining the hot seat by what comes off of our mouths and other people in this radio station and a lot of the fans, the seat is freaking hell. It's that hot, okay? But we have no idea what the Ilitch is.
No, it's Chris Ilitch is the one that makes that decision.
That's the one, and I really don't think the seat's that hot right now.
No, we'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll see how the team responds. But nonetheless, this has been a disappointing start to this offseason for sure. Don is in Howell. You're next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Don.
Hey, guys. Is it possible that we can draw some comparisons between the Tigers and the Red Wings? Maybe let's just rewind maybe about 2 years for the Tigers when we might have been not sure what Scott Harris's plan was for the team, and then all of a sudden they had that beautiful stretch at the end of the year and made the playoffs and won a playoff series. And now they carried all that momentum into this first half of the next season. Don't you think at some point when these younger kids find their way up and things start to click that it's going to happen just as quickly for them as it did for the Tigers?
No, different sports. And I think the competition in their division and their conference is way too difficult.
And the disappointment that you have with the free agency right now is, do you want them to make a move for a larger person because you want them to make the playoffs, or is it because you think if they just got one larger piece that they could go deep into the playoffs? I feel like they're a few players away, and they have younger kids that are going to be coming up. So why would he spend on somebody because he wants to make the playoffs?
I hear you.
Honestly, these kids are on the cusp of making it anyway.
No, I understand what you're saying, Don. I understand what you're saying, and thanks for the call. I don't want to add a player just for the sake of adding a player, just for the sake of making the playoffs. No, and they're not doing that. And Yzerman has been pretty clear about the plan. If they're going to add players to this, they want to add players that are going to be here for years to come. That's why they're never doing they didn't want to do the rental thing when it comes to trade deadline stuff. And I don't think they want to necessarily do rental things right now. There are bridge players you can get. And like I mentioned, Brent Burns would be a bridge player, but that's not the big signing. If you're going to go out and make a splash and you go out and find a way to deal for Jason Robertson,
yes,
that's a big move, and it's one that makes sense.
Young player will be here for a while. Look, he said it, whether you agree with it or not, he is not interested in making the playoffs. He's interested in contending for the championship.
Yeah,
now, obviously,
wants to make this
you
team
have to
better
make
for
the
the long term.
playoffs first, and the reason why making the playoffs is important for a young team is you get that playoff experience as you build towards that.
Has it shaken your confidence at all? 248-539-9797, or are you already at the point enough is enough? This isn't working, or do you give this a few weeks still? I mean, we're not even 24 hours in. We're literally 23 hours into free agency, and off-season movement. Give it a little bit of time, I guess, before I'm going to get completely frustrated, but I am frustrated. We'll switch gears to the Pistons as well coming up next year. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Tigers are back in the field today against the Nationals. With the rain out yesterday, they have a split doubleheader today. Lefty Bailey Horn has been called up as the 27th man. He's just one appearance of an inning plus in the big leagues this season. In Toledo, he's tossed just 25 innings while logging a .391 ERA. Those are all relief appearances. Chris McCoskey tweeted that Tyler Owens is also in the clubhouse, which he says is a bit confusing. Looking for further clarity there. This is the last hour to vote for MLB All-Star starters. Javi Baez, Riley Green, Gleyber Torres are all in the final stage of voting. MLB.com and the MLB app is the place to go now. Baseball America came out with their latest list of baseball's top 100 prospects. Kevin McGonigal has climbed to number 3, while Max Clark sits at 13th. Both are playing for the Whitecaps in High A. McGonigal dealt with an injury earlier in the season, but is now hitting .340 with 11 doubles and 6 homers in June. News broke yesterday the Pistons were involved in a sign-and trade, sending Simone Fontecchio to the Heat while signing Duncan Robinson. Today, Fontecchio posted, quote, "Thank you, Detroit, for this beautiful journey. Thanks to my former teammates, a young and talented group with a bright future ahead. I'm sure great things are coming for you," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I got some more ticket texts I want to get to before we switch gears over to the Pistons a little bit. But, of course, you folks can talk about whatever you like. Open lines here, 248-539-9797. Why on earth did we even let Stevie back in the driver's seat? Dude is clearly asleep at the wheel. He's incompetent. Get him out of town ASAP. From an unnamed texter. Well, you're going to throw that much vitriol. I thought you might want to throw your name out there. I think the sands are running low here for Steve Yzerman and keeping favor with the fan base. And I think a large part of the fan base is started to go in that direction. All I would offer is this. I'm with you in the disappointment, but I'm going to give this a few more weeks and see if they're able to swing a trade of some kind of substance. Or maybe they get in and they sign Nikolai Ehlers. I don't know. But I'm waiting for some move because they've got too much cap space not to have that move.
Let me ask you a question. If this coming season they don't make the playoffs again, do you want to pull the plug on the Yzerman?
I probably would, yeah.
Okay. I agree.
I mean, I'm telling you,
especially if some of those young guys that you talked about that you want to see don't look so great.
Well, yeah, and I'm getting frustrated and impatient with waiting to see some of those guys. Like Sebastian Kosa in particular, the goaltender who was, he was a first-round pick. He's spent plenty of time now playing in various levels below the NHL and had an opportunity last year. They brought him up like an emergency situation. He finished the game. He got the win, and then Newsy wouldn't play him. He stayed up the next few games, but they didn't play him. Like, what's the harm?
I know.
Now, I don't know if that was a Derek Lalonde thing or if that came on high from Steve Yzerman and said, don't start this kid. I don't know, but as a fan, I'm like, we got an opportunity here. It's during the regular season, the first part of the season. Why not take a little look-see?
I think one of the really disappointments, and wasn't their fault, was when they brought up Carter Mazer and he got injured
first shift.
Poor guy, that's a guy that is,
that's an energy guy.
An energy guy with some bite, as I like to say, sandpaper. That's what you want to see.
That's the kind of 100%. And that was so disappointing. Literally, like 20 seconds into his shift, he goes over by the boards, and I don't know. I still don't know what really happened there, what he hurt on his body, upper body, lower body, both. It was very disappointing. So he's going to be competing for a roster spot in training camp. He's one of those guys, and we'll see if what kind of effect that he has. If the Wings want us all to wait till next year for them to improve the roster, then they should just hand out tickets to every single game for free. Why would I pay money to see a team that doesn't want to provide an entertaining product or to try and win? Why even have a team if your goal isn't to win?
Well, the goal is still to win, number one. Number two, it's still a fun night experience down at Little Caesars Arena, and it is the Centennial. Look, I understand. If this team, continues to crap the bed, why should people spend money to go see them play unless it's, against a team with a superstar that you want to see.
The more I'm letting this thing marinate, we've been talking about this for a little over an hour now. Your point about having McClellan for the whole year or going into the training camp with your head coach.
Searching here.
I think, but I think I think that's something. Like, I don't think that's just, reaching for anything. I think that is something because of what they had going into the last year, going into the season last season with Derek Lalonde. It's night and day difference with Derek Lalonde and Tom McClellan. I mean, Tom McClellan is holding these guys accountable in press conferences. He's holding them accountable on the ice. He's just trying to go out there and play effing hockey, whatever it is,
Yeah.
And he's got a track record of being a pretty good NHL head coach instead of taking a chance on another assistant or taking a chance on the guy who had a nice track record at Grand Rapids, whatever the last couple coaches have been. This is a guy who does have a pedigree and curious about the competition in training camp while you've got this guy who's leading this team. What does that actually mean? Thank you, Stoney, for the Diddy update. I know this is a sports talk station, but I'd rather hear about Diddy verdict than the most aggressively mediocre hockey team in the league. There you go. So you get a little praise for that.
Thank you.
For the little speed bump in the show. 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Daniel is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Daniel.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to bring up that I think Mike was saying, like, who cares if they get in as an 8 seed? They're just going to lose. Well, I'm a big Boston Bruins fan, and 2 years ago, the 8 seed Florida Panthers came back from 3-1 down to beat the Bruins in a series when the Bruins had set the record for most victories ever. And, Mike, you remember Philadelphia was a 7 seed and made it to the finals in 2010.
Right.
The Kings made it as an 8 seed in 2012. Edmonton made it to the finals as an 8 seed in 2006. And, Mike Babcock took Anaheim to the finals. I believe it was him as a 7 seed in 2003.
But
why are we so quick to dismiss that you can be low seed and not have success? I just think you got to get in.
I understand that part of it. However, the talent discrepancy that this team has with those other top teams is a lot wider than the instances you gave.
But some of those guys didn't show up didn't become those players until the playoffs. Now, Kachuk is different.
Right.
That's a different type of player.
Until you get in.
Yeah.
Could you have predicted? Go back to the Tigers in 2006. Who gave them a chance against the Yankees? Who?
Nobody.
But you got to get in to at least have a chance.
I
don't know why everybody wants to dismiss that. Oh, you're an 8 seed. Who cares? You lose in the first round. You don't know that.
Well, and thanks for the call. I mean, there are
understand
certain
that
ingredients that you
logic.
have. There are certain ingredients you need to have if you're an 8 seed to be able to make it.
Right.
Goaltending is number one.
Right, and the Wings have a horrible goaltending up until now.
Well, they just made it. They just made an upgrade.
Right.
Now they didn't add Martin Brodeur.
No.
Okay, but John Gibson is an upgrade over what they've had.
Correct. So they've slowly made upgrades in each of the past 2 seasons in goal.
Now, that being said,
Slight upgrades.
I wouldn't. I mean, if this team let's say this team makes the playoffs and an 8 seed, would I have high hopes of them being able to move through there? No. But did those fan bases, those previous teams that he mentioned, do they have high hopes? Probably not either. 248-539-9797. It's the same number if you wanted to text, and we will read those texts and get to the calls. Mike and others, hang on. We'll get to you in just a couple minutes. And you're at 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, I got some great news. We know that it's hot. We know it gets really hot. And if your air conditioning is running a little sluggish, well, maybe it's not working at all. It's okay. The great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are on the way to help you out. They've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. Whether you need a quick repair, or a seasonal tune-up, or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. Do not wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Quick little sports news bit regarding the Tigers. Chris McCoskey reporting Sawyer Gibson-Long is going on the IL with neck strain. That's why Tyler Owens is here. Bullpen game today in Game 1. Tyler Holton is starting the game today, this afternoon. Jack Flaherty will pitch the nightcap. But Sawyer Gibson-Long going on the IL. Don't know how long that's going to be. Neck strain doesn't sound like it's something that's going to be terribly long, but Reese Olson is poised to come back any second and thought there was a chance he could get the start for today's game. That's not the case. I looked ahead to see if he's starting at Toledo today or tomorrow, and he doesn't look like that's the case. So perhaps he comes back to this team for the weekend series against Cleveland, or maybe he makes one more start in Toledo before he comes back. Alex Lang is another pitcher to keep an eye on. He did pitch, I believe, last night for Toledo. I think another scoreless inning of work. I can see him coming back to this bullpen real soon, and that would be an upgrade in the bullpen for sure. So keep an eye on that. But another player for the Tigers on the IL first was Kerry Carpenter, which I'm fine with. I say that because I don't think that's any big injury with the hamstring strain or whatever it is. If it's something that, typically they wouldn't put him on the IL because it's just going to miss a few games, why not use the IL? You've got the All-Star break coming up. Bring him back after the All-Star break. Let him get a couple, 3 weeks of full rest in there to make sure that things ready to go for the second half or the post-All-Star rest of the season there. We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully, because Gibson-Long has pitched okay. I mean,
yeah, he's been okay.
I mean, the injuries of the pitching staff, Job, Olsen, that's 2 of the 5.
Yes, but Olsen is coming back any second.
I know, but
this is different than last year, where they literally had 1.5 starters for the last 5 weeks of the season. This is different than that. They're still able to manage right now, and they didn't have to go back to the Cater Montero well. He pitched last night for Toledo.
Right.
5 innings of work, gave up 1 run. But I think that's often going to be something they do in the second half of the season, is bringing him up from time to time, at least until we see what happens at the trade deadline with the Tigers add pitching or not.
So they bring up the knuckleballer.
Surwa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not in any hurry to see that. Yeah, right. I'm not in any hurry to see a knuckleballer. It's a gimmick in my mind. It works for a little bit of time, and then everybody catches up to it. We've been talking about the Red Wings, but the Pistons are also top of mind. They have made some moves. Monday was the day of free agency began at 6 o'clock on Monday night, and the Pistons have been somewhat active. They've made some moves, and they've let some players go, which is interesting. You add in the University of Michigan duo of Duncan Robinson and Karis LeVert, and you usher out Schroeder and Tim Hardaway Jr., another Michigan player.
Fontecchio.
Yes, and Fontecchio was on the way out as well. He was part of the sign and trade for Duncan Robinson. And also Malik Beasley.
Yes.
Sounds more and more as more stuff comes out about it.
Do you think
it's beyond the gambling stuff? He's had some real financial issues.
Do you think Trajan Langdon? Do you think they vetted like Karis LeVert and Duncan Robinson to make sure they don't owe their barber $27,000?
Perhaps. Yeah. Hey, do you mind if we take a look at your bank account? Do you? You good there?
Lord, you read some of this stuff.
It's sad. It is. It's sad that somebody who's made $50 million in their career doesn't have the money for a variety of reasons. It's not a new tale to tell. It's not the last time this tale will be told. The scary part is that if you're in financial dire straits and the way out of it that you see is if the gambling aspect is true, that's really sad. And that's the sport can't handle that.
No.
You're just not going to be around in the sport, and rightfully so. But what the Pistons have done, right? Let's throw Malik Beasley aside. It's too bad because Malik Beasley was a slam dunk. Let's sign him to a long-term contract, or at least a 3-year or 4-year deal. Keep him here. A guy shoots over 40% from the three. Got to have him in the NBA. Well, no one's going to have him in the time being.
Correct.
So it's a loss, but what'd they do? Duncan Robinson can flat out shoot. He's a 3-point specialist, doesn't play a ton of defense. He's got good size, but again, doesn't play a ton of defense, but he can just flat out shoot. Karis LeVert is a little bit of a catch-all type guard. He can do a lot of things. I don't think he's nothing special, but he's not a nothing burger either. I mean, it's a player you can bring off the bench and he can add something to you.
No, and everybody talks about his injuries. That was more earlier in his career. The last 3 seasons, he's played 74, 68, and 64 games. For last year, he averaged 12 points a game, 37% from 3. Career-wise, 13.9, 34% for 3.
Yeah, well, when Pistons add players to this team right now, they're not going to crack the starting lineup, and they're not going to get 30 minutes a game, even coming off the bench. That's just not going to happen. Duncan Robinson will probably get plenty of minutes because of his shooting ability. But I think the question that I would have about this is coming in and going out, are they better? Duncan Robinson and Karis LeVert over Schroeder and Hardaway Jr. Fontecchio did nothing from last year, so I don't even care.
So
Beasley's obviously a different issue.
Okay, taking Beasley out of the equation, yes, I believe LeVert and Duncan Robinson are better than Schroeder and Hardaway Jr. for this coming year.
And then adding Chaz Lanier in the draft, another guy who can just flat out shoot, but we don't know in the NBA if he can shoot in the NBA. It's a whole different ballgame when you're playing in the NBA.
Second-round pick.
Yeah, probably not expecting a ton, but if this guy makes the roster and is with the team, does he get minutes? Or is he going to get played like Marcus Sasser does? And who knows? But Duncan Robinson, I think, is a nice addition. But does he effectively just replaces the shooting ability of Malik Beasley? Schroeder and Hardaway. Schroeder played good defense. He added a calming influence on this team down the stretch with his veteran leadership. Hardaway Jr. was pretty good for this team last year as well. I mean, there were times he would take a game over for a little bit of stretches there. I'm not thrilled with. I don't know. I like Duncan Robinson, Karis LeVert. I just don't know if that's anything. Would I rather have Schroeder or Hardaway Jr. over LeVert? I think I'd rather have Hardaway Jr.
See, I wouldn't.
I don't know.
I think LeVert can do more. Hardaway Jr. might be a better three-point shooter, but I think LeVert can drive to the hole a lot better. They're both average defensively, I believe. And I think LeVert's a little younger. He's 31. They were teammates at one point, but yeah.
Well, I guess when it comes to guys who can drive, that's what I'm looking at. Jaden Ivey.
Yes,
he's healthy. He's going to start the season with this team, we assume, and get back to what you were, which was this dynamic, penetrating guard.
Look, what this team still needs, in my opinion, they didn't address. Stretch 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that still coming?
I don't know. It's like when we talk about the Pistons, talking about the Red Wings. Obviously, the Pistons are a lot closer. They made the playoffs, and the East is wide open, and as opposed to what the Red Wings have to deal with. Are they better than they were going in? That's pretty much the same, I think. And like the Red Wings, they're counting on, Thompson and Holland and Ivy and Duran and these guys getting better.
And even Cade.
I was going to say that. And even Cade getting better. Another year with JB Bickerstaff.
Yeah.
So there's hope there. The problem is, even though, Indiana, now they lose Turner and no Halliburton, they obviously aren't going to be as good.
Kind of open here.
It's kind of open, but there are some teams that weren't even that good that got better. Atlanta is going to be really good, I think.
Orlando is going to be better.
Yes, because they were just below the Pistons, and that's part of that was because Banchero missed so many games, too.
I just think there's going to be a ton of competition in the East.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the Pistons got worse.
No.
But I don't know if they got better. But I think they'll hold their own. And if they get better, it's going to be because their own young players got better as the season went on.
Correct.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to talk about the Pistons, the Red Wings, Tigers, Lions, whatever's on your mind. Let's get to Mike. He's next up, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
So I'm tired of these general managers, per se, just trying to build dynasties without winning a single championship. You got to win one to build a dynasty, and particularly with Yzerman, does he not realize you have to make the playoffs in order to win a Stanley Cup? There's no other way to get there. And the playoffs have a very good way of highlighting your weaknesses much more, focused than the regular season where we didn't make the playoffs. Well, there's a lot of things that could be bad. But once you get in the playoffs, then you really find out where your problems are.
Well, not only that.
That's true, but I think anybody with good vision could see that with just watching the other teams in the playoffs.
Well, the other thing that the playoffs do is the playoffs give you that taste of
Correct.
what the real action is
right,
about.
which you hope the Pistons got this year.
Exactly. And what that can do is it inspires the team. And then you find out which guys, not where your weaknesses are, but maybe what your strengths are, what your potential is, which is where I'd like to see. Now, do I think that Steve Eisman wanted to make the playoffs? Of course I do. I think each of the last 3 years they had teams that were right there and they collapsed for whatever reason was. And they need to find out if they could figure it out and what was the actual reason, something tangible that they can say, oh, it was this or it was this, explain it away and come back stronger next year. Great. But it's 3 years in a row where that happened. I don't think this is intentional by Steve Eisman. I don't think he's, screwing around with this. I think there are limitations to what's been done here. And we're all feeling the frustration here. I imagine he's frustrated too, but he's the guy in charge. He's the guy that can go ahead and make that move to make this team better if that move is out there. And I think that move is out there. I don't know who the player is, but if it's true that Robertson is available to be had from Dallas, well, I would hope that he's on the phone with his good buddy Jim Nillen trying to make something happen. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Got some ticket text coming in here. I love the moves the Pistons made the past couple days, but I'd love to ask a basketball person what the Heat saw in Fontecchio to take on his contract to help us out. Thank you, Pat Riley. I would have assumed that we would have given up a couple of seconds at least to take him.
Well, you had to make the money somewhat match.
That's the thing with NBA contracts.
Right.
You got to find that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, I do find it strange. 2 years ago, Fontecchio, when the Pistons acquired him, was so good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was a damn good three-point shooter, had good size. Wow, here we go. Let's look forward to it in 25. And then he was a complete non-factor last year.
Turnover machine. He was not very good.
Couldn't shoot from three anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Was amazing, the difference 1 year to the next. Let's hope that's not the case with these guys they just got.
I know. By the way, you mentioned you hope there's a trade out there for the Red Wings. I'll ask Kenny this too. What would you say if there was a possibility? And I think there's a possibility. I don't know. What would you give up for a guy who he's 31 years old. So he's got a little, age on him. But the last few years he's scored, I'll go for just the last 5 years. 27, 22, 24, 20, 28, and had 31 goals last year, 34 assists for a team that didn't make the playoffs. What would you give up for that person who plays he's a wing?
I mean, it's more than just goal scoring, but I mean, does he block shots? Does he hit? What is he?
He doesn't have a ton of penalty minutes, but he's not
Is he a liability on the ice because he doesn't play defense?
He's not a wuss, no. And not that it makes a difference. Does have some local connections. I don't think people even care about that, but what would you give up for Brian Rust? Supposedly the Penguins are in a rebuild. They want to get younger and do that type of thing. And supposedly he is available. Would you give up a first-round pick for him?
First-round pick for a team that may or may not make the playoffs, so you might have a shot at the lottery. Might be a little high with the first-round pick, but he's coming off a career season.
Yeah.
And he's been in the league for 11 years, I think. It's his best season. This is a perfect time for him to strike while this iron is hot, I guess. But he's also a minus 21.
Yeah, but I think plus minus is almost an antiquated stat.
It is. I shouldn't say it's antiquated. What I think I think the plus minus stat is you take it with a grain of salt.
Right, because it's usually on crappy teams. Guys have bad plus minuses. You look at some of the great Red Wing teams. You remember guys like, God rest his soul, like Brad McCrimmon at one point when he was like
the beast.
Yeah, maybe he had a great one. Maybe that was when he was with Philly. But you know what I'm saying. Those guys, Lidstrom, Cousins, they had great plus minus.
Well, those were on great teams, yeah. But
yes.
They were also, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I get it. Just for comparison, like Lucas Raymond was minus 15. Alex DeBrincat was minus 13. Dylan Larkin and Patrick Kane were both minus 16.
Right.
So this guy,
last year he was a plus 10, Rust. So the year before. So, I mean, yeah, plus minus. It doesn't mean that much to me anymore.
Would I be interested? Well, last year was a minus 21.
Right. I meant the year before he was.
Year before
plus
that
10.
he was plus 10. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have interest. I don't know what it would take to acquire him. I don't know what his contract status is. I mean, it's a player.
Yeah.
I give you credit for finding a player
who can score goals.
This is true.
Something this team needs.
Well, they need to stop letting the puck in the net, I think, more than anything else.
True. Well, that's why I mentioned Nate Schmidt. He's a good defenseman.
And where's Nate Schmidt?
Utah.
All right.
Utah. Johnny Utah.
That's different. That's a whole different sport.
I know.
Whole different genre. Peter is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Peter.
Hey, guys. Hey. Give me 1 sec. 1 sec.
Okay.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I wanted to bring up a couple things and ask you guys 2 questions. With Larkin's exit interview and him saying the morale was down because they didn't add anybody at the deadline, and with Yzerman's response to that, how do you think the compete level of the Red Wings is going to be with that mentality if they don't add anybody this offseason? And the second question I have is that Larkin speaking for the dressing room, or is that Larkin speaking for the guys in the dressing room being like, hey, we need some help here. We're doing the best we can. We're working our butts off.
I think they're both the same thing as what you said, to be honest with you. But I got no problem with what Larkin said. And if Yzerman took it the wrong way or whatever way he took it, if he wants to be punitive, which I don't think he does, and, trade Larkin, depending on how much. Look, Dylan Larkin is a terrific player, but he's not a top 30 player in the National Hockey League.
He's not a superstar player.
Right.
But the player you saw in the Four Nations Cup is the player that you dream about. He was so good.
On a great team.
Yeah.
He was a great third-line player on a great team.
He ended up playing like first-line minutes after a couple of games because of the way he just flourished in that system there and on that team. Yes, it was a much better team, obviously. I like Dylan Larkin a lot. I don't know if he was speaking for the room or if he was speaking for himself or if he didn't think that his comments were going to resonate the way that they did. I don't know. In hindsight, I kind of wish that thing was behind closed doors with he and Yzerman. They could have it out that way as opposed to airing it out in public because it looked like Steve was very prickly about it. Mm-hmm. And then it just leads to speculation is what it does. And I don't want the speculation. Either you go on with him or you go on without him. As far as what happens this summer, if they don't do anything, how could you not have the exact same feeling? I'm with him. I mean, unless you're going to be all excited and get the PR machine going about John Gibson, the goaltender, which I don't think that's what you do. I wouldn't put an all-out assault on that, but it is an interesting take. If they don't do anything more, which I suspect, again, I do suspect that they'll do something more. There's too much cap space to hang on to not do something. If they don't, though, how could you not have the same feel about that? Yeah, we were a little bummed that things didn't work out. We were a little disappointed that we didn't make that move at the trade deadline. And it goes one of two ways, right? I mean, you have that, or they didn't do anything. One team took it as instilling confidence in the team. Who was in the playoffs last year? They kept talking about it. Was it Montreal?
Right.
They were all excited because, hey, please don't send anybody out. We got this, and then they bet on the players. They didn't make the moves at the trade deadline, and they made that push, and it worked for them to a point.
And what did they do this offseason?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And then they make some moves in the offseason. Mm-hmm. Well, free agent-wise or whatever, or trade-wise.
Trade-wise, yeah.
You can make some moves. So I think it's an interesting point to bring up. It's kind of relevant. Not seeing it here again to this point, but again, we are less than 24 hours into the free agency period.
Correct.
I think when we talk about the Pistons additions and subtractions from last season, we include Ivy to the addition side since he was gone for most of the season last year, well, about half the year. So we lose Schroeder, Beasley, and Hardaway Jr. We gain LeVert, Robinson, and Ivy. It's a decent start to adding, but we still need a backup big man, in my opinion, an upgrade over Beef Stew. I think we're all in agreement. I think we need to see another big man.
They need a stretch four, and they need Jalen Duren. I don't know if he's capable of doing this on a consistent basis. You need Jalen Duren to figure out a way to score the ball beyond 5 feet. In today's NBA, you have to be able to shoot a little bit.
Well, or just
big guy.
Use that athleticism and score more. Be more assertive when you get the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, I just see more shots go in. I mean, it'd be nice if you had developed a 10-foot jump shot.
Right.
It'd be great. I've been a big advocate of the whole Jaden Ivey thing and looking at this team because look at the team that was in the playoffs. The team that took the Knicks to the brink. That should have won the series. They got gypped out of one game. It would have put a big advantage for the Pistons. They got gypped out of that. Would they have beaten the Celtics? Could they have taken Indiana to the brink? I don't know. But it was a team that advanced. They should have advanced in the playoffs without Jaden Ivey. So, yeah, I do look at that, and I do think that's an addition. And it's a reason why I'm a little optimistic about the Pistons with having this team grow together with Asar Thompson and Ronnie Holland, I think those guys can take big leaps in the next season to really improve as well. But it doesn't help the lack of a big man. That's a problem.
Right. I mean, look, it's great that they brought back, what's his face?
Reed.
Yeah, Paul Reed. I mean, B-ball Paul. He's a really good third string center.
Maybe I'm too old school when it comes to the NBA and basketball. I don't think you need to keep searching for that unicorn big man who can step beyond the arc and knock down 3-point shots. I don't think you have to. I think you've got enough guys in your team to do that. That's fine.
But they don't.
What I'd like to see is just a rim protector, a guy who can grab at least 10 rebounds a game, play some pretty good defense, keep the other team honest in front of you, and who's going to be able to be offensively not a liability when you give the ball in deep. He doesn't have to be a huge part of the offense, but I think it has to be a huge part of your defense.
Yeah, but you can still be better offensively without talking threes. That's why I'm just saying, shoot a 10-footer. So when he gets the ball, he becomes a threat that they have to pay attention to him defensively, and then he's a very good passer too.
Then there's this. Let's not forget when talking about the Pistons that every single player in our young core has barely scratched the surface of their potential. We're going to get so much better simply based off linear growth. Would hope so.
Yes, that's
and I think in large part, I mean, somebody may not pan out, right? But more often than not, they should. They should improve year to year.
Mm-hmm.
And you got a lot of guys that are ready to enter year 2 or year 3, let alone you got 4 and 5. And one of those guys is a budding superstar for sure. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. You want to talk about the Pistons, the Red Wings, the moves that have been made, the moves that have not been made.
Gator, I'm going to make you happy about the Tigers too.
Are you pointing at me?
Yes, I am.
Don't do that.
In a good way, though.
I don't know if that's a good way.
Okay.
Don't point. It's rude. Stoney's going to try to make me happy about the Tigers. Well, I'm pretty happy about the Tigers to begin with. Let's see if I can get happier. 97.1, the ticket. All right, so the Tigers are in Washington for 3 games against the Nationals. Doubleheader today. The game was rained out last night. We'll have the coverage beginning in less than an hour right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The first game will be an opener. Tyler Holton will start for the Tigers. The opener has not been a good strategy this year for the Tigers. They haven't had the greatest results with that. Last year was phenomenal results.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's unfair because we hold it to that standard, what we saw, running it all the way into the playoffs. But tonight they'll have Jack Flaherty going at it, and hopefully Jack Flaherty is back on track. Jack, please be good. And it's actually a tough pitching matchup. The pitcher he's going against, 3-8 on the season, but his ERA is like 3.09, and his WHIP is 1.20, and that's Mackenzie Gore. Ton of strikeouts, 100 strikeouts, and 129 strikeouts in 99 innings. So he's pitched pretty well, but unfortunately, for a team that's not very good, 35-49. Fortunately, it's against the Tigers, and the Tigers can hopefully take advantage. You said you've got something that is going to make me happy.
I think so. The Tigers' magic number, Gator, is 77 to win the division. So I got a smiley there.
I'm already laughing right
now. Okay.
We already have a magic number watch.
But here is they did not play yesterday, as you mentioned.
No.
Cleveland did. They lost. So the Tigers picked up a game. So the Tigers right now lead the division by 12 games. And they haven't played a game in July yet, the Tigers. They will in about an hour. Worst case scenario, okay? And I'm giving you a crazy worst case scenario. Let's say the Tigers, for some reason, finish at 500. Which would mean for them to go at 500, they'd have to go 28-49 the rest of the way. There's no way that's happening. Correct?
I would hope not. Okay. I will never say no way because we saw what happened in Minnesota last year.
Okay. Cleveland, because they're the next closest team, if the Tigers did go 81-81, Cleveland would have to, they could do it, go 5 games over 500 to get to 82-80. I mean, the Tigers, even if they played at 500 the rest of the way, and I haven't even done that math for their 77 games left, so they 38-39. The other teams would have to play like 700 ball to catch them, approximately.
It's an uphill battle for sure. For teams to get there, and I understand that's the whole math of it, and I get it. They're having an amazing season at this point.
Yeah, and look, everybody tries to compare this team to a certain extent to 06, right?
Yeah,
that team folded at the end and didn't even win the division. So I preface what I'm about to say, but also compounded by the fact that I am not usually accurate in a lot of my prognostications. I mean, look, the division's over. I mean, they won the division. I'm not saying you have to print T-shirts yet or have a banner raising ceremony, but I just, even though I'm one of those who sees flaws in this team, they are by far the best team in this division.
They're the best team in baseball.
I know, but I'm just worried about this division right now. They are the best team in this division, and that's why I can confidently say, yes, even Mr. Negative here, that it's over. The division's over.
Well, I don't feel comfortable with you saying that because I do believe it. Because there's that. You've got a little bit of a record, and I don't like the jinx factor in it. I think this team is obviously they're playing great baseball. The stats bear it out. The history bears it out. The lead that they have in their division is the biggest lead that anybody's had in the division at this point since the 99 Cleveland Indians, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I saw that stat last night. They are doing incredible things. And they're doing it with a roster that actually might be quite all-star laden when all is said and done, given that 6.5 minutes away here from phase 2 concluding. We could have 3 starters in the All-Star game plus Tarek Skubal and maybe even some more All-Stars added on when all is said and done. But that's what happens when you have a first-place team. And yet it feels like outside of Tarek Skubal, they don't have a superstar. Riley Green is pushing the envelope to be called and be in that conversation of a superstar. He's having a hell of a season. And it's fun to watch. And you start to get to that territory. Like, okay, the 06 team had some really good players on it. And it had a lot of veteran players on that team. And people like and Justin Verlander. Verlander was a rookie that year, and he was good, wasn't great. Not yet. The pitching staff on that team that went to the World Series was not special.
Well, Kenny Rogers had a really good season.
Kenny Rogers was good. But again, it wasn't special. It wasn't like he was having a Skubal year.
No.
And Verlander wasn't Verlander at that point. Nate Robertson was,
Jeremy Bonderman was on that team.
Yeah, it was not a special rotation. But the offense looked pretty good, and yet that was still before they added Miguel Cabrera.
It was before they got Sheffield the following year.
They got Sheffield the following year. Didn't go anywhere.
Do you remember how good they were in 07 until he got hurt? And then he got hurt, and they just all went to crap.
And then they traded for Cabrera after the 07 season.
Right,
and then
08 was not very good either.
No.
Then they got it together.
But things changed. And they had superstars in those teams that we really enjoyed for that 10-year stretch of fun baseball. This seems more sustainable, what they've done. With a true ace, maybe the best pitcher in all of baseball, in Tarek Skubal, and other players that are really, kind of coming into their own. Certainly Riley Green, and they've got a handful of other players, and then they went out and acquired players that are making a difference on this team, like Gleyber Torres, who's probably going to be announced as an all-star in the next 10 minutes, which would be awesome. The excitement that people have about the prospects on this team. MLB.com just came out with a reorganized top 100 prospect list. I think there are 5 Tigers that are in the top 90 on that list, including 2 in the top 12, with McGonigal and Clark that are probably going to be promoted to Double-A any minute.
After the Futures game, probably.
Right, because they deserve to be. They've had, certainly Kevin McGonigal, he's got like an 1100 OPS. He's hitting, I think, 381 last I checked, going into today. So there's reason to be excited about what the Tigers have going. It's not manufactured. It's legitimate. And we see, yes, this team is going through some injuries. They've gone through injuries the whole year. They started the season hurt, and guys stepped up. Who's going to play center field? Hey, Javi, can you take some fly balls? Yeah, I'll try it out. Always wanted to. And he ends up playing what is ending up being all-star caliber outfield play from Javi Baez. And now that Parker Meadows is back, who's a true legitimate Gold Glove contender, Javi can go back to playing shortstop, where he is also a Gold Glove contender. But Javi's having this crazy year that nobody saw coming. And is it just all attributed to having the surgery on the hip, having the time off, readjusting? You can't ignore it.
Maybe.
Can't ignore it, but whatever. I like this baseball team so much, and there's a lot of young players are growing together here on this team, and Dylan Dingler emerging this year as well. It's a lot of fun to watch this team, and I feel like this is something that's sustainable for years to come because of the prospects that will come through, because they haven't even really scratched the surface of going to the resources of the money that they can spend on players, which once the team gets good, they said they spend. And they did. They brought in Gleyber Torres. They brought Jack Flaherty back. They went out and got some other players.
They tried to get Bregman.
After they had already signed Canely and all these other players. They'd already made all their signings and then tried to bring in Bregman. So thinking that that's going to still be the formula moving forward, why wouldn't it be? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number you want to talk. Red Wings, Pistons, Tigers, heck, Lions, you want to bring them up? We can do that too. We can also have some fun, which we're going to coming up at 12:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Gator and Stoney with you today. Stoney's in for Doug. Doug will be back next week. We're taking your phone calls and your texts at 248-539-9797. Lot to discuss. Obviously, we're kind of getting into what our hockey and basketball teams have done over the last couple of days as free agency has begun in both sports, in the NBA and the NHL. The NHL was tough with free agency because most of the free agents have simply re-signed to go back to their former teams, leaving the Red Wings, just kind of looking at other options, which would be a trade of some sort. And people want it now. They want instant gratification. Hey, we just saw, look what Florida did. Florida brought back all their guys, and why can't? Well, yeah, they're the Stanley Cup champions.
Exactly.
And they have free agents that literally gave them the hometown discount, the fabled hometown discount.
It also
rarely happens.
It helps, obviously, living in a state that has no state tax.
Yeah, but I mean, that's something that's always always been a thing, and it seems like it's only like the last year that people have been bringing that up. I'm not blaming you. It's just it seems like people now they conveniently say, well, the state. It's always been that way. When you got somebody that takes $6 million a year instead of $9 million a year, that's not about the state income tax. That's about hometown discount.
Right.
I want to run it back. I want to have a chance at winning a third straight Stanley Cup, which hasn't been done since the Islanders did it?
Yes.
So, because the Islanders did one before Edmonton won their cups, but Edmonton won two, then had a year off or two, and then came back and won two more. So it's been a minute. It's been 40 years since that happened, that somebody won 3 Stanley Cups in a row. It's unbelievable that the new dynasty in the NHL is in South Florida. It's crazy.
I know.
As we talk about,
and the other Florida team's really good too.
Yeah, as we talk about Phase 2 and the Boca Vista or whatever the thing was on Seinfeld.
Well, what streak is going to end first? The South Florida team in the Stanley Cup Finals, or Corey Perry in the Stanley Cup Finals?
Oh.
He's just signed with the LA Kings.
Good luck. Good luck. But we'll see what the Red Wings decide to do. I think that it's going to have to come via trade, and that can happen at any time. But people want it now. They want the instant gratification. Make the trade today. Well, it doesn't have to happen today. You've got plenty of time to work it out. And, there's you got like 500 players to choose from. They're not all available, but you start sifting through every team's lineup, and you've probably been putting in the legwork to make something happen. But you've got weeks, if not months, to get something done. But yes, I'm like most fans. I want to hear it. I just want the excitement about something new coming here. But it may take a few more minutes before that does take place.
Yes, it will.
Some ticket text coming in. I think at this point, due to the Tigers' good record and a poor division play overall, we aren't concerned about winning or losing this division. We are concerned about winning the playoff series, concerned about how we fare in a 7-game series, because last year, a 7-game series was not a favorable matchup for that team, and concerned about how we can compete versus the rest of the National League.
Well, we never got to a 7-game series, unfortunately.
No, we didn't. And I mean, the Tigers had a chance to squash Cleveland and went 5 games. And
they were 6 outs away, right?
Yeah, it was close, but didn't happen. It's okay. It's all right, because that was a stepping point.
Yeah.
It was a giant step this team took last year. They took out the Astros, which nobody thought was going to happen, and then they took Cleveland to the brink. And now Cleveland's completely fallen apart. The Tigers have played the same baseball they have. They actually have a rotation to do it with instead of having to cobble it together. And they're getting healthier.
I like the fact that you use the term cobble, because it would be nice if Cobb could actually help this team.
Alex Cobb, the fabled Alex Cobb, who is almost like the fabled Sawyer Gibson-Long, who we haven't seen a ton of because he's been hurt, and now he's
hurt again
on the IL again with a neck strain. But I got to be honest with you, I'm not really counting on Sawyer Gibson-Long to be the difference maker for this team in the second half of the season. And I'm excited about what the Tigers do at the trade deadline, because I think they will be active.
They will be active. The problem is all these other teams that you thought are definitely going to sell have gotten hot all of us. Like Arizona, they're going to get rid of Suarez. They're going to get rid of Gal. I don't know. They've passed San Francisco right now. Okay, even a team they still might sell. Miami has won 8 games in a row. I think they have a similar record. They might even have a better record than Atlanta, or they're close. And even Donnie Kelly's Pittsburgh Pirates are playing good ball. I don't think that would preclude them from selling, but there's a lot of more teams that are in it than you'd think.
Well, but that's how it is.
I know.
With the extra wild cards in there, that's just baseball, man. But you've got, almost 4. Well, you really do. You have 4 weeks to work this out. July 31st is the trade deadline, and I do think they're going to add to this team, and it's going to be fun to see what they decide to add. Now, I continue to be of the belief they don't need to add to the lineup. They need to add to the bullpen, and they might need to add to the rotation.
They need another right-handed bat.
Why do you say right-handed bat? Sorry, it's when I hear that, it drives me nuts. But why do you say it?
Because they don't have enough coming from that side. I mean, Torkelson, say what you want about him, he's starting to drop a little bit. I mean, Well,
he did, and then he came back. That's Torque.
I know, but
this team kills left-handed pitching.
I want another right-handed. I want a third base guy who can hit the ball. That's what I want. I don't think as good as Zach McKinstry is, he's not my everyday third baseman. He can play. He can play every day.
On a list of priorities, where does adding a right-handed bat rank on your priorities?
Oh, it's third.
Okay, I'm glad to hear because it's third. It's not that,
but not by a great amount. They definitely need another starter. They definitely need another reliever, or if not more. But they do. I believe they do need another bat because I don't think all of this is going to be sustainable in the entire season.
And yet, it's been for 120-something games.
I understand.
It's been sustainable.
I know.
I have a hard. Like you, I have a hard time thinking that Z-Mac is the answer, and yet Zach McKinstry just continues to go up and do Zach McKinstry things this year, picking off where he was last year. It's dumbfounding to me. I don't know if you can, count on Javier Baez to continue to have this resurgent year.
Exactly.
I don't know, but at the same time, until they show otherwise, I'm running with it. I'm going to run with it. But it doesn't.
If I can fortify, I'm fortifying.
If I can, of course. If I can. My point is, it's not a priority. The priority is in the pitching staff.
That's more of a priority. Yes, if you're going to list your priorities, yes. But the right-handed bat is third with a bullet.
Yeah.
Basically.
This team has no problem hitting left-handed pitching. I don't think it's a right-handed bat that needs to be added. Necessarily a right-handed bat. Here's another ticket text. Man, if you told me one or two of these guys would pan out, then I would be thrilled. But all of them at once, cannot believe my eyes. Torque, Baez, Mize, and Dingler have all come out on fire. This is why they're the best team in baseball. That's part of it. The other part is Riley Green taking his game to another level.
Mm-hmm.
Tarek Skubal continuing to be Tarek Skubal. Additions to this team that go under the radar, like Tommy Kahnle, really calming things down at the back end of the rotation. Gleyber Torres is an all-star at second base. There's a lot there. Wenzel Perez, catching fire on this team. Now, is that a long-term thing? It's another player. Is that a long-term guy? I don't know, but while he's going to get an opportunity here while Kerry Carpenter's out.
Right, absolutely.
So we shall see. You did have an idea for some fun.
Yes.
When it comes to what the National Day is, we're going to get to that because today is National Something Day, as we like to do on the show. It is kind of fun. Yeah. It gets you in a little bit of a mood.
There's a few choices for today's day, and I went with this one.
Okay. Glad to hear it. We'll get to that next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, is your garage door, does it need to be replaced? The door all together need to be replaced? I know what it's like to go through that. Look, it's not... You don't think going into it would be an easy process. You think, oh, crap, this is going to suck. Look, it doesn't have to. It can be easy. It can be pain-free. Just go ahead and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. They know exactly what they're doing over there. I know this firsthand. They came out a couple years ago. It was time to replace my garage doors. They walked me through the entire process, showed me all the options I could go with, and we had a garage door installed in no time. In fact, right now it's even easier because now they've got a warehouse that is chock full of garage doors just waiting to be installed. So in your case, and in some cases, they can be installed in as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. There is a report from Chris Johnston, NHL insider with The Athletic, where he says that top unrestricted free agent Nikolai Ehlers now down to a few teams he's deciding between. The expectation is that his decision should be made at some point today. I don't know if the Red Wings are one of those teams. I get the feeling that they are not.
But we haven't heard, unless I'm missing something, any team at all being mentioned, correct?
I saw some teams yesterday, but it mentioned like 3 teams and then said among other teams. And the Red Wings weren't mentioned in the 3 teams. But no teams are mentioned here, which I think is interesting because Ehlers is the last big name on the free agent list. Is this brilliant by him to put things off to today, to let the dust settle, and now it's like, hey, I'm the last one. Get your top bid in.
I think so.
I think it's brilliant.
A good move.
And to see how much money he's going to get. Now, is he going to be worth it? That I don't know. 63 points in 69 games last year. He's played 10 years in the league.
He's a very good player. He's not a great player.
But is he going to get $8 million a year, $9 million a year?
Kenny, he's more of the hockey guru here as well. Is Ehlers as good as Dylan Larkin?
I wouldn't go necessarily that far, but I mean, it's a conversation worthy of having.
Okay, so Larkin gets what, 8 approximately?
Yeah.
So that's what Ehlers should probably get.
Well, I'll go with Steph. I don't think he's anywhere near as good as Dylan Larkin is, but Dylan Larkin, I don't think Dylan Larkin's amazing either.
No.
I mean, Dylan Larkin he can threaten 40 goals in a season. Ehlers hasn't scored 30 in a season yet.
No, he's not there, but he's on the way to have a really nice NHL career.
Yeah. 63 points last year in 69 games, but it's his 10th year. It's his best season that he had since his second year in the league when he had 64 points. But he did it at a much better point-per-game pace. It's his best point-per-game pace, I think, in his career. Mm-hmm. I'm curious what he's going to get. Because if this guy all this has driven his price up and he gets north of $8 million a year, I don't want the Red Wings to go anywhere near that. Because he's been in the league for 10 years. How many years is he going to get on a contract? Now, he's 29, so he's the right side of 30. But is he going to get a 7-year contract?
Probably. Because people are always, they're desperate. A lot of teams. I mean, the Red Wings are desperate as well, but I don't think he's the answer to what they really need. To be
I don't either.
Honest with you.
If this had been a signing that happened, 10 minutes into free agency, it probably comes at a lesser cost and you feel better about it. But now here it is day 2, and now you know that he's the last big name on the list of free agents. The bidding is going to be interesting on that. All right, so we do this all the time in the show. National Day. Today is National what day? I think yesterday was like National Creative Ice Cream Flavor Day, and we did that.
Oh.
Yeah, and I talked about the great ice cream flavor I had up in Charlevoix at, I think, the Dairy Grill.
Oh, love that place.
Salty Jack ice cream. Salty Jack is amazing.
Do you know there was I don't know if he's still the owner, but a former New York Yankee owned the Dairy Grill.
I did not know that.
Remember Dennis Rasmussen at all? Do you remember him?
I remember the name, pitcher.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do remember the pitcher.
Did not know. Grill, yeah.
What, retired up in Charlevoix?
I think so. I've always wanted, and I don't do it, because a lot of times we'll go into Charlevoix for dinner, we'll drive home, and I'll pass there, and so it's have to go there because I'd rather go there than go to Kilwin's in Charlevoix.
All right.
So, but they have like burgers and stuff there too. I always say, one of these days
I'll walk across the bridge and I'm just going to spend a nice afternoon in Charlevoix, and why not grab a burger from there?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, or even I go there for dinner instead. And my wife looked at me like, "What are you kidding me? Burger there?
We're going to go to a sock hop later on."
Yeah, exactly.
No, I last Friday after we did the show in Shanty Creek, I drove up to Charlevoix to stay with a friend of mine for the night. I had the most perfect day and evening. There between the lake and going out to dinner at Petoskey and coming back across the bridge to grab some ice cream in Charlevoix, and it was just the accommodations. Seeing my good friend for all these years, it was just awesome. Had some amazing tequila. Mm-hmm. It was a perfect day. Nonetheless, today's National Day is different, and you brought this to my attention.
Yes, there's a few. Like today is actually National Anisette Day. It's also National Wildland Firefighter Day. But more important than that, today is National Disco Day.
National Disco Day.
National Disco Day. Mm-hmm.
Disco, a phenomenon for a handful of years in the late 70s into the early part of the 80s.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
the movie Saturday Night Fever with John Travolta. I think it was like 1977, 78, somewhere in there. 78 came out.
I might or might not have had red Sassoon jeans during those days, but, whatever.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
No pictures of that. I wish I did,
Did you have the white suit?
No, I never had. No, didn't have the white suit.
So this is an era of time. I was a kid, and many people don't know about this era. Maybe they don't know, but it hit like a lightning bolt and took over everything. The movie Saturday Night Fever took over everything, and in the movie, there's a club they go go dancing, and the dance floor, it's like plexiglass cubes that have lighting. Different lights, the colored lights under the cubes. And it became a thing and a total phenomenon at the time, where there was a show Dance Fever that came on, hosted by Denny Terrio, who helped the choreographer. It was a choreographer, I believe, for Saturday Night Fever. Diane and Janet were the two girls. They Are Motion. Janet Jones, Wayne Gretzky's wife, was Janet, and Diane and Janet, They Are Motion.
I did not know that.
Yes, that's Janet Jones. That's Wayne Gretzky's wife. The whole thing was crazy. And the music scene was something to behold. A lot of people were upset because it kind of ended arena rock at the time, but all music kind of goes in phases a little bit. And then you had disco, and then it evolved into something else, different kinds of pop music, right? But it was all about the dancing and being danceable to music. It was a different kind of sound.
Yes. Indeed. Now, for some reason, when I wanted to get up to actually give the lyrics to my favorite song that I don't remember, I probably hit something wrong because my computer is all bugged here.
Oh, boy.
The Microsoft Windows is infected with something now. Anyway, because I went from National Disco Day that I can't find again now because I screwed up my computer, is actually celebrated in New Zealand. But so I would ask you, Gator, now you were just a kid at the time, and 248-539-9797. What was or is your favorite disco song?
All right, so first off, I do remember the era very well. And I still, when I drive around, I don't mind listening. I'm not afraid. I'll listen to some disco. Yes, I love my hard rock. I love my classic rock. But I actually enjoy the disco era. I love the Bee Gees. To see the Bee Gees play their stuff acoustically, where it's kind of slowed down, you get a whole new appreciation for what great musicians that they were. And I've seen that special on
oh yeah, I like the Bee Gees before even the disco days.
Yeah, they were great. But my favorite disco song is not done by a disco group. It's actually done by one of the true hard rock groups that has really had longevity. But they had one song that was undeniably disco. The band is Kiss. The song is I Was Made for Lovin' You. It is 100% a disco song. The lyrics are hysterical. And I remember watching a video of Gene Simmons talking about the making of this song and how Paul Stanley, the lead singer, came up to him and said, "Hey, I got this great idea for a song, and we're going to start off, and we're all going to go, do, 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 do. And then here we go. Ready for the lyrics? Tonight, I want to give it all to you. In the darkness, there's so much I want to do. And tonight, I want to lay it at your feet. Because, girl, I was made for you. And, girl, you were made for me." And then the chorus goes, "I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I can't get enough of you, baby. Can't you get enough of me?" Amazing. So bad and so great at the same time. Kiss thought it ruined them.
Really?
Yeah. And yet it didn't, because this was like in 1979 or so, whenever this album came out, and they've obviously been around forever since then. But it was a total departure from what they had played. But the song is undeniably disco.
Look, there have been so many incredible discos. Yes, the era was ridiculous. I mean, I tried once to get into Studio 54, and I wasn't cool enough.
Oh, wow.
You know, couldn't go, couldn't get in. They didn't pick me.
Steve didn't pick you, huh?
No. Steve Rebel, right?
Yeah.
Was his name. But if I had to pick one disco song that I really loved a lot and would like dance to, I'll give you the lyrics. Some of them cater. And maybe I'll try to sing, maybe I won't.
Oh, boy.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified.
All right, you can stop.
Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. Yes, Gloria Gaynor.
Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive.
And you're back from outer space.
All right.
I just walked in to find you here with that sad look on your face.
When you hear it, you sing it in your car, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you sing everything in the car.
Yes,
I sing
do.
everything in the car,
yes.
too. That's a song that has stood the test of time.
I Will Survive is a great song.
Yeah. It's in the movie The Replacements. It's been in a bunch of movies.
Mm-hmm.
It's solid. Today, National Disco Day. Ticket text 248-539-9797. What's your favorite disco song? We'll wrap things up here going into Tiger baseball. Tigers look pretty good. They're going to continue that way. They made up and even they added another half game to their lead after Cleveland lost last night to the Cubs. This is fun times, folks. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back to Karch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney's been with me today. Good to have him. Doug will be back next week. We've got Tiger Baseball coming up in less than 10 minutes. We will send you out for Tiger Baseball. First game of 2. It's a doubleheader against the Washington Nationals. We got an opener start tonight. Tyler Holton. And then tonight we will have a regular rotational start with Jack Flaherty on the hill against Mackenzie Gore. That should be a pretty good pitching matchup. We shall see. We mentioned today is National Disco Day. We asked people for what their favorite disco songs were. I mentioned for mine, it's actually it's from Kiss. It's not even a disco group, but the song "I Was Made for Loving You" is 100% a disco song. I played it for you during the break.
Yes,
you know the song. Mm-hmm. It is 100% disco. Yours is "I Will Survive" by Gloria Gaynor.
Yes,
a classic in the disco era. A couple of ticket texts coming in here. If you want to hear a good cringe disco song, look up Ace Frehley Eugene. You will not be disappointed. Ace Frehley, the former guitar player for Kiss. I don't know the song Eugene. I now feel like I have to.
Yes, you do.
Back in the New York Groove has a little bit of a disco feel to it, but not necessarily, from Ace Frehley. Best disco song is Staying Alive because of that flashback scene in Airplane back in 1980. Yes. That flashback scene from a movie that debuted on this day.
45 years ago.
On this day. And I saw it in the theater as a kid. Sat in the front row because there were no seats left in the theater. It was a sold-out showing. I believe we were at 12 Oaks Mall at the time with my mom, my dad, my brother. And it was embarrassing because my mother could not stop laughing so hard at the movie that it was, embarrassing. 248-539-9797. Randy is next every 97 on the ticket. Hey, Randy.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I just on the disco thing and especially Saturday Night Fever, I was in college from like 74 to 80. And in my junior year, I worked at a record store. And I had to set up those cardboard displays that you put the record albums in and stuff. And when Saturday Night Fever came out, even though, rock was still a big part of the music scene, so was disco. And that really brought a lot of people in. And with Gator, I'm older than he is, but there was a bar very close by called the Alibi, and it had a dance floor just like Saturday Night Fever, and I believe they had another Alibi over in Mount Pleasant too, and it was a crazy time. And real quick, I think it was the same year, I set up a display for the debut big album for Leonard Skinner.
Oh boy!
And it showed them standing in front of flames.
Yeah, I remember the album, and sadly, and thanks for the call. Unfortunately, a lot of those members died in a fiery crash, a plane crash, which was really surreal. If you've ever seen the Behind the Music or any documentary on Leonard Skinner, they bring that point up. It is creepy when you get through that. Fred is in Detroit. Welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Fred.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Dancing Queen by ABBA was always one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's part of the disco era.
Yeah, ABBA
There's
was
no
huge.
doubt.
One of the first albums that we had as kids was an ABBA album. But we were Swedish, so that kind of made sense.
Yeah.
But I listened to that Queen song. That was a good one, too. I hadn't heard it and didn't know about it, but I put that one on my playlist now.
What, Dancing Queen?
No, the Kiss song that I was made for loving you.
I Was Made for Loving You, yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. That was pretty good.
A great
I hadn't
tune.
heard it and listened to it, and that was pretty cool. But also, Kiss had one. It was a slow song. It wasn't disco.
Beth.
But
it was called Beth.
Oh, that was a great one. Beth was good.
Yeah, the drummer
That's it,
sang.
guys. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Fred. Yeah, Peter Criss, the drummer, sang that
My
song.
favorite ABBA song was not Dancing Queen. It was Waterloo. I thought Waterloo was a great song. And I'm not even going to try to sing it.
I was embarrassed a little bit that was one of our first albums that we had as kids. But again, my mom's Swedish, so we felt like, okay, here we go. But fortunately, it wasn't the first album that we had. The first album that my brother and I had as kids, and I could feel pretty tough about this because it's a good one to have, was Queen, News of the World.
Okay.
So it had We Will Rock You, We Are the Champions on it, Sheer Heart Attack, and other great songs in there. Fight from the Inside. Spread Your Wings. Great
The
album.
first album I remember having was the Beatles' second album, it's called. And I remember also purchasing at summer camp. We used to have I went to summer camp in New Hampshire. On Thursday was trip day, where we would go into a different city, shop around, and then go to a movie. And in Dover, New Hampshire, there was a record store, and I bought
Dover, New Hampshire, or Dover, Delaware?
Dover, New Hampshire.
Okay.
And I bought Carole King's Tapestry.
Fair enough. Yeah. Ticket text, come in, say what you want, but the last 5 Stanley Cup champions have come from teams who play in the state with no income tax. Tony in Oxford. So you've got Florida Panthers with Tampa Bay and Vegas Golden Knights?
Correct.
There you go. If I'm the Pistons, I'm calling the Kings regarding Sabonis. Duran, Holland, and a first-rounder for Sabonis. We need to make a move. We have downgraded so far this offseason and are now putting way too much pressure on Ivy for next year to come back and be great right away after breaking his leg last season. That might be the case. I don't know if they're necessarily worse or if they downgraded. I think we're hoping for the younger core of those guys getting better, but we shall see. Stoney, been a pleasure. You're in tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
We'll look forward to that. We got Tiger Baseball coming up next year, 97.1 The Ticket.